Ladies and gentlemen, today we are live for this year's running of the Food City 500 at the Bristol Motor Speedway. It is the fifth race of the NASCAR Cup Series season here on this Sunday afternoon, and it is my personal favorite racetrack. Saw a great Truck Series race last night for those of you that stayed up to watch that event. It was well worth it. Congratulations to Christian Eckes getting the race win. We also streamed practice and qualifying for the NASCAR Cup Series for this very race yesterday. And that is going to lead me into the predictions for who I think will run well, not run well, as we'll get through that in our pre-race show. We'll have full flag-to-flag coverage of the Food City 500 as well. You can vote for who you think is going to win the race in the chat per usual, and much more throughout the course of the next couple of hours. So thanks for everybody tuning in here today. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more NASCAR content as we get into the beginning portion of this stream. Quick shout outs for those of you that are just tuning in and or were waiting for the stream to begin. Ethan Chua, Jojo, Zavidero Racer, thanks for tuning into the stream. Podegan Stoner, thanks for tuning in as well. St. Elliott plus 12,000. That's an interesting pick there. But yeah, you can vote also in the chats between the three drivers who I think will contend for the win or most likely contend for the win today. If you maybe disagree with any one of those three. And as of right now, despite the fact that there has only been 23 votes, somebody other than Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson, and Denny Hamlin is at 52% in the early going here. Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson each at 17%, 13% for Denny Hamlin. So we'll see if that is going to change. We won't end that poll until the end of stage 2, so you got a few hours yet. Yoshi Gaming, thanks for tuning in as well. For those who pick other, what are your predictions? Yeah, put that in the chat as well. I'd love to see it. I know somebody already picked Elliott. Surprised 52% is that high. I mean, granted, I know there's only three other options, but again, I usually try to pick like the three most likely options, at least in my opinion, to potentially win the race every single weekend. So there are 33 other drivers you could, pick from if you wanted to take the odds sake of it by going with other. But yeah, still. It's not always other that wins the poll every week. It didn't for the truck race last night, and that driver didn't end up winning the race, but we do end up having that from time to time. Travis Glant, the Tower Enthusiast, also welcome into the stream. Obviously, the raw feed's not going to be available right now. Hopefully, it is at the start of the Cup race. We've had issues with that outside of the Daytona 500 for the Cup races themselves. So hopefully, when the race goes to actually begin, we can get that leaderboard up for you guys. I know at least Google is the backup plan from here on out if that is not the case. But hopefully we go on without any sort of interruptions, I guess, to our regularly scheduled programming on Sunday afternoons with our NASCAR Cup Series live commentary streams. John Smith, welcome. Lincoln Kim Hollingsworth, thanks for tuning in. Am I wearing green? Yeah, somebody asked me, somebody texted me earlier, by the way, pre-race, if I was going to wear green on the on the live stream. So first of all, I'm actually colorblind, so I couldn't tell you if Ryan Blaney's neon is green or yellow. I really don't know. I always thought it was yellow, but then I think sometime around the sometime within the last couple of years, somebody mentioned that neon green, with Blaney. I was like, it's green? I didn't know it was green. I don't know. Maybe it changes on a week-to-week basis. I couldn't tell you, to be completely honest. So, am I wearing green? Maybe. I'd have no clue. I mean, there's neon on the shirt. I'm wearing my Ryan Blaney long-sleeved championship shirt that I had gotten for Christmas from my grandpa this year. Thanks. Shout out to him. I don't know if he's watching or not right now, but thanks for the t-shirt. This is, I think, the second time I've worn this on stream so far this year. I haven't worn it since the Daytona 500, but I have it on today for a particular reason. I'll get to that in a little bit. All right. Google isn't the best. It's not. It's slow, but that's why we try to use NASCAR.com every week with the raw feed. But if it's not working, that's all I've got. Fox Sports, would be the third option, I guess, to that. And the only reason it's third is because that doesn't work every time, because apparently last week it didn't. Google the race and it says dirt race. Yeah, somebody mentioned that last week, I think, too, that it said on like Google's schedule that it's supposed to be the dirt race. It is not. No dirt today. Back to the concrete oval at Bristol. Thanks for tuning in, Matthew. Lincoln Kim pulling for the Fords as well. Fords looked very quick yesterday, particularly in qualifying, I will say. All right, as you guys are just tuning in here for the first time, we'll get into these predictions for who I think will run well, not run well. After I guess we highlight the fantasy league here real quick. I haven't been reading off the point standings before the stream starts with the fantasy league, so I want to make sure I do that right now. We still are a little over half hour away from the drop of the green flag for today's Food City 500 at Bristol. If you're not in the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website, highly recommend you go there and sign up for the league. Join the KRC League. That is our league, the league I created. I'm technically the commissioner, and we have over 40 participants as of right now. We could have upwards to 100, so spots are still available. You're not going to be able to win the regular season championship, obviously, this year with being 4 races in, but you can get a gist of how things work as the points will reset for the playoffs. We'll have 2 separate champions. If you win a championship, you get 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing the following season. If you win the regular season and or playoff championship, so you have a chance to double your winnings for those of you that are in the regular season title and fighting for that championship here in the early going. So we'll go through that league. You're not going to be able to see it on screen right now because I'm not logged in on this laptop. But the point standings so far in the league, we've got Troy the Great in position number 1 with 792 points. Currently a 14-point lead. 14-point lead over Hercules Harrigan. I actually know those 2 people, and I've laid out their husband and wife. So they're not choosing the same team every week, obviously, because the points are a little bit different. But the fact that they're both 1 and 2 at the front, that's cool to see. Frank T26 is sitting in third with 722 points. Actually a tie for third as of right now at 722 points with Shrine at 19. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan at 711 points rounds out the top 5. I'm sitting in 12th at 666 points. That could be bad luck coming into this week. I did not realize it was at 666. But needless to say, I don't believe in luck. I say you create your own luck. And today we'll see how I create your own luck. It's weird that the fantasy league points, I'm 12th in the standings right now because by way of my predictions this season, I've been really good with them. So I'm not exactly sure why my fantasy team isn't necessarily projecting the best, at least on paper. Just to blow through my predictions so far, not only this weekend, but this year, I did predict Christian Eckes to win the Truck Series race last night. So in the first 4 truck races, I predicted the winner twice. I took Kyle Busch at Atlanta, and I took Eckes last night. Both of those were my 2 wins. Xfinity Series, only 1 win pick so far this season. They did not race this year, and that was the first race of the season. I took Austin Hill to win at Daytona, and he got the win that day. In the Cup Series, I've predicted the race winner twice this year. The Busch Light Clash at the LA Coliseum, I took Denny Hamlin, and I took Kyle Larson to win at Las Vegas a couple weeks. Notable finishes outside of that, I took Blaney to finish second, or to win Atlanta. He finished second. And I took Chase Elliott and Austin Cindric to win their dual races at Daytona. They both finished second there as well. So a lot of first, a lot of second. The only times I haven't had a first or second place prediction was when I took Hamlin to win the Daytona 500. He finished 19th, and I actually took Hamlin to win last week at Phoenix, and he finished 11th. So when I picked Hamlin, he's either won or not finished in the top 10, and the others first or second the rest of the way. So predictions for the race win pick have been pretty good. More than likely, the driver who I will pick to win this race today, I've already picked him, but I haven't said it yet. They are going to more than likely run really well. Whether they will actually win or not, obviously yet to be determined. The must-have pick so far this season, 8-7 record. That's basically just picking a driver who I think has the likelihood to win a race or compete for the race win. 8-7 with those picks. The sleeper picks, I'm 6-4 with the record there. That's picking underdog drivers essentially to get a top 10 finish. So 6-4. Don't haves, drivers picking not to have top 10 finishes. This is the best statistical category this year. 9-1 this year. Only one of my 10 predictions, that driver that I predicted not to finish in the top 10 did actually get a top 10. And off the top of my head, I'm not sure what driver or what race that was. It might have even been last week. You know what? Now that I think about it, I think it was last week. Let me look at it. Wasn't Austin Dillon, Kyle Busch, Alex Bump? No, I don't think it was last week. Maybe it was the week before that. Las Vegas. Who's on Don't Have at Vegas? Hamlin finished 8th at Vegas. That was the only don't have pick that actually did get a top 10 finish. So Hamlin's 8th at Las Vegas was like the only wrong don't have prediction I've had this year. So we'll start off with the don't haves, means that's the hot topic. These are 3 drivers this week who I don't think are going to get a top 10. I try to rotate it as much as I can, although as I say that, I've been beating a dead horse the last couple weeks. Now let's start off with this guy, and until he proves me wrong, we're going to keep putting him on here. Alex Bowman. For the 3rd consecutive week I have on the don't have list. I didn't put him on there for the super speedways. And well, I'm glad I didn't, because he finished 2nd in the Daytona 500. His last 3 finishes, though, this season, not great. 27th, 18th, and 20th. Obviously, the 2 intermediate tracks are the 20th and 18th place finishes. He has not had top 10 speed in either one of those 2 races either. For a brief moment at Phoenix, it looked like he could have had a top 10 last week. He was running like 8th to 10th in stage 2, but then the final stage, field got flipped, and that only hurt him even more. As far as, I just logged onto the same page again. So as far as Alex Bowman's Bristol stats go, not good in his Cup career, on top of the fact that he hasn't been great out of the gate this year, and for the last 2/3 of last season. So consistency has obviously been lacking for Bowman. Consistency over his entire career at Hendrick Motorsports has lacked at Bristol. He's only got 1 top 10 finish in his last 8 Bristol starts. Not good. And the speed doesn't look great this week. Qualified 29th. Obviously, for those who qualified at the back, it wasn't necessarily dictated on speed, but how well they could handle the treacherous track conditions in turns 3 and 4 yesterday. With the resin kind of coming up off the racetrack, you got just even a little bit out of that groove. There was a fine line there in qualifying top 10 or qualifying at the very back of the field. That was the case for Bowman. But he wasn't that fast in practice either. Practice was a little skewed also. The drivers who went out in Group A noticeably faster than the drivers in Group B, but he was towards the bottom of the drivers in Group B because he was 28th overall in practice, so that's not good as well for Alex. Clearly behind the other 3 Hendrick cars again this weekend, so I've got Alex Bowman on the don't have list, and I'm going to make sure that I don't take the same driver more than 4 times this year, so I've already taken Bowman 3 times on this list. But I'm sticking with it at least for another week. Ty Gibbs, who has actually had a very strong start to his sophomore full-time season in the NASCAR Cup Series, is on the don't have list for the first time this year. I have Ty Gibbs not finishing in the top 10. He's had a lot of speed. Toyotas have looked great this year, despite the fact that last week was their only win. Gibbs led some laps as well last week. But this week, I don't think the preparation's going to be there, and we really don't know how many laps he's going to complete because he had problems with his primary car, the one that, by what I've seen today, he is still going to be running. They have not gone to a backup car. There's some sort of a steering issue for Gibbs in practice. He pulled into the pits on numerous occasions, said it did not feel great at all, just basically didn't feel like a race car, and he couldn't turn going into the corner. They thought it might have been a steering rack issue. That was not the case, as they had diagnosed that wasn't the problem. He only ran 3 laps of practice overall. A lot of drivers ran anywhere in the ballpark between 35 to 55 plus laps in practice, and he had 3. That's not good. On top of that, the 3 laps he did run, again, 34th in practice overall. Not great there. He qualified 29th. And oddly enough, I know I mentioned that yesterday, the drivers who slipped up in qualifying were the ones that were at the back. And if you stayed in the groove, you were going to qualify in the top 10. Well, he stayed in the groove, but the car wasn't that quick. 19th overall, and we don't know what he's going to be like handling when the drop of the green flag happens today. So huge question marks for Ty Gibbs. Starts middle of the pack. We haven't seen a lot of passing with the next-gen car in short tracks or race tracks that are like short tracks like Phoenix last week. I don't think that's going to be the case here at Bristol today either. So I've got Ty Gibbs on the don't have list again for the first time this year. And this next driver I have on my don't have list to not get a top 10 finish at the very least at the end of the day for the first time this year, and that is Ross Chastain. He's starting dead last. Again, had the hiccup in qualifying, probably the biggest hiccup as of obviously qualifying last, 36th place. He was 4th overall in practice, so the speed can't be there, but the track position is not. And he did finish 23rd at Bristol last season, and he didn't have speed in that race. So going with Ross Chastain on the don't haves for this week. So again, Chastain, Bowman, Gibbs are my 3 guys to stay away from. If you have them in your fantasy league this week, I highly recommend taking them out before that locks up. As far as sleeper picks for this weekend, underdogs for top 10 finishes. Again, 6-4 record overall for me this year. And as far as these 3 drivers go, one is a newcomer. The other one I've used only once, and the other one I have used twice this year already. So For the third time, taking Chase Briscoe to get a top 10 finish this season. I'm 1-2 when picking him to get a top 10. He starts 6th today, 23rd in practice. I'm basically just going off a track position here and the fact that the Fords look like the dominant manufacturer based off practice and qualifying yesterday. So basing it off of that alone, that's really the only thing I've got for Briscoe. I usually like to back my picks up with more statistics, but I couldn't really find anything that suited me properly other than Briscoe on dirt Bristol in the spring the last few years, but obviously this is a much different racetrack. He does have a top 10 finish at Bristol. It was in the 2021 race. Unfortunately, that was not with the next-gen car, so it's hard to kind of incorporate that into this, but I still have Briscoe still getting the top 10 anyway. Michael McDowell is a good top 10 pick for today. Good sleeper pick for a top 10, and here's why. He actually has 3 finishes of 11th or better in the last 4 races at Bristol. Both races with the next-gen car. He finished 6th last season at Bristol and 11th the season before that. In 2020, he had a 10th place run even in the Gen 6 car. That was pre-Michael McDowell winning the Daytona 500 top 10 there. So Michael McDowell's had some great runs at Bristol here in recent years, and he starts 7th today. He was 7th overall in practice. His lap averages look pretty good. The Fords look fast this weekend, so I've got Michael McDowell as a driver on this list. Again, I mentioned that this is the second time that I picked McDowell for the sleeper picks this year. The only other time I did was at Atlanta, and he got a top 10 that day as well. So look for Michael McDowell to have some speed today. Josh Berry, I've got in the sleeper picks for the first time this year. And again, kind of similar to Chase Briscoe, not a lot of stats to go off here. Obviously, this is the first Cup start for Berry at Bristol Motor Speedway, so there's no stats for him to go off of based off of prior success. But going out on the limb here, he did qualify second. Again, these cars, the Fords particularly, looking quick this weekend. And SHR as a whole the last couple of weeks, I'd probably say already off to a better start than what they were the entire second half of last season, excluding Kevin Harvick. This is the best Berry has looked going into a race so far this season based off of just raw speed. So I like Josh Berry to get a top 10. We'll see if he can get it. He did have 2 top 10s last season. One of them was on a short track at Richmond where he finished second. He's a great short track racer in the Xfinity Series. Obviously grew up not only racing short tracks, but has raced short tracks primarily in his racing career up to his early 30s before making it into the NASCAR Xfinity Series full-time the last couple seasons. So I do like Josh Berry today having a good finish. And, hey, he's a hometown, well, not a hometown guy, but a home state guy. Grew up just outside of Nashville, so one of his home tracks here this weekend. So, again, Chase Briscoe, Michael McDowell, Josh Berry are my sleeper picks. Now into the must-have picks. I will look at the chat to see what you guys think here when I get through all my predictions. As far as my must-haves, these are 3 drivers who I think are the best chances to win the race today. At the very least, they're going to get a top 10 good points day. 8-7 overall. I'd like to be a little bit better with that record, but predicting the race winner to run well and or win the race, compete for the race win, that has been a very good stat of mine so far this season. The driver who I have picked to win today's race is the guy who it just looks the quickest this weekend. It's hard not to pick him. I usually try to pick the guy who looks like he's going to have the quickest car going into the race weekend more often than not. Last week I didn't. Christopher Bell looked fast in practice but didn't qualify well. Probably could have expected him to run better in the race than he did, and he went on to win. It went against my own merit. I'm not going to do that 2 weeks in a row. It worked for me picking Kyle Larson. It worked for me picking Denny Hamlin when they both won with the Clash and Larson at Vegas. So I'm going to go back to that strategy again, where I think Blaney will have the fastest car and he will win the race. Starts on the pole. He had the fastest, not only overall lap in practice, but he also was the fastest 5, 10, 15, 20, and 25 lap average. And again, I know the Group B drivers had a little bit different racetrack than Group A, but to be that quick of at least half the field in Group A on that consistent of a basis, short run, long run, I think that'll help. Not going to see a lot of tire fall off today. Even in the treacherous track conditions for practice yesterday, the fall off was about 1 to 1.2 seconds over a 35 to 55 lap stint. And I don't think they're going to fall off much more than that. We look at the Truck Series race last night, that was kind of the same thing. About 40 laps, there'd be a second of fall off, and then there wasn't more fall off after the 40 laps. It just kind of tapered. I can see that being the case again here today. Track position will be king. He has the best starting on the pole. So I've got Ryan Blaney. His stats at Bristol are a little hit or miss. I talked about it during the practice and qualifying live stream yesterday for those of you that were watching and or listening live to that he either has a really good finish here or a really bad finish. He's led over 100 laps in 3 of the last 8 races at Bristol, so he's had some speed. He led 65 laps here in 2021 as well. So there is something to be had for Ryan Blaney here today. He has qualified well at Bristol on a consistent basis, never on the pole though. Today he's on the pole. You look at the truck race yesterday as well, Christian Eckes, same as Blaney in those categories where he had the fastest lap averages in practice. He was fastest overall in practice, qualified on the pole, won the race. I think that happens 2 days in a row. As far as the other drivers, though, who I think could compete, with Ryan Blaney for the race win as well. Denny Hamlin is another one of those drivers. I've had him on the must-have list quite a bit this year. Did not pick him to win. That probably means he'll win. But needless to say, Hamlin's career statistics at Bristol, very good. Most recently, in the last 13 races at Bristol Motor Speedway, he has 6 top 5 finishes, 9 top 10s, and 2 wins. Both those wins coming in the last 6 races here. He's the most recent winner at Bristol, winning the night race a season ago. So Denny Hamlin, we know the Toyotas looked quick last week, although they don't look as fast this week as they did at Phoenix. Hamlin is the standout in the Toyota manufacturer list. So I've got Denny Hamlin being a contender for the race win today. He starts 3rd as well, so good track position to go along with it. Kyle Larson is, at least by way of success at the Bristol Motor Speedway, outside of Kyle Busch, probably the best driver at this racetrack, although Kyle Busch and RCR necessarily haven't had as good of runs here on concrete Bristol since Busch went to RCR. Granted, it was only 1 race last season, but he didn't run too well, and he wasn't quite up to par on speed yesterday in practice and qualifying as well. So I took Kyle Larson to go for that 3rd and final spot on my must-have list this weekend. His stats more recently at Bristol, concrete Bristol that is, a lot better than Kyle Busch, so that's why I have Larson in this top 3 here today. 7 finishes of 6th or better in the last 9 races at Bristol. Again, 6th place finish or better for Larson in 7 of the last 9 races here. He qualified 10th today. As far as practice goes, he was 17th overall, but again, I mentioned already that Group B wasn't as fast as Group A because the track conditions changed drastically. Well, Larson was 2nd fastest in Group B, so that is worth telling. He didn't make any long runs. In fact, his longest green flag run was only 8 laps, so there's a little bit of concern there, but because there's not a lot of tire fall off, I don't think that will matter quite as much. The last 3 races at Bristol, very good for him. And obviously with the 2 next-gen races here, I think that's the biggest stat we have to go off of. He was top 5 in both the next-gen races at Concrete Bristol. 2nd last year to Denny Hamlin, and he was 5th the season before. And the last race of the Gen 6 car, he obviously won. That was his only career Cup win at Bristol in 2021. Led quite a few laps that day as well. He's led over 200 laps at Bristol in 3 of those last 9 races that he's had that hot streak of stretches. So yeah, I do like Kyle Larson to contend for the win today. He's the least likely of the 3, I think, to contend for the win just based off of qualifying alone, I think, is the only reason I have him 3rd on this list. But those are my predictions. Again, must-have picks: Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson. Picking Ryan Blaney to win. 2nd time I've done that this year. First time I picked Blaney to win, I took him at Atlanta, and he finished 2nd. And he was leading on the last lap. So I do like Blaney having a good shot for the race win today. He's the points leader as well, and he's got 3 straight top 5 finishes. Sleeper picks: Chase Briscoe, Michael McDowell, Josh Berry. And the don't have picks this weekend: Ty Gibbs, Alex Bowman, and Ross Chastain. That is my full predictions for the Food City 500 for Bristol here today. Drop of the green flag scheduled for 3:47 Eastern time, so we're about 22 minutes away from the drop of the green flag in this one. So I'll look at the chat here, see what you guys have to say based off of those predictions. I'm curious. Definitely let me know in the chat what you guys think. Patrick Shadley, thanks for tuning in to the stream. Evan Stevens, thanks for tuning in as well. Robert Perkle picking the 9, 54, and 12. I wonder if that's just your top for manufacturers. How many cautions today? 13, over, under. I'm going way under on that. I do think there's going to be more cautions today than what we've seen the last 2 next-gen races here, which I think was 5 and 6 cautions. I think we see more than that, but I don't see double digits. So We haven't seen that many cautions and cup races on short tracks in the next gen era. I don't expect that to change too much. And as a result of that, we've had very few cars finish on the lead lap the last several years at Bristol. I think the over-under coming into the day for lead lap finishers at the end of the race was 12 and a half. And on paper, you would just say, well, that's so low, got to go over. But it is worth reminding that I would still probably lean towards there being more than 12 and a half cars on the lead lap. But 3 of the last 4 races, there's been 12 or less cars on the lead lap. Last year at Bristol in the summer race, there was 12 cars to finish on the lead lap. The year before that, there was only 9 that finished on the lead lap. And if you go all the way back to 2020 summer race at Bristol, that race only had 6 drivers finish on the lead lap when Kevin Harvick won. So a lot of long green flag runs at Bristol over the last few years. I could see at least a couple of those here today. Where we have, I'm gonna predict that there's gonna be at least 2 green flag runs of longer than 100 laps. That's my bold prediction of the race. Another big stat that I didn't mention for this one going into my race win prediction. 5 of the last 6 races at Bristol on this concrete oval have been won from drivers who qualified in the top 5. And you look at the drivers who start in the top 5 today, you got a Ryan Blaney, you've got Denny Hamlin. They both look really fast this weekend. Chase Elliott has won here before in an all-star race, but he still has. And Joey Logano's won here before. I think you could very much see a winner coming out of the top 5 again today. I would not be shocked. And I'm predicting it to happen with Blaney on the pole. Oddly enough, too, the pole sitter in the last 9 races at Bristol have won 4 of them. So track position does matter here, and that's even before the next gen era. It's short track racing. It's hard to pass. I mean, you got to figure you're starting at the back like Ross Chastain, Chris Buescher, guys who you wouldn't tend to think necessarily have bad runs at Bristol or tracks in general on a consistent basis. They're starting a half a lap down. It's not easy to pass with this car. I wouldn't be shocked if we have a long green flag run at stage 1 that they could be in danger of going a lap down before the start of stage 2. Candy Cox, Wade Solinsky, Mark Witkowski, thanks for tuning in. Mark is going with Corey LaJoie. It's like a bold pick there. He's got Logano and Buescher as well. Logano needs a good run today. He's 30th in points. Not looking great. I think Wade meant to say concrete, but yeah, I'm glad it's back to concrete too. Concrete Bristol, my favorite racetrack of all time. I wouldn't say it's not even close because there are other really good racetracks, but Bristol's been my favorite since I was a little kid. There's a reason why I've gone to that track for at least one cup date the last 4 years. Hope to make it 5 this year. Obviously not this weekend. I'm in the comfort of my own apartment this weekend. But yeah, I mean, it is fun. It's a blast. I highly recommend going there if you ever get a chance. That truck race last night was really good. Definitely the best of the 4 truck races this season, I think, hands down. And it was fun to watch. Had some exciting moments for sure. Karen Williams, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Candy Cox is also going with Ryan Blaney. Car's been running very fast. Yeah, 3 straight top 5s. Definitely the best Ford on a week-to-week basis. I mean, Ford's been lacking in speed this year, but Blaney, he's, for whatever reason, the only one that isn't struggling from a speed standpoint. It reminds me, honestly, almost of a carbon copy of how Kevin Harvick was the last 2 seasons at SHR, where SHR was just terrible, but then he still had Harvick up there, running top 5, top 10 every week, even though he wasn't winning. And that's the case here this season where Blaney's not winning, but he's running top 5, mainly just top 5 every week. Not top 5 and top 10, but yeah, he's running like top 5 every week. But he's not winning, and the rest of the Fords are, nowhere near race win discussion. So it's really almost identical to each other there. But that's what it reminds me of. Jojo, thanks for tuning in. What area did I stay? I did stay Kingsport one of the times I went there. I don't think I've stayed in the same spot. I actually, now that I think I did stay in Kingsport maybe twice, because they have a golf course like really close to there. I know I played there at least once, if not twice, out of the times I've gone to Bristol. But yeah, I would probably say I've definitely played at a golf course. But I would definitely say that I've stayed there twice, but I didn't stay there for like all 4 times I went. I just basically go wherever I could get a good hotel room for the cheapest price as a booking. And 2 times it's been at Kingsport, and 2 other times it wasn't. So it is what it is. Try to get semi close to the track, or if it makes the drive home shorter the next day, I'm willing to stay like an hour outside of the area because I live like 8 hours from Bristol. So if I only have like a 6.5 to 7 hour drive that last day, staying in a hotel room like that much further, then I'm okay with that. Especially with it being a night race, can sleep in a little bit more because I know I'm not going to get back to the hotel until I think last year I didn't get back till like 2 in the morning. So I'm kind of glad I did that and had a shorter drive home the next day. Mark W. Saying Kyle Busch learned a lot about the track yesterday. This is true. Definitely had that extra track timing. It can't hurt today, and the more driver races, it seems the better they are come Sunday. Linda Leverett taking Chase Elliott. JoJo going with Ross Chastain. That's a bold pick, though. Like I said, I have him on my don't have list, but he starts dead last in this race. Yeah, definitely be sure to hit that like button. 41 likes on the stream right now. Our goal is 150. So goal of 150, and we are at 41. Number 9 is Robert's favorite. Wishful thinking with the 54. And number 12 is on pole. Good style for the track. Brett Whitesides, thanks for tuning into the stream as well. Karen is taking Logano Barry McDowell. Also staying on that Ford bandwagon, I see as well. Denny's daughter casually covering her ears. Said, we got people booing Denny in the chat or something? Mark Witkowski meant number 8 thinking of truck. LaJoy's due for a win. I don't think that happens today though. Maybe he has a good day by way of speed. You never know. Get the race broadcast up on my phone. I don't even have that up yet. What am I doing? I didn't get a chance to print off my notes for the race, so I was on my phone looking at the notes. So that's part of the reason why I haven't had the broadcast on at all yet. The race today is on your local Fox affiliate. So Big Fox for today's Food City 500. I'm glad that's the case because I remember before they went to the dirt race at Bristol in the spring, this concrete date was always on FS1. It always bothered me because the TV ratings were kind of going down for the Bristol spring race for like 3-4 consecutive years. I'm like, well, if you put it on Fox, I know people are going to watch it because it's pretty overwhelming. Like, I might be biased in saying this, but I'd like to think that the vast majority of people love Bristol Motor Speedway, of NASCAR fans. And not every NASCAR fan has the ability to watch races on FS1. So why would you put, one of your better racetracks, not on full display for everybody to watch? So yeah, the TV ratings went up, when they brought the dirt to Bristol, but it was also on Big Fox. And it was on a holiday too, which I think helped that out also. No holiday today. Well, I guess St. Patrick's Day, but it's not really a holiday. Sorry if I offended any leprechauns out there with saying that. Eddie Overcrash, taking Kyle Busch. Thanks for tuning in, Eddie. NASCAR Fan 05, taking John Hunter Nemechek for the win. That is a very bold prediction. I think he was top 10 in practice. But still a bold prediction, to say the least. Kyle Lance, thanks for tuning in as well. Podigan taking, Bell, Blaney, Elliott, Truex, Haley, Allmendinger, or whatever. That's a lot of drivers. I'll just take them all. They'll all run well. Get this prediction. Half the field will finish in the top half, and the other half of the field will finish in the bottom half. That's my bold prediction for today. Anybody have green tea at the track today? Green by way of St. Patty's Day. Hopefully that green means a lot of good green flag racing. The drivers getting into their cars right now, post-national anthem. A decent crowd on hands for the Bristol Spring Race. I gotta say, the crowd looks better today than what it did for Bristol Spring races before dirt. For about that 5-6 year stretch before the dirt races came in, it looks like there are more people there today. Obviously, more people are going to go to the night race. That almost sells out every year. So there's that. But yeah, as far as today goes, yeah, not bad. Weather, pretty good. No rain in the forecast and above 60 degrees in March. About as good as you can get most areas of the country this time of the year. Regine Huddleston, thanks for tuning into the stream also. All right, I'm going to try logging out of NASCAR.com real quick and then logging back in. See if they have any sort of a raw feed up and available yet. Oh, they might. They might. Might not have issues with it this week. That helps the viewership out. It helps you guys out watching at home. You're not frustrated not knowing the live leaderboard every single lap. Blessed to be born and raised in a time where electronic and scoring was used at the forefront of every NASCAR broadcast I've ever watched. I couldn't imagine trying to watch in the 80s, if you were, say, a Darrell Waltrip fan or whatever, and he's not in the top 3 or 4, where's Darrell running? Will you highlight Darrell for me, please? I couldn't imagine just not knowing where your favorite driver is at all times throughout the course of the race. That would frustrate me a little bit, but yeah, it hasn't been the case for almost 30 years now. I think 1992 was when they had electronic and scoring used. Was it 92 or 94? Over under 50% chance of tempers blowing on pit road. That's a good over under stat right there. That it is 50-50, I'd say. It's a 50-50 chance that we'll see some sort of argument or temperament on pit road after the race. Or during the race, you never know. There wasn't a truck race, I guess, between Stuart Friesen and Nick Sanchez last night, which I'm not sure why Friesen was so upset. He literally, wrecked himself off the front bumper of Nick Sanchez's car and then confronted Sanchez about it. It was kind of similar to what Matt Crafton did with Sanchez last year, where Sanchez had a run. He was going into a hole that was there, and then Crafton moved down and basically turned himself. And then Crafton got upset about it. It's almost identical to what Stuart Friesen did. The only difference was it didn't spark a huge crash. It was literally just those two that were involved. I don't know. I get being upset with younger drivers for racing over aggressively, but if you're the one making the over aggressive mistake, I think you have to own up to it. That's just me. That's just me. Just given the command to fire engines. We are not that far away from racing at the Bristol Motor Speedway for the running again of the Food City 500. Mike G, thanks for tuning in. JoJo's prediction, Harvick finishes the booth. I would hope so. Has a random bathroom break in the middle, misses the finish of the race, and then your prediction's wrong. Something ridiculous like that. He'll finish it. Maybe he'll lose his voice and then have to step aside or something. Laryngitis on the spot. 40% of you say that somebody other than Blaney, Larson, Hamilton. That poll has gotten a lot closer. When we first started this stream, I think it was at 52% for other, and the rest are at 17% or lower. Blaney's catching up. Blaney's at 31%. That's why we keep these polls live for as long as we do. We usually get about a couple hundred votes by the end of stage 2. In this poll, we've gotten 78 votes so far. And Kyle Larson's catching up as well. 22%, only 8% taking Denny Hamlin right now. So we've got a close race all of a sudden in the poll that is up in the chat. Doran Davis, thanks for tuning in. Yep, Richard Petty, Kyle Petty, Richard Childers, Joe Gibbs did the engine command. Sorry I didn't let you guys listen into that. I usually do. Who sang the national anthem? I have no clue. I didn't even have the telecast on my phone. Again, I didn't print my notes off pre-race, so I was having to read them off of my Google Docs page on my phone. So I did not have the race broadcast up at that time. And I didn't see any sort of news outlet of it beforehand. So I don't know. All right, so engines are fired for the Food City 500. I think it's time we go through the starting lineup for today's race at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Ryan Blaney on the pole at Bristol for the first time in his NASCAR Cup career, and the first time he sat on the pole in 2024, riding 3 straight top 5s coming into this race today. Can he get his first win of the season? Josh Berry on the outside of the front row will start in second, his first career front row start, and he is a Tennessee native, so we'll see if he gets his first top 10 of the season. Denny Hamlin and Joey Logano will line up in row number 2. Hamlin, the most recent winner at Bristol, winning the summer race last season. And Joey Logano, a former Bristol winner, both on dirt and the concrete oval. Chase Elliott and Chase Briscoe will line up in row 3. Elliott starting top 5 back-to-back weeks, still looking for his first win since 2022. Michael McDowell and William Byron will be in row 4. As far as Michael McDowell goes, he's had 3 finishes of 11th or better in the last 4 races at Bristol, trying to go for another top 10 run here today. He was 6th a season ago. Bubba Wallace and Kyle Larson in row number 5 for this one. Larson, 2021 Bristol night race winner, and Bubba Wallace was top 3 in practice yesterday. Martin Truex Jr. and Christopher Bell in row number 6. Bell already a winner this season, and obviously the winner last week at Phoenix. Harrison Burton, Kyle Busch will line up in row number 7. Busch, the most winningest driver of any active Cup regular in the field today at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Eric Jones and Zane Smith will line up in row number 8. Brad Keselowski, Corey LaJoie in row 9. Brad, another former Bristol winner in the field today. Ty Gibbs, Daniel Hemrick in row 10. Many issues for Gibbs yesterday in practice with steering problems. Hopefully, he doesn't have as big of a problem for this one today. Austin Cindric, Noah Gragson will line up behind them in row number 11. Gragson riding 3 strong races so far through the first 4 this season. 2 top 10s already as well. Tyler Reddick and Todd Gilliland will be in row number 7. I don't know why I said row number 7. In row number 12. Row number 13 going to be Ryan Preece and John Hunter Nemechek. Nemechek was top 10 in practice yesterday, but slipped down the leaderboard in qualifying. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daniel Suarez in row number 14. Alex Bowman, AJ Allmendinger starting deep in the field in row 15. This is Allmendinger's second Cup start of the season. Austin Dillon, Justin Haley in row 16. Row 17 for Kaz Gralla and Chris Buescher. Buescher, former winner of Bristol 2022. He won the night race. And then Carson Hocevar and Ross Chastain will round out the field in row 18.
Starting 6th right behind him is Chase Elliott from Mitchell, Indiana.
All right, row 4 starts 7. Michael McDowell in that 34 carbine. He has been hot. And actually here in Bristol as well, finished Bristol best of 6. William Byron on his outside, 2 top 10s last 3 races.
Row 5, Bubba Wallace has his best ever Bristol start. And Kyle Larson, 2021 Bristol winner.
Sounds like they're going through the lineup just like me.
He has a win this season to go to start off with, and now we come to what is considered one of his best racetracks that we go to, Bristol. 8 top 10s in his last 9 starts here, including that win that you just mentioned. On a day today where we expect drivers to be moving all over the racetrack, Cliff Daniels told me there is nobody he would rather have in the car than Kyle Larson, who is one of the best at doing that. Keep an eye on him today.
Row 6, Martin Truex Jr. has the best average running position for every single lap of all drivers this year. And Christopher Bell, last week's winner in the desert in Phoenix.
Row 7 is Harrison Burton with his best Bristol start, and Kyle Busch, an 8-time Bristol winner.
36 drivers in the field. The rest will scroll across the bottom of the screen. And let's visit with the driver who has the best average finish of all drivers in 2024.
Hey, Ty, Kevin Harvick up in the Fox booth. You're coming off your career best finish last week. You got rewarded with a great practice session yesterday with all kinds of things to challenge. What are you thinking for today, buddy?
Yeah, I feel like we had a great day yesterday, but we're going to be good today. We're going to come back and hammer down. I appreciate everybody out there, all my sponsors, and happy St. Patrick's Day to all y'all out there.
Well, have a great day. We're having fun watching you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Todd will roll off 19th. Now, way towards the back will be Chris Buescher and Ross Chastain, both of whom had a problem on their qualifying lap, but otherwise had fast cars. Buescher will start 34th. Chastain will start, well, he's the caboose on this train, 36th and last. Busch Light's giving away a fishing trip for 2 and tickets to the Bristol race in September. Follow Busch Beer on X and enter during every commercial break using hashtag #BreakForBusch, hashtag sweepstakes for your chance to win. Let's check with our crew
Like
chief,
that paint scheme.
Reynolds.
Mike, we're short track racing. That means beating and banging cars getting to the outside wall. Now, that will be fun to watch, but it can cause a problem in the rear of the car. Let's go to our Toyota Camry virtual cutaway car, and I'll show you exactly what can happen back there. There's one in the left rear and the right rear. It's called the rear toe length. There's one on the left rear and the right rear, and it's like a miniature tie rod. It hooks to the A-frame and hooks to the spindle in the hub. When you do hit the wall or another car, it can snap in two. It's a steel toe length, but it can still snap in two. And that causes the rear tire where it has no control whatsoever. Now, I don't want to say it's easy to replace, but it's 2 bolts. Crews can replace that, get that toe link back in place, and you're back on the way. I want to say it's easy to do, guys, but when they're saying pace cars coming, it's not so easy.
Thanks, Larry. Well, something's got to be the weakest link.
And this is why it's so easy right here. All it takes is one slap of the wall. You see A.J. Allmendinger last year, boom, big contact out there. You bend that alignment piece, that toe link, if you will, on that back. You are coming down and going to fix and replace that piece immediately. That will take you out of the race or in your day. Easy to do here, running that outside line, Kevin.
Well, and there's just so many things that can go wrong so fast here to do that.
Well, the sun is playing peekaboo with heavy overcast clouds here. Temp is 61, track temp 82 due to the sun, but it's mostly cloudy. It'll be sun and clouds all day long. Today, 500 laps. Stages 1 and 2, 125 laps each. The final stage is half the race. Now, pit road. You have to enter under caution in turn 2 and exit in turn 1, no matter where your pit is. They pit on both sides of the racetrack. Fuel window 175 laps, but boy, they're going to need tires before that, it seems, especially on these first 2 sets. Here's some Kyle Larson radio for you.
All right, here we go. Bristol, the last great Coliseum. Awesome day for a race. Beautiful spring day in East Tennessee. Looking forward to it. Thank you. Number 500 laps ahead of us tonight at Bristol. Let's go make the best of it. Have a good night.
Yeah, and as I listen to that, I think Cliff is sitting on a pit box just thinking, you know what, boys, today I'm just going to...
Why did he sound like a pilot going over like the temperature and like all the forecast details and the where everybody is going to be landing after today's trip? That's what that reminded me of. Oh boy. Pace car pulling on to pit road. The field going to work its way up turn 4. Ryan Blaney leads them to the green, and we are underway in the Food City 500 at Bristol. Down into turns 1 and 2, Blaney pulls clear of Josh Berry and teammate Joey Logano. Logano follows in suit to second place ahead of Berry. Blaney wiggles a bit getting into turns 3 and 4. Berry back to the inside, and Blaney will still be the leader at the end of lap 1. Blaney on the outside of the racetrack. Josh Berry down to the bottom. The wiggle costed Logano as well as he had to check up out of the gas to keep it off of the back of his teammate. Fight for the bottom in the early going of this race as the groove will have to wait a bit before it widens up throughout the course of the race today. More rubber buildup that we end up getting, the more you'll see the line change. But for right now, it is a fight for the inside and a fight for the lead between Josh Berry, the rookie, and Ryan Blaney, the defending series champion. Our leaderboard's still stuck as of right now, but Berry has completed the pass for the lead over Ryan Blaney. And the Sunny D Ford of Josh Berry out in front of the field here in the early laps. Chase Briscoe battling Joey Logano for position. A rough start to the year for Logano, 30th in points, coming in after the first 4 races. Needs a solid run. Looked like he was going to get into second off the start, but not the case. Still stuck on the outside of the racetrack. And he gets passed by Denny Hamlin and now Chase Elliott. And quickly, Logano going to fall out of the top 5. McDowell to the inside. Byron stuck on the outside behind Logano and is also losing multiple positions a lap. Walsh gets by the 24. Byron. Martin Truex Jr. is going to do that. Kyle Larson, his teammate, not going to let him in. Larson clipping the apron a little bit, getting off turn 4. Trying to keep it as low as he could to stay underneath of Byron. Pass complete. Byron still on the outside, still losing spots as Christopher Bell will now get underneath him into turns 3 and 4 on lap 7. Sorry for the leaderboard being frozen as well right now. I'll continue to monitor that while I'll have you listened in to some of the race coverage.
It starts to wear off. That top lane is just not going to be fast enough to make the distance up. But the other thing that we heard a lot about from practice is tire wear. And this bottom of the racetrack is going to wear these tires out.
Now remember at the back, Chris Buescher has already gained 6 spots. Ross Chastain is up 2 as Josh Berry at his home race here out in front.
I am so impressed with Josh Berry. Huge turnaround for him, Rodney Childers, everybody on his 4 car. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Out here leading at Bristol.
And Josh Berry is just a phenomenal short track racer. And like you say, Clint, this is what they needed. They qualified well, showing the capability of what they can do as a team, and being able to lead these laps is confidence not only for the driver but for the whole team and organization.
Well, still, he and Ryan Blaney have put 2 seconds on the field in just 10 laps.
Yeah, it looks like the third place car of Denny Hamlin is definitely holding up some of these guys, back in the field. So clean air is king right now. And at some point, you're going to catch some cars and have to start working through lap traffic.
We talk about who's being able to move. Man, I see some cars already. Brad Keselowski, one in particular, on this outside, burning that outside in. Those guys are getting bottled up on the bottom. He rolls them around one by one on the outside. Up 5 spots so far.
And you saw Chris Buescher in a hurry to get to the front. He moved Noah Gragson up and out of the low groove to gain the spot. Now he's a bit bottled up in traffic. There's the BuildSubmarines.com cam on board Buescher, who's had to come from the next to last row.
Well, he knows he's got to go.
There it is, Denny Hamlin. He's following suit. These spotters are telling those guys. The boys are starting to make hay on that outside. Rolled right around Briscoe on the outside.
Yeah, that's making a liar out of me here, Clint. That second group, for whatever reason, is coming in. This is the first time that we've raced on the resin on the bottom of the racetrack, but it seems like that second group is definitely faster right now with certain cars.
Now, this resin is used at a lot of racetracks to help equalize the competition between grooves, but it's the first time they've used it at Bristol. Here goes Bubba underneath Briscoe.
This is great racing. Side by side, several of them all the way through the field. I like that outside line's rolling right there on their door, just barely on their outside. They're able to pick it off, and I think it's because they're taking their exit away. If they can just get on their outside quarter panel, by the time they get to the exit, they take that exit away, and the pass is made.
Back in 13th place. Eric Jones, Christopher Bell, last week's winner. Byron, Gibbs, Busch, all right there.
We see William Byron up a little bit in the center of the racetrack, in the center of the corner, diamond in the corner. And I think as we run here, for sure, the racetrack's going to keep moving up. But here we got a pass for second place with Denny Hamlin going underneath Ryan Blaney.
Last year's winner, Denny Hamlin, man. You knew he was going to have to beat this guy. His car is extremely fast. Again, I think all the Gibbs cars are strong, especially that one right there.
And we were just talking, I just mentioned 8 laps ago that Denny Hamlin was 10 car lengths behind, and all of a sudden, here he comes.
Yeah, looking here outside already on the leader. Didn't take any time at all. As soon as he got around Blaney, pounced on.
Bump and run, turn 3, car on the wall.
William Byron.
Keep it up there, PK.
Well, he had a lot of help. No caution.
A lot of damage.
All that was happening. Denny Hamlin's taking the lead.
He's struggling up there. He's up in the marbles, having trouble getting it down.
Byron has damage. Here's a look at it, lower right.
3 wide. I think Bell got into Logano just ever so slightly. And I think he got in the marbles up off of 4, and he got down to the next corner and didn't have any grip in his tires. See, the part of the wall is what that is.
That or that toe links broke on the right rear.
And Byron has come to pit road as we stay green. And now the yellow flag waves, apparently for debris. Got some William Byron audio. This won't be pleasant.
I think you're right, Kevin.
Yeah, totally broke. Logano got his mate.
There it is. You heard it. Toe links broke. They're going to replace this thing. Larry just teed us up. Wasn't what? Previewing the race right here. First one, first caution.
Well, with the way that you get loose here on the exit of the corner and the way that it snaps, it just snaps up and it doesn't hit the wall square. It kind of hits the corner right there and breaks that toe link. But when you go back and look at that video, that wasn't Joey Logano's fault. That was Christopher Bell getting into Logano, which shot him into the 24.
Anytime you're 3 wide at Bristol, though, that's bound to happen.
There was a lot happening.
Now there is what they're replacing. Something has to be the weakest link in the suspension, as Larry explained, and it's good that it's this toe link because that's the easiest part to replace.
Yeah, and right now they're on the clock to get this toe link changed because they're on the clock to that NASCAR sets with the DVP damaged vehicle policy to be able to change the toe link in time before they run out of time and are done in the race for the day if they exceed that time limit.
He broke the grinding wheel there. Man, quick work there. They got him another grinding right off the bat. They're going to get this thing, hopefully, maybe just lose a couple laps.
Yeah, and I think the caution was for the decal banner that Byron took off with his rear bumper off the wall.
Track is changing fast, faster than I anticipated, Kevin.
Well, it definitely was very strange there with that second groove being better than the bottom, and I think a lot of that is just the resin being slick until it gets run in and the rubber put on it. But it's definitely going to be confusing for us to watch and for all the drivers on the racetrack.
A couple things I'm seeing. Obviously, Denny Hamlin are going to pit here, but man, how about Chase Elliott too? Great run for him so far.
And this pit is purely because of the fact that they had high tire wear yesterday, and they know that those tires are going to be at a premium.
You must enter the pits under caution at turn 2 and come all the way around. Regan.
Well, Mike Kevin's exactly right. This is more about checking tire wear, figuring out what they have. The 4-car of Josh Berry, little tight, just like practice. Big fall off so far, as you see 2 tires for him. Didn't really want a lot of change to the balance. And the 5 of Kyle Larson just managing his race car right now. A lot of marbles on the top of the track. Jamie?
And around on the front side, Denny Hamlin said balance is good. No big complaints for him. As you can imagine, he took the lead there 4 tires. The 9 of Chase Elliott said our balance is pretty good here. Another top 5 start for him, and he's moving forward.
Thanks, Jamie. One driver.
Oh, contact, Bubba Wallace, and
great pit stop for Bubba Wallace.
Yeah. One driver stayed out, and that was Tyler Reddick, who was in 20th position.
Well, if tires are of that much of a premium, they only have 9 sets of stickers and 1 from qualifying, so it'll be tight.
But my city was gone.
All right, so under our first commercial break during the actual race coverage for today's Food City 500 at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Looked like Tyler Reddick might have stayed out of the pits because Josh Berry won the race off pit road. After going in with the race lead, Wallace came out second. So Reddick is going to be out in front of the field now. Berry led 18 laps. Denny Hamlin led a few as well there. And Hamlin actually took the race lead away from Josh Berry for 5 laps after Berry led for 18. Ryan Blaney led the first 3 before losing the lead to the 4-car Berry. So already several lead changes in the early laps. Caution is out for William Byron, getting up against the wall there, taking a little bit of the banner with him. Fortunately, that was the reason for the caution. Had a big slide, and obviously that toe link ended up breaking as well. So as you see, Byron's 7 laps down already and is definitely going to be taken out of contention for the win. And he may get taken out of the race entirely if they don't get that toe link issue fixed quickly under the right rear of that race car. Could be a last place finish for Byron here in this one. They can't get him out soon. 59 likes, almost 60. 59 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys haven't done so yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. And be sure to vote for who you think will win the race today as well. 94 votes have been casted so far. Blaney Larson tied at 27% for that second place of the poll. 38% of you say somebody other than Blaney Larson or Hamlin will win. Hamlin up to 9% now, growing just a little bit from the last time we checked it, now that he looks to have a very fast car early on. Sarah India, NASCAR 2311 Cup Series Racing, thanks for tuning into the stream. Dale, thanks for tuning back in once again on another Sunday as well. And many others. Susan Greenland, thanks for tuning in. The resin they put on the track a liquid? I have no clue. I couldn't tell you. I don't know what is all in that. It used to be traction compound they put on the bottom at Bristol. So when they say that this is the first time that they used resin, they've used resin at other racetracks, but it used to be traction compound they would put on the bottom. So I don't know if it just reacts different because it's concrete and not asphalt, because usually on the asphalt racetrack it reacts very, very, very good and very, very grippy. But some issues with it here at Bristol this weekend for sure. So we're about to get a restart at lap 31 following our first caution of the day, again for William Byron. Reddick stayed out of the pits. He was the only driver not to hit pit road. He'll be on slightly older tires, but he leads the field at Bristol as we're back to green. Down into the bottom groove of the racetrack is Reddick, pulling clear of Josh Berry, side by side for second between Berry and Wallace. Ty Gibbs up inside the top 10 after a pretty fast pit stop, gaining positions. Early trouble! The leader is around. Tyler Reddick off turn 4, gets hit. He spins, cautions out, and in piles in the 71 of Zane Smith, as he had the brakes locked up for an extremely long time, and then ended up crunching the 45 of Reddick. Looked like Hocevar might have went around behind that, as well as the 31 of Daniel Hemrick.
Reddick trying to get refired.
Yeah, we'll have to see the replay, but it looked like the 4 car gave the 45 car a pretty big shot because he just wasn't going in the middle of the corner, and I think a lot of that has to do with the tires.
Clearly his tires didn't take off near as good. You can see him slipping around. Bubba gets on his outside before, hit him once, hit him twice. That was a combination of didn't have the real estate on the exit, had him the 4 car on his left rear. Then Zane Smith hits him on the inside.
Tyler Reddick gets turned around and they pile up in the back.
Wow. Quite a few cars spinning at the very back of that. I didn't realize Corey LaJoie and AJ Allmendinger also had a bit of a slide there with minimal contact. 2 quick yellows in the early going of the Food City 500 at Bristol. A very, very slippery racetrack for these NASCAR Cup cars here today. Saw that quite a bit in practice and qualifying. The Truck Series race yesterday seemed like they were able to handle quite a bit better, but I think the trucks have a little bit more downforce in them and slightly less horsepower than these Cup cars too, so that could be factored into why they were able to at least keep control of the vehicles a little bit more than what you're seeing here. It's tight confines, it's Bristol, there's going to be contact. As the classic Joey Logano meme would say, it's just short track racing. I couldn't say that with a straight face. Nor anybody could, for that matter. Trying to get the raw feed back up and running for you guys. Haven't had that ability to get that yet. It was stuck on the warm-up still. Seems like per usual at this point. It's a weekly running basis that the raw feed is not working for the Cup races, but it works for everything else. It works for Cup practice, qualifying, and truck Xfinity races. It worked for the Daytona 500, but it hasn't worked for any Cup race since until we get to about the midway point. So as soon as that becomes available, we'll get to that. For right now, we have the Fox leaderboard to go off of. And I apologize for my camera actually being in the way of the Fox leaderboard. So let me move that. Sorry if anybody was shouting into the chat to move the move the screen. Apologize. Bubba Wallace got to the lead right as that caution was happening with Reddick going for a spin. I got sandwiched there a little bit between the 4 and the 23 after the 4 gave him a bit of a shot at the 2/3 mark of the way through turns 3 and 4. Obviously couldn't hang on. Pretty significant damage for Reddick and Zane Smith for that matter. Tough start for Zane Smith this year. Several incidences already in these first 5 races now. And all early in the race, too, where he seems to get in these wrecks. Tex Pat, thanks for tuning in. Yep, COTA next weekend. All 3 series will be racing next week at COTA, so we'll have a triple header for you on Saturday with Cup practice and qualifying at 10 a.m. in the morning Eastern time. I'll be streaming that. I'll be streaming the truck race at 1:30 next Saturday, and at 5 p.m. Eastern next Saturday, the Xfinity race will be on. So triple header there. We'll have Cup Series action for you Sunday afternoon as well. So busy weekend next week for a 2-day show at Circuit of the Americas, first road course race of the season for all 3 series. Stunner28, thanks for tuning in as well. IMSA Supercross NASCAR, great weekend for racing, yeah, for sure. Sebring was yesterday. Watched the highlights of that earlier. Seemed like a pretty good race. And obviously NASCAR Bristol, so we know that's great.
William Byron gets the free pass. Jamie?
Well, Mike, after that first round of stops, listening to the radio, drivers are talking about marbles. Chase Elliott said, I've never seen anything like it. These are marbles. Basically, think of the racetrack as a cheese grater. It's grating the rubber right off the tires. And the problem is when the tires pick it back up, it feels like they're driving on ice. So this is certainly something we're watching and listening to. Drivers are going to have to contend with it all race long.
Chase Elliott and crew talked about just that.
Marbles are wild. I've never seen anything like that here in my time. Yeah, cover that.
Well, you saw the graining on that tire too,
Yeah.
and that's really what makes the car ill handling. A lot of that is just contributing to the difference between sticker tires and the older tires. But the hard thing right here is going to be refiring with all that buildup on the tires.
Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear, more driven. Now, as we line up for the restart, only 2 drivers in the top 8 have 4 fresh tires. They are Hamlin and Blaney in row 3.
Well, to all their credits, this is the first time we've ever put resin down on this racetrack. Last time it was a different traction compound. The resin is definitely different.
Pace cars in.
Pace car on to pit row. Bubba Wallace, Josh Berry, front row for this next restart. Green flag back in the air following our second caution. Only lap 39 for this restart in the early going. Yet a stage 1. Chase Elliott, big hiccup getting into turns 1 and 2 in the restart. He was on the inside of row 2. McDowell cleared him easily on the outside. About a 4 to 5 car length difference now between 4th and 5th as Hamlin and Elliott are battling side by side for 4th. Bubba Wallace leads his first green flag lap of the day at the line as he was able to get in front of Berry on the restart. Ryan Blaney, Ty Gibbs also side by side for position. Chase Elliott down to the bottom of the racetrack. Hamlin on the outside. Bump and run. Berry to the back of the 23. Berry's been very aggressive here in the early going, but it's working out for him so far as he retakes the race lead. Michael McDowell underneath Bubba Wallace now battling for second as they lean door to door. These two have a history at this racetrack, I will mention. Go back to that 2020 All-Star race. Those two got into each other in the open. Wallace hanging on strong on the outside, which is slowly coming in throughout the course of this race. And this is going to be pretty impressive if he's able to clear the 34. McDowell's doing a great job staying underneath him, but he's not going to be able to stay underneath him for much longer. Wallace is now clear for second. McDowell stays in third right in front of Hamlin, who's quickly caught the 34, and Ryan Blaney in pursuit as he just passed Chase Elliott for position. That last lap is right behind Hamlin. Hamlin to the outside of the 34 of McDowell. Doesn't want to try to pass him on the bottom. Denny's car looks like the quickest, at least through these first 40 laps. Even though we haven't had many green flag laps, he is moving past cars with almost ease. Top or bottom, but making the outside look a little easier that time. Blaney going to get to the outside of the 34 as well as he'll make the pass for 4th place behind. Denny quickly pulling away from those two and is trying to have his eyes set after his affiliated teammate Wallace in the 23 and race leader Josh Berry in the 4. Berry's led the most laps early on, 24 laps led already. Wallace not going anywhere though after Berry made the pass, and Bubba actually gaining back on him, going up a lane just off the bottom of the racetrack, closed the gap. A little bit of clean air, obviously, as well. Berry staying true to the bottom lane. Battle for the lead once again going on. Great racing here in the early going, I will say. Ryan Keselowski, Chase Briscoe side by side. Michael McDowell losing a little bit of ground. Briscoe into the back of McDowell off the exit of the last corner. And Wallace to the outside of Berry for the lead. Action all over the top 10. Berry, Wallace, door to door. Wallace will complete the pass on the high side. Hamlin was going to try to follow. Berry's going to have to move up at some point. He's staying down on the bottom, and drivers are making headway by moving up just a lane off the inside. That is where the passes are being made. Hamlin to second now. Berry side by side with Blaney for third. After leading laps, he's fallen behind. Almost contact between the 4 and the 12 off turn 4. Blaney clear into 1. Stays a lane off the bottom. Elliott to the outside of the 4, and Berry's dropping like a rock. From first to fifth in about 3 laps. 3 laps or less. McDowell has gone from about third place back to 8th in just more than that. Keselowski working on the 34 of McDowell. Brad on the inside, maybe not the best positioning to make a pass in the early going. Hamlin catching Wallace, but after not being able to make a pass on Bubba that last time by, Blaney closes the gap, and we have a 3-car battle for the race lead on lap 52. I know it's early, but great racing here at Bristol Motor Speedway today. Cars are slipping and sliding around. Drivability at a very, very low for these race car drivers. Hamlin now to the outside of Bubba Wallace. Couldn't pass him on the bottom. He'll try the top. It's been the passing lane on cars that are faster than others early on. Hamlin leads that lap at the line by inches and is going to be clear off of turn 2. Now we'll see if Ryan Blaney can make the pass on the 23 car for second. Chase Elliott closing in, and Ty Gibbs, who started 19th, is already up to 5th. Blaney to the outside of Wallace. Wallace about squeezed him into the wall. Very close call there. So they might have made a little bit of contact, but it was a very close one. Busher on the back of the 21, getting log jammed. Blaney did complete the pass for second. Elliott to third. Gibbs had a struggle getting off of 4 behind Wallace on the inside. Keselowski beats him. Brad Keselowski going to move up a spot. A roulette wheel of drivers passing others here in the early going. It's hard for me to tell who's quick because Berry looked like he fired off well, and now he's all the way back to 11th. It's unbelievable. And now Blaney's going for the lead on Hamlin, and Hamlin looked like the quickest. And that's not the case anymore. Ryan Blaney is there. Blaney looks to the outside, not going to get there. Dives back in line again behind Denny Hamlin. I mean, everybody's under a blanket. Briscoe going way up the racetrack. He misses his line. Kyle Busch wasn't able to get underneath him, though, as he had a car underneath him. There's so much going on, and I don't feel like I'm doing good enough justice trying to break down every little piece of action going on the racetrack. Elliott up the racetrack. He tried to get by Blaney on the outside. Oh, in a second effort, almost gets squeezed into the wall by the 12. Didn't think he was going to be able to hang on the right side of Blaney's race car, but he did. Chase Elliott to second as he tries to run down Denny Hamlin. The top 8 cars are within 9/10 of a second of each other right now. This is insane. What is going on here? And now Elliott's trying to take the race lead away from Denny Hamlin. Keselowski's up to 4th. To the inside of Blaney for 3rd. Door to door at the front of the field. And Elliott is going to take the race lead away from Hamlin. My goodness.
Where's our Elliott fans out there? Leading at Bristol.
.61 of 500 laps complete. Chase Elliott in the lead at Bristol. 1 caution.
Crazy racing going on right now. We're probably going to see this leaderboard change quite a bit more. Seems like whoever gets into the lead can't stay there. And I almost wonder if the marble buildup from the back of the field the lap before is causing the race leader to lose the lead and lose a bunch of ground after that, because we've seen that out of everybody that's led. I mean, we saw Josh Berry take the lead. He fell out of the top 10. He's back to 14th. We saw Bubba Wallace, take the lead away. Then he fell back to about 6th. Now he's back to 3rd. Hamlin took the lead. Now he's back to 6th. And Chase Elliott leads. And I'm sure if Blaney gets around him, Elliott might fall out of the top 5 too. I mean, this is just a roulette wheel. Nobody can pull away. The track is so slick, and it's so hard to stay in a rhythm. We are seeing probably more passing, I think, in the first 50 laps of this race and what we've seen in the last 2 races at Bristol with the next-gen car. This is absolutely obscure, to say the least. But my goodness, what action we have seen in the early going. We'll go through the full field running order. Yeah, Blaney to the lead, and Elliott's back to 4th already. I mean, it seems like whoever takes the race lead gets into some sort of an issue with the tires. They can't pull away. They get too much buildup, and they fall behind until the next driver that takes the lead is going to get the most buildup. It almost feels like a super speedway with a lot of off throttle time and a lot of braking. But Blaney leads. Kyle Busch is up to 2nd out of nowhere. Denny Hamlin's 3rd. Chase Elliott 4th. Bubba Wallace 5th. Brad Keselowski 6th. Kyle Larson 7th. Christopher Bell 8th. Chase Briscoe's 9th, and Alex Bowman is 10th. 11th for John Hunter Nemechek. Ty Gibbs 12th. He was just in 3rd not that long ago. Chris Buescher in 13th. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 14th. Austin Cindric 15th. Ryan Preece 16th. Make that Michael McDowell now 16th. Mark Truex Jr. 17th. Ross Chastain is 18th. Josh Berry is all the way back to 19th after leading 25 laps. And we're only on lap 69. Todd Gillen 20th. Ryan Preece 21st. Justin Haley 22nd. Corey LaJoie 23rd. Eric Jones 24th. Joey Logano 25th. Austin Dillon 26th. Hocevar now 26th. 27th for Austin Dillon. Kaz Grala 28th. Daniel Hemrick 29th. Daniel Suarez 30th. 31st for Zane Smith. Noah Gragson 32nd. AJ Allmendinger 33rd. Harrison Burt 34th. Tyler Reddick 35th. William Byron is 36th. 7 laps down, still in the race, but had that toe link break. But many laps down is Byron. Kyle Busch down to the lead. Blaney to 2nd. I mean, we're probably going to have a record number of lead changes at this rate for Bristol. We've had so many different drivers lead a lap already under green. I don't see us not breaking the record at this point. We're still in the first 100 laps. We got over 400 to go. This is too much. It looks like we're under caution.
Bill Ford Brown. And by Credit One Bank. Caution is out for Zane Smith, who blew a tire on the front straightaway and the resulting debris. Now, Chase Elliott had gotten out front and led Hendrick Motorsports' 80,000th lap in their NASCAR history. Then Kyle Busch, who restarted 16th, forged his way to the lead. And it's like whenever somebody can lead for about 5 laps, what do they make their tires angry? Because then they just get overhauled, and the whole pack has stayed pretty much together with all these lead changes so far.
I don't even know what to say because I don't know how to explain it, but we've seen side-by-side cars just go and all of a sudden just shut off and start going backwards. It has to have something to do with the graining of the front tires and the tire wear of really all 4 tires. So we'll have to see what happens when they take them off. But we're going to have 3 sets on 72 laps into this race.
That's what's dangerous. Only 9 sets out here. These guys on the pit box is old Larry scratching his hair. He might be out of here by the time this thing's over. But you said it, Mike. It really has congested the field in this tight racetrack, this half-mile track. Usually 30 laps in, you're back the leaders on the same straightaway as the tail end of the field at Bristol Motor Speedway. Not even a chance. They're on top of one another. It's throwing a blanket over the top 15.
There's Eric Jones, and
I think that's part of the 71 car on his hood.
At the Ford Performance Cam here on Joey Logano's car, and his car has been absolutely horrendous.
All right, pit road will be open this time.
Well, after what I saw with those 2 tires and stuff like that, Josh Berry lost a lot of ground. I'm putting 4 tires on this thing, Kevin. Give me 4.
I'm with you, and that's, as a driver, that's what I always wanted, was 4 tires.
Regan?
Kyle Busch up 15 spots since the restart, and what the field doesn't want to hear, he reports to his team, the balance is really good. He's happy with his car at this moment. And the 5-car, Kyle Larson, really good right now. The biggest concern is he's got to do a better job navigating better through the traffic that we see on the racetrack right now. Jamie?
73 laps in, and these teams are coming in for their second set of sticker tires. The 11 of Denny Hamlin super tight into the corner, but as he moved up, it got better. The 12 of Ryan Blaney ran pretty hard there. He said needed to turn just a little bit better, but no big complaints from either 2 of these drivers.
All cars were under caution as they enter the pits of turn 2 and come all the way around both pit rows, exiting at turn 1. Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Chase Elliott, and there's the race off pit road.
Still some pit crew challenges for that 8 car, Kyle Busch.
Well, they made another change this week. They had the original jack band back. They moved the front tire changer to the rear, got a different front tire changer, and just lost 3 spots.
Crazy race so far at Bristol through 74 laps. Looks like Denny Hamlin is back in the race lead. Ryan Blaney second off of pit road. Chase Elliott is in third, Kyle Busch fourth, and Brad Keselowski rounds out your top 5 in stage 1. The predictions coming into this race, based off of how everybody else is running as of this point right now, had Ryan Blaney as my win pick and a must-have. He's second. Hamlin was a must-have, is in the race lead. Kyle Larson, one of the must-have picks. I haven't really seen him up towards the front today, but he is in the top 10 and 10. So 3 for 3 as of now here, the early going of this one. Chase Briscoe, one of the sleeper picks, is top 10 still. 6th place for him. Josh Berry obviously fell down a huge amount in the running order. He's back to 17th. Michael McDowell as well, now back to 15th. They were on that sleeper list. And then the don't haves, Ross Chastain. I would have known there was going to be this much passing. Maybe I wouldn't have put him in the don't haves, but he is still 27th. Alex Bowman in the running order. Got to find him real quick. Not even sure where Bowman's at. Bowman's in the top 10 right now in 8th. And then Ty Gibbs was in the top 10, but I think he had a slow pit stop, and now he's back in 13th. Hamlin the leader on the restart. We'll see if he keeps it for more than 5 or 6 laps before losing the lead, because this is definitely the most different race at Bristol I've ever seen. And it's so different that it's almost it's fun in a different way. It's so weird. I mean, we had like 10 cars within 9/10 of a second of each other at the front of the field at Bristol, slipping and sliding around. I don't know what to make of it. It's like the dirt's still there, but faster because it's still on the concrete version of the racetrack. Oh my goodness. So hard to pick apart every little detail that's been going on right now. Like I mentioned already, I mean, we're in store for maybe the record amount of lead changes for a Bristol Cup race here today, and we've had so many so far. Once a raw feed becomes available, we'll be able to actually see how many there are. Until then, we're not going to be able to see that. Crazy, crazy event so far. Got 66 likes on the stream out of a goal of 150. So be sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't done so yet. Weird but entertaining race. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's pretty much how I'd put it too. Weird but entertaining. And we still got over 400 laps to go. I mean, this is a wild one here today at Bristol. Let me tell you.
Cords and what these tires are doing. Right here's the right front off of Joey Logano's car. This is what we mean when we talk about cords. The rubber completely gone on this tire. He was tight before this started. It got tighter after.
Larry, that's it's a bit excessive.
Yes, it is, Clint, and I'd like to sit here and tell you it's going to get better, but I am very, very concerned. The biggest thing I'm concerned about is what we're seeing and the number of tires we got sitting in our pits.
Well, in last fall's race here, there were only 10 lead changes in the whole race. We've had more lead changes in the first 70 here than in any race on concrete in Bristol history. Wow. Back under green, Denny Hamlin. Out in front of Ryan Blaney, Chase Elliott on the outside. Kyle Busch drops low in 4th.
I will be right back.
All these teams have reported to their drivers what the situation is with their tires. So in Joey Logano's situation, that car looks like it has too much camber and it's obviously tight and hard on the right front tire. So he's got to make some adjustments as a driver. There's obviously not a lot you can do here because it's Bristol and you just have to go as hard as you can through the center of the corner. So it's a tough situation to manage.
All right, here's some Chase Elliott radio. Elliott riding in third.
What are your volts now? 12.8 now. Been flashing at me for 10, 15 laps. The only thing I have below is just my helmet fan.
12.8.
Well, that's not going to last long.
No, not with 200 laps to go.
I mean, it might last 150, 200 laps, but it's not going to make the whole race if it's not charging battery at all.
Blaney the pass on Hamlin. Man, when he made a pass, then he tried to get back in line, and that thing took a set. I was going to come around on him.
Well, and I just wondered, Clint, if Denny's just sitting there trying to be as easy as possible, find a space to be able to save those tires and knows the situation.
Chris Buescher has made it up into the top 10. Now, here's a guy who started 34th, gained a whole bunch of spots by taking 2 tires on the early caution flag, but he's worked hard for a top 10 spot. Got it. Ty Gibbs just went by him to take that back, but he's with the lead pack and battling. Here's the RFK crew.
Well, we knew Chris Buescher would be in the mix here. He was great in the fall, him and Brad Keselowski both.
Third place.
Well, when you have, and you called it a situation, when you have situations like this, I look for experience. And look at the experience up front. Blaney, last year's champion. Danny, many years of experience. This 8-car, Kyle Busch, many-time winner here at Bristol. That 9-car, champion. Brad Keselowski behind him, champion.
Kyle Busch was runner-up in last night's truck race. The surprise was he didn't win it. Christian Eckes took it to him, passed him under green, and held him off for the victory.
We see Denny Hamlin go back around the outside of Ryan Blaney.
Lead changes already. The race record is 40. Set in the spring of 91.
Look at the marbles up on top of that racetrack. That's all that tire. Jamie said it. It's like a cheese grater out here on these things.
Well, Buescher's fallen back a bit to battle with Nemechek and Bowman, 11th, 12th, 13th here.
Clint, what do you think the best strategy is to save tires? I mean, is it in the resin? Is it above the resin? Because I don't really know.
Well, here's what I'm going to say. Save tires or whatever, tire wear always puts on better racing. We have massive tire wear, and look at the difference of a product we've seen here today at Bristol already 90 laps into this thing. Tire wear is king.
33 to go in stage 1. We're going to take you box side by side at Bristol.
Cause a country club where I belong is a honky-tonk. The Busch Guide, cold and smooth survival skills. Hello? Should you become stranded, be ready to signal rescuers.
How long have I been out here?
About 12 minutes. Head for the mountains.
You give, and you give. This tax season you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get unlimited data. You get America's most reliable 5G network. You get a Samsung Galaxy A15 for only $99 so you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah! Good talk.
Turn your tax refund into a U-Fund. Switch to Straight Talk for plans starting as low as $25 a line. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com.
Now we get ready to rumble in Richmond.
Virginia is for lovers. Are you ready? Of a return to racing under the bright lights.
It's a night race and people are jacked
Of
up.
a rocking infield experience that offers unparalleled access to your favorite NASCAR drivers. Of a spring weekend full of friends, family, and electric short track action you'll never forget. NASCAR Weekend at Richmond Raceway. Get your tickets now at richmondraceway.com.
Inez, let me ask you. You're using Head and Shoulders, right?
Only when I see flakes. Then I switch back to my regular shampoo.
You should use it every wash. Otherwise, the flakes will come back.
He's right, you know.
Is that Tiny Troy?
The ingredients in Head and Shoulders keep the microbes that cause flakes that big.
Microbes, really?
They're always on your scalp. Little rascals. But good news. There's no itchiness, dryness.
All right, I had to take the dog outside, so apologize for that. But 25 laps to go, stage 1. Exactly 100 laps complete. Denny Hamlin is the race leader. Kyle Busch currently in second. Ryan Blaney third. Chase Elliott fourth. Brad Keselowski fifth. Christopher Bell sixth. Ty Gibbs seventh. Chase Briscoe eighth. Ninth for Kyle Larson. John Hunter Nemechek rounds out the top 10. 34 laps led for Hamlin. In the early going of this one, stage 1 will end at the end of lap 125. Here's more of the race coverage.
Hamlin the leader, Busch second, Blaney third. This is fourth on back, Elliott, Bell, and Keselowski. 103 laps complete.
Slider Sunday on Keselowski's quarter panel. They're sliding around this baby at Bristol.
And Ty Gibbs keeps marching toward the front. Boom! Or that.
Yeah.
That's the Bristol stomp right there.
Yeah, he had a lot of momentum, and he thought Christopher Bell was going to leave the lane, and he didn't.
Are you sure that's what you saw? I think Bell moved up and he voiced his displeasure on the bumper of his race car.
We used to call it the chrome horn, but those bumpers aren't chrome anymore. All right, so Josh Berry, you know who he's battling to be the second most famous person in his graduating class?
Taylor Swift.
No, she's first. IndyCar star Joseph Newgarden. They all went to high school.
They all went to high school together?
Yeah.
And they let Kelsey take off with it?
Well,
I don't know.
Yes, you do. He's dating Taylor Swift.
Oh, trust me, I know. My little girl Piper at home informs me daily that that's the only football player she knows.
Ty Gibbs trying to take fifth from Chase Elliott. Couldn't get the job done in that corner, but didn't work on the bottom. Let's try the top.
Well, he's got that second lane rolling in pretty good.
Especially off turn 2. And Josh Berry has been up and against the wall.
Oh, no. We have a tire down.
Kyle Busch hunting the lead.
We see both of these guys in that second lane. Denny Hamlin has been in that second lane the whole time. Kyle Busch will dip down into the bottom when he needs to, but I'm still curious as to which lane is going to be the best for tire savings. As we heard Regan tell us, all the tires were wore out down to the cords, and they're graining really bad on their way to the cords.
And as soon as they're wearing out to these cords, you can just see it. I mean, it's instantaneous. They start slipping, sliding around, and headed to the back.
Yeah, the lap times just immediately start slowing down into the 17-second bracket.
Well, Xfinity will pass his lap last time by. Let's have a look at it. Kyle Busch the quickest. Chris Buescher trying to get to the front. Denny Hamlin trying to hold the lead. John Hunter Nemechek back in 12th. And Alex Bowman currently 10th. You come to Bristol to watch a race, whether you're a broadcaster, a fan, a cameraman, a director. You leave here, it's like your head's been on a swivel for 3.5 hours.
This is the most interesting start to Bristol Motor Speedway I've ever seen. Whether I was racing in it or calling these races, this is by far the best start to a race I've ever seen. It's Bubba Wallace way off the pace in the exit of 4.
Got up in the marbles.
I think that's half of it. You get moved up into those marbles, it's going to take you 2 or 3 laps to get them clean back up. I'm talking massive marbles.
How about Chase Briscoe, who has slipped back now to 15th place? We listened in.
I told him to stay out of the resin, but I don't know what the hell's right. The 41 tires look the worst, and he ran up top the most. So a lot of different information we're getting.
Talking about his teammate Ryan Preece.
Well, and that's where we are up in the booth. We don't know if it's better in the booth. There's 8 cars off the pace.
From second, big time problem.
Regan.
Like 2 laps ago, he came on the radio, said the right rear is gone completely. His spotter, Derek Nealon, also just trying to give him updates on where to run. Nobody knows where to run right now.
No nowhere to hide.
Well, it's wearing those tires out. All right, crew chief, I need help. Where can I run on this racetrack that saves these tires the most? Well, I don't know. This resin is obviously throwing them for a loop.
We saw Denny Hamlin just run in one line, and we saw Kyle go up the hill, pull his car down. I just think you need to have as little as possible lane changing and pulling the car around and backing it off to try to save the tires. But he's in big trouble.
Trying to ride it out to the next caution and try to not be the next caution.
Yeah, you just have to nurse this thing around there. 7 more laps, Kyle. You can see how slow and off the pace he is.
Blaney going for the lead on Hamlin. As we get toward the end of stage 1, he's got it. But look at Ty Gibbs has climbed all the way to second place.
Man, it doesn't stop there. They are really stacking up behind him. You're talking all of them right here in a row. You can throw a blanket over them.
Yeah, and this is all whose car's not wearing the tires the most, and who can keep the tires on the cars. We see Austin Cindric probably have the same problem that we're talking about with Kyle Busch. He's got something that's just completely wore out and just nursing it to the end of the stage.
Ty Gibbs, the driver with the best average finish this season, last year's Rookie of the Year, and Kyle Larson have powered past Ryan Blaney to take over spots 1 and 2, with 4 to go in stage 1.
Can he keep these tires underneath of him? Did he save enough? Man, there is a lot of cars. Christopher Bell off of 4. He is in big trouble. It seems like the Gibbs cars are really having trouble right here in the trailing laps of this.
When you drive this car, it will just, when the right rear tire shuts off, it is instantaneous, and all of a sudden you just can't drive it anymore, and you just have to almost stop to make the car go around the racetrack.
Buescher takes 3rd from Keselowski.
Denny Hamlin in a wall off of 3. Turn 3.
And a spin in turn 2, and it's Kyle Busch.
And it's down. The right rears finally blew out on him. I don't think he's the only one. Denny Hamlin was in trouble getting into 3.
We're going to go. Kyle Busch becomes the next caution.
He's driving it around backwards.
Slowly pull down. They'll start splitting to the top here.
He's going backwards, losing as little space as possible.
He is 1 lap down, trying to keep from going another.
Yeah.
Here comes the 11 in turn 3. You can see his right rear down. He was in trouble. William Byron gets into him, tags the wall just a little bit. Unbelievable tire wear we're seeing.
Now, that was not the caution. Hamlin getting into the wall in 3.
No, it was the other flat tire. Kyle Busch in 2.
Kyle Busch going around in turn 2 is the reason for the... Look, there's no tire left on that right rear.
It's just wearing through all the tread down through the cords, and finally it just, blows air out the cords.
Ty Gibbs is going to get his first career stage win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Made a methodical march through the field, took care of his tires, and he is the leader at Bristol at the end of stage 1.
This has to be the most insane race at Bristol I think we've seen so far. We're only through the end of stage 1. Action-packed to say the least. And Ty Gibbs, the second-year driver, is the one that wins the first stage. Kyle Larson 2nd. Chris Buescher 3rd. Brad Keselowski 4th. John Hunter Nemechek 5th. Martin Truex Jr. 6th. Ryan Blaney 7th. Ryan Preece 8th. 9th for Josh Berry. Christopher Bell rounded out the top 10. Those will be the drivers receiving stage points here through stage 1. Blaney took the race lead away there for about a lap right before the last 3 or 4 laps of that stage, and actually really got bailed out with the caution coming out for Denny Hamlin and Kyle Busch, because if they didn't end up bringing out the yellow, I think Blaney would have fallen out. Some of them at the very end of the stage that cliffed a little earlier, lap down until his tire ended up going out, but Austin Dillon, Harrison Burton, Noah Gregson, Austin Cindric, Bubba Wallace all went a lap down. Wallace will get the free pass. He went a lap down. Man, what a crazy race. A lot of tire wear going on here, and these teams only have 6 more. This is going to be very interesting to see, what NASCAR does. NASCAR is going to have to find a way to get these teams more tires. They are not going to be able to make it on tires to the end of this race. With 6 sets left, there's no way. No way they make it to the end of this race on 6 sets of tires. And we're seeing cording going on. We obviously saw Busch's tire give out there. It's not like they're setting the air pressures too low and they're blowing out like the first Bristol race with the next-gen car. In this scenario, they're literally wearing out. They're wearing out so quickly. I did not see this coming today. I don't think anybody saw this coming. If you saw this coming today, then you you're from the future or something. I mean, this is unlike anything we've ever seen before at Bristol, to say the least. Man, Hamlin ended up in the wall there late in the stage. I don't know if he's gonna stand. I mean, I feel like Blaney's tire would have went flat if that caution didn't come out soon, because he was dropped back very quickly too.
This season they have the best 4-tire stop average. So let's go ahead and meet the defending series champions.
Champion and more handsome host of the Stack and Pennies podcast.
Zach Price, rear tire changer, Taylorsville, North Carolina, dad to Maxton in Denver, 2-time NASCAR Cup champion.
Trevor Apsey, Empire, Michigan, third-year tire carrier, former linebacker till the end of the year.
Chris Conklin, fueler, Snow Camp, North Carolina, 4-time Xfinity champion, defending 2023 Cup champion. Started in the sport as a jackman, been a fueler since 2019.
Studs. Yep, there they are, the series champs. For Team Penske and Ryan Blaney. Now, right at the end of the stage, Ryan Blaney got up and into the wall. Here were his comments. Excuse me, Denny Hamlin up and into the wall.
Yeah, tried to do all I could there without wrecking. Wrecked anyway. Yeah, I come forward at 8. I mean, obviously it's the same issue, so doesn't pay to lead and or run the gray, I guess. Who knows?
I just wonder if this is going to turn into, in the Cars Tour, we see a lot of tire conservation races where the guys will intentionally save. I just wonder if you slowed the pace down a bunch to try to save the tire, if that would even work.
Well, that's where we started. When I started in the sport, you definitely did that. Tony Stewart was really good at it.
Regan?
Ty Gibbs doing a great job keeping his tires where they needed to be. His crew chief, Chris Gale, very pointed in his comments, said, tell me exactly which end slips worse, because that's which end we need to be concerned with. A little bit loose end for his car. That's what they worked on. Kyle Larson, the right front came apart at the end of that run for him. Lots of question marks on the radio. Jamie.
Brad Keselowski with a really strong Ford. He said anything you could do to help that right front latch adjustment and 4 tires.
It'll be close this race off pit road. Larson, Gibbs, Keselowski, Blaney. Topic on the high.
Oh my goodness, I'm speechless. I'm speechless as to what is going on. I mean, what we do know is there's a ton of tire wear, but it's hard to tell what the best place to be to get yourself into a winning position is. It definitely seems like if you're out in front for 10, 20 laps, your tires fall off way quicker than everybody else's. Where is the best spot to be in the running order on the racetrack by way of racing line to conserve the tires the most is really the answer that no teams really have up to this point, and are still kind of throwing darts at a dartboard as to trying to figure out exactly, where that spot is. A crazy race so far at the Bristol Motor Speedway. 69 likes on the stream. Again, our goal is 150. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet. Raw feed leaderboard still not working on NASCAR.com to this point. I'll continue to work on that as much as I can throughout the course of this race. We haven't taken an ad break yet today. Fastest speed? I have no clue. Until we get the raw feed up, I'm not going to be able to look at who had the fastest lap time to this point. Usually sometime during stage 2 is when that has come available, so I'd imagine sometime in the next 125 laps it'll be up and running. Stuck at lap 33 right now, it looks like. Which is better than the initial starting grid. Kyle Larson won the race off of pit road, so he will be the leader. And I believe this is the first time today Larson has led. And again, Ty Gibbs was your winner of stage 1. What a day at Bristol. Tell you what, people bought a ticket for this race. They are in store for a wild one, because it has been so far. Only 134 laps, and again, only 6 sets of tires left for these teams. I mean, that is the big thing here is who's going to even be able to make it to the end of this race. And they're not going to be able to put scuffs on if they keep courting them. Like, oh my goodness.
We're at the end of stage number 1, and tire wear is the topic for everybody in the field. That's Ryan Blaney's right front. Everybody in the field having one issue or other, and perhaps some teams anticipated this. We were allowed to listen in on the pre-race crew meeting for Noah Gregson's team.
All right, guys, 125 first stage. We can go like 190 on gas. Tire wear is an issue. There is more fall off than there has been with resin versus PJ1. So we go
Phoenix and in Vegas, it's just pit stops or gaining, and then you just inch your way forward. You get done. Good job. So,
all right, guys, let's have a good day.
yeah.
Gregson currently 1 lap back. Had a safety violation on their last pit stop, and another one on this pit stop. Too many men over the wall for Zane Smith. Let's check with Regan.
Well, Mikey showed some tires earlier that looked really bad. Up and down pit road. I checked every pit box on this end of pit road. These were the best looking tires. These are the tires off of Kyle Larson's lap times he needs to run early on so he can keep saving those tires.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear out of somebody's mouth. Kyle Larson, all right, I'm going to back this thing up. I'm going to put it in my hands. I'm going to save you some rubber on these tires for the end. And you better be managing these tires, because this run, folks, is 12 laps longer than what we just saw.
Well, you're going to have to back the pace down at the beginning of the run to keep some rubber on those tires, but you just don't want to be the guy that causes the caution like the 8 was right there. The 11 had the same problem, but he wasn't the cause of the caution and was able to keep himself on the lead lap. So you just don't want to be the first one that has the most issue and blows the tire out.
So we will restart for stage 2 with 27 lead lap cars plus Bubba Wallace, the free pass car. There's a look at Bristol from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. Jamie?
Right now, I just talked to Greg Stucker with Goodyear. He said we have enough for each team to have a set. That's 144 tires. We're just waiting for NASCAR to give Goodyear the green light that these teams can come over and get a set, but they want to be prepared, so they're working on it now. They've been doing it for about 10 minutes. We'll get you a shot here momentarily, Mike.
Thanks, Jamie.
Look at that tire.
Boy, that's a busy place, you know. Those tire busters are among the hardest working people. Goodyear, Jake Blau as well. And Dave Stoley as well. Getting at these shots.
50 laps his way, 50 laps my way.
Want to say hello to one of our former Fox crew members on both the NFL and NASCAR. Mike Steepback operated the scoring pylon graphic and the ticker for the first 20 years of our NASCAR coverage on Fox. Mike up in Green Bay, Wisconsin, where he is the unofficial mayor, at least everybody with Fox, has been battling cancer, and want to wish Mike Steepback well in his journey and in his recovery. Now the lights out on the safety car with Kyle Larson and Brad Keselowski on the front row. Ty Gibbs, Ryan Blaney, John Hunter Nemechek, Chris Buescher, Josh Berry, Christopher Bell, Mark Truex, Ryan Preece. The top 10. What will stage 2 give us? The sun back out, flirting with these big heavy clouds. In and out, sunshine on the track, resin in the track, marbles all over the track. Camaro pace car is in, and here we go.
Ty Gibbs looking to the outside of Kyle Larson for the lead off 2.
Well, I think Kyle Larson's just in that tire conservation mode. I think he's going to listen to Cliff Daniels and just back his pace off and try to save his tires. And Ty Gibbs just took off there and passed him.
This restart strings out a lot more than any prior restart. it's like not a lot of people rushing to the front.
I think you're exactly right. And you listen to the radio. I looked over. Cliff Daniels told Kyle Larson about a 1670. I think there'll be plenty. That'll be some reserve for the end of this race. Let them go. If they want to take off, I remember Martinsville. My first race in Martinsville, Tony Stewart, passing, blew his doors off. Kevin put a straightaway on him. Thought, ha, he ain't so bad after all. I was a lap down by the end of that run.
Well, that's what's going to happen right here. If you don't save your tires and pace yourself, and you can see at the front of the pack, this is just like a late model stock race at a worn out racetrack. These guys are checking up the pace. They're side by side. Josh Berry one of the very best at late model stock racing in this country. Going to try to position himself, and I wouldn't be surprised if he just tries to back up and run the pace of the leader now that he's got his track position.
Shot that gap. I think that's the key. You know, if I can get to the lead like Ty Gibbs, now I want to back it up.
Yeah, and that lap right there, you can already see Josh Berry ran a 16.5 on the last lap, backed up to 16.70. Now he's just content to ride right there.
Martin Truex is not content. He wants the lead from his Joe Gibbs Toyota teammate and takes it.
And he's not even going to pressure him. Ty Gibbs is not going to pressure him at all because he wants to run that pace. He's got the track position that he's happy with. And these guys are going to start pacing themselves to try to make these tires last longer.
Well, that's where you got to discipline yourself behind this wheel. It's going to be easy to get to that lead. All right, if I can get to the lead, then I'm going to back up. Well, you start backing up, now I'm going to get greedy. Some other guy is. Don't get enticed into that. Stay on the plane. Stay managing these tires.
Truex becomes the 10th different leader today. 20 lead changes so far.
Wow.
As Christopher Bell battles Josh Berry for 4th. Inches apart.
Careful.
Less than an inch.
Well, we saw them run, and you're going to see Ty Gibbs go on the outside right here for the lead, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go back up front, take the lead, and I'm going to set the pace again. And every time somebody gets the lead, they check that pace up in order to try to get their cars to where they are in the right track position, and then try to set the pace.
Race pace has fallen off about 0.7 of a second from where we were at this stage on the last green flag run, and the 4 Gibbs cars are in 4 of the top 5 spots.
Yeah, and that's management. They can take off, and you can see it at will. If you want to go lead this race, have at it. But you're going to wish you didn't here in about 30 laps. A second difference from this takeoff of this run versus the last.
All intentional. Nothing to do with the racetrack, the cars, the tires, all by choice from the teams and the drivers. And now there's a huge game of strategy and a game of chicken that's going to happen with all this jockeying back and forth to see who wants to set the pace and who wants to get out there and make up track position as they get behind. And that's what Joey Logano's doing. We noted earlier that he was struggling with his car, and his right front tire was one of the first ones we showed with cords on it. And he's like, hey, this is a good opportunity and maybe playing into something that I can do better than I could do when everybody was trying to go.
There are several science projects going on here. I've noticed several cars that since the restart have not strayed off the bottom of the track at all, and others like Kyle Busch who have not been to the bottom, running every single lap up top, trying to figure out where is the tire wear going to be the best.
Well, the biggest thing that I've noticed is because of the pace and lack thereof, because they're managing this thing kind of like a horse race, holding that horse back till you come off the floor. You don't have to worry about being the tail end of this thing and worry about going a lap down. These guys are all right there on top of one another.
Yeah, well, this is no horse race, Clint. This is like every late model stock race in the Southeast.
Well, Kyle Larson got it done. 80,000 career laps led in the Cup Series for Hendrick Motorsports. 29 drivers have led at least a lap, 35 different racetracks, and every season that they've been in the Cup Series, they've led 240 laps or more.
Comes Ty Gibbs back to the front. Be careful of that rookie driver. He ain't a rookie anymore, but he's still pretty fresh. Don't be enticed by these guys to go out there and lead every lap. Get yourself in trouble by wearing these tires out. Denny Hamlin's tired of following. I want back up there.
We've been on this constant mission to try to get to a point where the tires completely wear out in Cup Series racing. Today it's a bit extreme, and now you're seeing other cars, all these cars set a pace to try to keep the tires on the car. And I'd much rather see it in the drivers and team's hand to do that.
I would absolutely rather watch a race like this than a qualifying lap after lap after lap. Tire wear is always better racing.
24th lead change of the day as Denny Hamlin puts his Toyota back out front in front of Larson, Gibbs, Bell, and Truex.
Denny Hamlin, your current race leader. Kyle Larson second, Christopher Bell third, Ty Gibbs fourth, Martin Truex Jr. in fifth, Josh Berry sixth, Chris Buescher seventh, eighth place for Joey Logano, Brad Keselowski ninth, John Hunter Nemechek is 10th, Ryan Blaney in 11th, Ryan Preece 12th, Justin Haley 13th, Daniel Suarez 14th, Kaz Grala 15th, 16th for Todd Gilliland, Alex Bowman 17th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th, Corey LaJoie 19th, and Chase Briscoe is 20th. Michael McDowell 21st, Daniel Hemrick 22nd, 23rd for Chase Elliott, 24th for Eric Jones, Bubba Wallace 25th, Carson Hocevar 26th, 27th for AJ Allmendinger, 28th for Ross Chastain, and Austin Cindric's the first car lap down in 29th, 30th for Harrison Burton, Kyle Busch 31st, 32nd Austin Dillon, Noah Gragson 33rd, Tyler Reddick 3 laps down in 34th, Zane Smith 5 laps down in 35th, William Byron 36th in last place, 7 laps down. Everybody's still in the race, but again, 28 cars on the lead lap, average race speed of 75.65 miles per hour to this point. We've had numerous amount of leaders. Hamlin's led the most with 56 laps led so far, make that 57 and counting. 4 cautions today in the race, all for incidents. And we are on lap 166 of 500 as we are in the early going of stage 2. Ty Gibbs was your stage 1 winner. And currently Gibbs is in second. Hamlin has just lost the lead. Kyle Larson now back out in front. We've already had over 20 leads. We'll take another ad break here. You're listening live on KRC to the Food City 500 flag-to-flag coverage. It is Bristol, baby. I mean, this is a lot of fun to watch, I gotta say. This is... I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I want to say it's peak Bristol content because this is a Bristol unlike we've ever seen before, but my goodness, we're in store for a wild one today. It already has been wild. I mean, Denny Hamlin just got in the wall that last caution. Now he's back up in third again. Seems like every week this guy gets in a wreck and he's like still up there with the leaders after the fact. Got bailed out Kyle Busch. He actually spun bringing out the caution, so maybe Hamlin didn't lose as many positions as he probably should have there, but unbelievable. A lot of comers and goers. A lot of young guns have been up towards the front of the field. I mean, the top 3 at one point on this restart was Gibbs, Nemechek, and Berry.
I don't know, Kevin. You know, Darrell Waltrip won a dozen races here, but I think your highlight reel at Bristol is about as long as his. Or were they highlights?
Well, I think they're for the wrong reasons, but yeah, I've had some intense moments here for sure. I love it. I'm glad I don't have to do that anymore.
I love what I'm seeing right now. I love
this has been a wild one.
Management of what we're seeing these guys have to overcome today.
28 lead changes. Now, as we went to break, Denny Hamlin got right up and alongside Ty Gibbs for the lead, and kind of like 2 tractor trailers on the interstate, fighting their way up a hill, holding traffic back behind them. That's what they did for 4 or 5 laps together, just trying to control the pace of this race.
Yeah, and everybody has the opportunity to do what they need to do. If they want to move forward, they can get the pace down, and they're going to get to the same point. It's just going to take a little bit longer.
What does Ty Gibbs think of all this?
I said Larson's a good judge there. He rode with us the whole time the last time. Denny blasted out front, blew his stuff off, and faded. So Larson's your judge, too.
Well, Ty Gibbs had the best car at the end of the last stage, so he's in a
crash. Turn 4. Daniel Hemrick up and against the wall. Zane Smith with him, and Ricky Stenhouse put us under caution.
This all started down the backstretch.
See what we can come up with. We're done. Dang it.
It's the ballpark buns and rolls cam as Stenhouse tries to roll his way back to pit road. Well, weeble wobble going on there. 3 cars involved. But as you said, it was a big stack up in turn 3 that led to that in turn 4.
Yeah, I think it actually started off at turn 2, and they stacked up down the back straightaway, and then it just mixed everything up.
I think you're seeing them off the 2 here. They start stacking up around Zane Smith, checking up in front of him as well, and then Stenhouse gets into McDowell there, slides up into. Well, he bounces off another one. I think he had some damage in front of his car from what happened in turn 2, and the rest is history. Another caution. I don't think that was on purpose. I think his front end was off. Shot him all over the place. He was along for the ride.
Well, let's go way back. And John Hunter Nemechek was trying to race his way forward on the outside, came down there on Joey Logano, and look at this stack up.
That's exactly what led to the stack up. I saw that first, and then they wrecked back here prior. He will butt back.
Well, here we go again. We're going to have to pit for another set of tires. They got through, well, let's see, we went 52 of the 125 that have done.
Track sweepers out, working both ends of the racetrack. Once again. 28 cars on the lead lap, including Stenhouse, who may need lengthy repair. Zane Smith.
I see 2 sweep trucks out there trying to clean all these marbles up. Do you think they can get it cleaned up enough where a guy like Larson and get up there and run and burn in that outside line like we know that is there and exists?
I just don't think so. I think that with the way that they're having to pace themselves, I think that you know, that it's going to come down to who can have the best handling car to keep the tires underneath the car as long as possible. So
balanced.
It's going to be a balanced race car. I don't think you're going to get up the racetrack today, all the way to the top.
Well, we completed the West Coast Swing, 2 races this year, and there are your winners out in the West, including Tyler Reddick, who earned the most points of anyone. And Brad Keselowski and Noah Gragson turned their seasons around to the positive in the West. Busch, Cindric, and Wallace, not so lucky. Looking for a win, Logano, Austin. Remember, Preece had that penalty to put him way behind, as did Noah Gragson.
You know, Logano started up front, started 4th there in this race, and just marched his way steadily straight to the back. But all these cautions, all these problematic situations for these teams has enabled him to make some adjustments on that car, get himself back up inside the top 10.
And there's a sense of survival to this one.
100%.
You're gonna have several more casualties, and the way that this race has progressed, and these guys have adjusted and adapted to what they need to do with saving the tires. We're gonna see these cars stacked up side by side with each other for a whole bunch of laps as we go forward.
Well, and I do love the fact that come stage end, they have the ability to go when it's ready and to the end of this race.
Well, we've been super speedway, intermediate, short track, and we're going road racing. Next Sunday on Fox in Texas, the twists and turns of Circuit of the Americas. Pre-race at 3 Eastern, engines fire at 3:30. Sunday on Fox. That is a long and winding road. There's the track map of COTA. Now, compared to the short tracks. All right, let's take the length of Bristol, 5/8 of a mile. Let's add the 3/4 of a mile of Richmond, including the paperclip turn. There's Martinsville. You add those 3 tracks together, and you're almost halfway around COTA.
There you go. It's a long lap.
Cool racetrack. Can't wait.
Regan.
Like Kevin mentioned, wanting to have a well-balanced race car for this to be good today. That's exactly what Ty Gibbs has right now. Wants to be just a touch freer, but he likes where it's at for that last run. And the 4-car of Josh Berry right now starts off too tight, builds too loose. He doesn't want to free it up because he's afraid it's going to be too loose by the time he gets to the end of the tire run. Jamie?
Brad Keselowski, 3-time winner here at Bristol, continues his solid run. He said, we're not any worse that run. They'll put 4 tires on it. Meanwhile, the 19 of Martin Truex Jr., I need rear grip, he says. Feels like they wore the rears out worse that time. They're going to make an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires.
Thanks, Jamie. I'll be interested in some of the science projects We mentioned Kyle Busch never went to the bottom of the racetrack on that run. Some other drivers never venture up top. We'll see what maybe they learned about their tires. Chris Buescher wins the race off pit road, takes on 4 tires, and jumps up 4 positions.
Alrighty. Under caution again here at the Bristol Motor Speedway. I do believe that was the 5th caution of the day. Yes, it was. All involved Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Zane Smith, and the 31 of Daniel Hemrick. That's the 3rd incident now that Zane Smith has been involved in so far today. It's been the story of his season. He's 10 laps down. I think he's going to be done for the day now at this point, and will be the first driver out of the race. William Byron still 7 laps down. It's going to be hard for him to make those laps up with everybody having to pit. He's not going to be able to take any wave arounds here with the amount of fall off that we ended up seeing. And obviously there's still many more cars a lap down in front of him. I believe Carson Hocevar got the free pass as of that last caution. So he's now back on the lead lap in 28th. It feels like this race has been going on for so long because so much has happened, but we haven't even had an hour and a half of racing yet to this point. So we still got a long ways to go. Chris Buescher is currently the race leader after winning the race off of pit road there. Martin Truex Jr. is scored in 2nd. Ty Gibbs 3rd. Christopher Bell 4th. Todd Gilliland in 5th. Kyle Larson 6th. Joey Logano 7th. John Hunter Nemechek 8th. Brad Keselowski 9th. And Josh Berry rounds out the top 10. Predictions up to this point so far. They don't have picks. Ty Gibbs in 3rd. Definitely proved me wrong. He's up there contending for a potential race win today. Alex Bowman's been outside the top 10 all day so far. He is currently 17th. And Ross Chastain as well, still deep in the field in 24th. The sleeper picks. Josh Berry's had a great run. He's led some laps. Fell back in the top 10 now, though, in 10th place, as I just mentioned. Michael McDowell started up towards the front of the field. Actually was as high as 3rd at one point, but he has fallen to 19th and has been running mid-pack pretty much ever since. Chase Briscoe, who was up front early in the race, fell behind, was tail end of the lead lap at the end of stage 1. Still deep in the field, I do believe. We try to find Briscoe on the sheet. 14th, actually. No, he has clawed his way about past half the cars that were initially on the lead lap and where he was running at the tail end of the lead lap to begin stage 2. All the Mustang picks coming into the day. Ryan Blaney just outside the top 10 at 11th. He was my pick to win. Denny Hamlin has been up there, had his issue towards the end of stage 1, put him back in traffic. Then he was able to get all the way back up towards the race lead again there during that green flag run we most recently saw, but now he's back in 23rd. So a little bit of a roulette wheel going on there. And Kyle Larson, who is also leading laps under green during this stage, is fallen to 6th, but he is still in the top 10. But Chris Buescher out in front. Buescher's the only driver to finish inside the top 5 in both the next-gen races on the concrete Bristol surface. He won the 2022 race and finished 4th last season at Bristol.
I want to thank the Bandit Flight team for the flyover today. And trouble for Ty Gibbs on pit road. Beginning with the right front tire that comes off his car will roll away out.
Well, it doesn't sound like he's going to be in 3rd anymore. Uncontrolled tire, it looks like.
That causes one of the behind the wall guys to drop over the wall to try to retrieve it. And then as he leaves, either the jackman or tire changer got upended. And now he is back in. Regan.
Well, Mike, when things happen quick like they are today, you got to make strategy plays. That's what Chris Gale is doing right now. He is using up his scuff set. Since they're going to be in the back, he said, go ahead and pit right now. We're going to use up the scuff tires so we don't use up the stickers that we think we're going to want later on in the race. Great play by him since they had the penalty.
Well, this is a tire-saving strategy race, and those moves like that are the ones that you have to make in order to win these types of races, to have the best tires at the end of this race, or the most tires at the end of this race. So you know how many sets of tires you have, you know what you're dealing with. This is a different style race, but a lot of these guys have run these styles of race coming up through the ranks. I know I keep going back to the late model stock days, but this is how Ty Gibbs, who we think has the best car and knows how to play this game. Some of these dirt racers, Kyle Larson, Christopher Bell, they know how to save those tires too. So this is this has got a high level of interest of how the strategy is going to play out and who's going to do it the best.
All right, Chris Buescher, who took just 2 tires, he and Christopher Bell on the front row. Here's your progressive race summary. 30 lead changes already. 11 different leaders and 28 cars on the lead lap, including Harrison Burton, who gets the free pass.
30 lead changes in less than 200 laps.
And, you know, NASCAR may release a set of tires to these teams, but we know we have 10 sets, including those qualifiers. We can't dictate cautions like what we just had, but that first run, up until the point that the 71 had an issue, that was basically 31 laps. And then when Kyle Busch and Denny Hamlin had an issue, it's 47 laps. The only way these numbers work, we're going to have to get to a point where we run about 50 laps per run. Again, that's not factoring in the cautions.
You're spot on, Larry. If they can't get any farther than that, I don't care if they get another set of tires. They're still going to be in trouble.
We're back to green. You saw Ricky Stenhouse back out on track after that caution. He is 3 laps down. Chris Buescher,
how about this?
2 tires and the lead.
Started in the trunk.
All right, so here you go. Position yourself, try to get to the front of the pack, and then see who wants to play along and set the pace as to what they think their pace needs to be compared to what your crew is telling you what your pace needs to be.
Pull them reins back.
You've got to pull the reins back, and these guys are going at it pretty hard up front.
Buescher is the race's 12th different leader. Will Christopher Bell be the 13th?
Well, that's as fast as we've seen. They definitely ran faster taking off this run than they did the last run.
Yeah, by a good bit too, Kevin.
The total Todd Gilliland in 7th also took 2 tires on that stop.
I think Bell settled in there in second. He looked like he was going to go up and give him a race there for the lead, Buescher, but I think they've just settled in. And
we got a player. John Hunter Nemechek, just as in the last green flag run, he is on the move.
Well, I can promise you he's going to go to the front. He might not stay there, but if it's on the table, I'm going to go leave me a lap.
And every time these guys do this, they're going to get more and more knowledge about what their tires look like, what their pace was, and that may be why they decided to pick up the pace some, but that pace is slowly going to creep back towards the low 17-second bracket, and everybody in the field knows what their car's issue is and what they've been working on, whether it's the right front tire or the right rear tire they need to save.
Well, by this point, everybody's been told several times, listen to me, make sure that we get green flag runs. We need this thing to go green for a long time here. We cannot keep throwing tires on these things. We're going to be out.
Seventh place here. With Berry and Gilliland. And Josh Berry prevails.
Slowing down so much, I've actually heard some cars shifting.
Yeah, it sounded like Joey Logano may have been shifting right there.
He was earlier too.
Here's Josh Berry and crew talking tires.
I think they're mounting an extra set of tires for everybody right now.
They better mount more than that.
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, we're not even 200 laps in yet.
At least everybody won't, aero tight and look at the positives.
Well, there's that. NASCAR VP Elton Sawyer came over to the booth and said that they will release 1 extra set of tires to each team once Goodyear has all those tires mounted. But he said that's it. That's all the tires there are available are 1 extra set. NASCAR making the decision early in the race to allow an extra set of tires to help the teams plan their race strategy.
Whoa, hold on to it, Suarez.
Yeah, it's like they got stuck together and he couldn't get off the side of him.
Got loose underneath of him. It just, as you said, needed that real estate. It wasn't there.
Justin Haley gets away. Settles in.
They need to settle in. You said it. Settle in here and get these green flag stops. I just was talking about green flag runs. If you don't, even 1 more set might not be enough.
Now here's Logano trying the high side. And he clears Busher. That's for 5th place.
Yeah, when the story's really going to start to tell itself is when we get 30 or so laps into this run to see whose cars start falling off, even though that the pace is slowed down, because you can save the most tires at the beginning of the run. You can do the least amount of stress at the beginning of the run. But we see Ty Gibbs, he's got the fastest car and seems like the best car on the tires, and he's decided that he's going to go and push the pace until he gets the track position that he needs and suffer the consequences at the end of this run in order to get his track position back that he lost on pit road.
He restarted 28th.
Well, that's the only thing he's got to his expense right here. Hey, you might as well go and try to pounce on, get up there, and then try to slow down, and we'll deal with that when we get there, but we need to get our track position back.
Boy, Kyle Larson, Larry points out, is the only Chevrolet in the top 15, along with 5 Toyotas and 9 Fords. Casgrala in the top 10. He had a difficult practice session, had trouble finding the bottom of the racetrack, but they got him squared away for qualifying, and he's having a good run here.
Yeah, and the hardest thing to do is what Kaz is doing a great job, but what Josh Berry just did, he just had to, he's setting his pace and said, this is as fast as I'm going to run. Go ahead, Kaz, and go on by. I don't want to go any faster right now to save my tires.
Christopher Bell, Martin Truex, John Hunter Nemechek, 3 Toyotas lead at Bristol.
40 laps to go in stage 2 at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Christopher Bell is currently a race leader. Martin Truex Jr. sits in 2nd, John Hunter Nemechek 3rd, Joey Logano in 4th, Kyle Larson 5th, Brad Keselowski 6th, 7th place for Kaz Grala, Josh Berry 8th, Todd Gilliland 9th, Ty Gibbs rounds out the top 10, Chris Buescher in 11th, Denny Hamlin 12th, Justin Haley 13th, Ryan Preece 14th, Ryan Blaney 15th, Chase Briscoe 16th, Corey LaJoie 17th, 18th place is Chase Elliott, Michael McDowell 19th, Daniel Suarez is 20th. 21st for Harrison Burton, Ross Chastain 22nd, Eric Jones 23rd, Alex Bowman 24th, Bubba Wallace 25th, AJ Allmendinger 26th, Daniel Hemrick 27th, Carson Hocevar 28th, Kyle Busch, first car one lap down in 29th, Austin Cindric 30th, 31st for Austin Dillon, Noah Gragson 32nd, Tyler Reddick 33rd, 34th place is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., William Byron 35th, and rounding out the 36-car field is Zane Smith out of the race. He's the only driver out. Again, 28 cars on the lead lap. Average race speed is 74.75 miles per hour, and they backed the pace way up. About 17-second lap times for a large majority of the field. Fastest lap that last time by Hamlin and Gilliland running 16.9s. They were the only drivers to run a sub 17-second lap. Just give and take as to when you want to push hard to try to make track position up before saving tires and hope that at this point that you can get to the end of the stage, because it's hard to tell right now if we will actually make it green to the end of stage 2 or not, as it would be over a 50-lap green flag run. We haven't seen that long of a green flag run yet today. Over 30 lead changes to this point. Still the driver with the most laps led is Denny Hamlin. He has led 57 laps. Again, Ty Gibbs has led 33 laps. He won stage 1. Bell, your current race leader, has led 19. Only a tenth of a second lead over Martin Truex Jr. Truex has never won on a short track. It didn't win at a short track for the longest time. Won at Richmond and Martinsville, but he has still not yet won at Bristol. Trying to do that here today. Remember, fantasy lineups lock at the end of stage 2 if you guys have not set that up yet. So again, fantasy lineups lock in the Fantasy League on the NASCAR.com webpage, as well as NASCAR mobile app. And our voting poll will close at the end of stage 2 as well. 121 votes casted so far for who you think will win the race today. Denny Hamlin, 8%. Kyle Larson, 27%. Ryan Blaney at 25%.
Go in stage 2. Eric Jones, Austin Dillon, Carson Hocevar, contact. The Advent Health Cam on board Eric Jones in 25th after overcoming a pit road penalty earlier. Now, Christopher Bell trying to go 2 in a row after he won Phoenix and went into the media center for the winner's debrief. He and Bob Pockris had it out.
Christopher Bell, NASCAR driver. Did you pick me today?
No, I didn't. I did not pick you.
Bob's picks are notoriously the worst. If he picks you, or at least me, if he picks me, I don't win.
Yeah, I picked you last week.
I know, and I sucked.
So that was all you last week.
Yeah, I'll own it, yeah. Well, you picked me, so you jinxed me.
All right, well.
Don't pick me next week, Bob.
Bob Pockris is our Fox NASCAR insider. We certainly appreciate his hard work. And, oh, by the way, Christopher, Bob picked Ryan Blaney this week.
No, no.
That's as loose as I've ever seen Christopher Bell. He is loose behind the wheel, no pressure, getting the job done, taking care of business.
Ty Gibbs, you know, we're talking during the break. How far forward in this run does he need to get before he's comfortable? Well, he's up to 4th, and it looks like he is not letting off at all. He wants to get all the way back to the lead.
Well, it's on the table, right? And I think it's on the table for a lot of these drivers, but you saw me circle it. Still 25 laps to go. We need to make sure that he keeps these tires underneath of it and finishes this thing.
Well, when we got to the end of the first stage and everybody was going as hard as they could go, he had by far the best car that seemed to be the easiest on the tires and wound up winning stage 1. Now he's come all the way from the back, all the way back to 3rd place. So we'll see how much he's got left after he's had to be a little harder on his tires than he wants to be.
Gibbs restarted.
Oh, Busch is around again.
Turn 2. Caution waves. Now remember, Busch had been running up the racetrack ever since he had that flat tire that brought out the caution back at lap 123.
Stepped out from underneath of him. Win all by himself. I see the tires still up.
Yeah, we saw so many guys have trouble with that in qualifying yesterday. They'd run one hard lap in, and then the second lap into turn 3, it would just slide out from underneath them as they go off into the corner. That looked like what happened.
There's another set of tires for these guys. These crew chiefs are hoping that we can make it to the stage end here.
Ricky Stenhouse's ballpark view here.
Yeah, and that spin out actually happened into turn 1, not turn 3. Same scenario, though. Just the back just gets light and steps out on you.
Kyle was running 31st, 1 lap down. And he and Austin Cindric had been racing pretty hard together. Cindric will get the free pass. That's what they were battling for, was the free pass position. No contact. Single car spin. So we are 21 laps from the stage end. Here's some audio from Kyle Busch.
After 4 laps, I'm flat tight, so I don't even know what to tell you.
Hey, look, last year I went 5 laps down here, running as hard as I could go. The car didn't do anything that we expected it to do. Always a great racetrack for us. Same thing for Kyle Busch. Always a great racetrack for them. Went to the start of the race and everything went pretty good. Had the tire failure and now he's talking about, you know, the car won't turn and he's having some big handling issues. I'm sure that it drug some stuff off underneath the car and you know, the day has definitely progressed in the wrong direction for him.
He's won more races here, twice as many as the next highest winning active driver.
Well, here's
tough day.
20 to go here. Let's see if the pit's open this time. I mean, these guys it's open. Well, green light's not on yet.
Larry, any chance you'd want to ride out this stage on the tires you got?
I would.
Mike, that was 38 laps, which is a lot of laps, but I get a feeling that we're probably not going to go back racing until around 10 or so laps to go. You could definitely save a set of tires, but the price you're going to pay, you're going to have to pit at the end of the stage, and anybody that pits here, they're going to leapfrog you as far as track position.
Okay.
Flip side of that is we just saw it with Ty Gibbs. At will, you could drive up through him. I mean, he passed 24 cars that run. I believe that that's on the table. We can definitely get there. If you can save the tires and it comes of need at the end of this thing, it might just be the winning combination.
This might be a good time to put scuffs on like that 54 car did a while ago, because they work pretty good.
There's your Monster Energy Cam on board Tyler Reddick. Reddick had a rough start to the day, spinning at lap 32 and working his way back. Reddick is 3 laps down.
But we see a lot of scuff tires on the wall there. We saw Ty Gibbs do that so that they used up their qualifying set of tires that NASCAR allows them to put on during the race, and you see the rubber buildup on that tire just from qualifying and what they did coming into the pits after their qualifying run. So most of these tires only have a couple laps on them, but you don't want to use your sticker sets because tires are at a premium today.
Now, pit road did not open that time because the sweeper and jet dryer trucks were working the low groove near the entrance of pit road. They didn't want to impede that.
Well, they keep running around here under caution. I don't see the green lights are on yet. They keep doing this. Just to Larry's point, you keep getting closer to the end stage in here, you may not pit.
Hey, Kevin and Clint, when we used to have tire issues because they were too soft, what would we do in practice when we had all of our tires? What would we do with them, maybe for a lap or two? Scuff them, right? I just wonder, we don't have that choice because you don't have but one set of scuffs, but I just think about what that 54 car was able to do on those set of scuffs that probably was a little toughened up because they were run yesterday.
Well, I think any strategy is a strategy that might work right now, because I think this is kind of trial and error, and as you go here to see what's right and what's wrong. So these scuff tires that most all these guys have up on the wall, you're going to have to use them anyway. So you might as well pick a time to use them up.
They're not going to open this pit. They're going to help these teams get closer to the end of this thing and help them manage this set of tires, saving us a set of tires here.
Yeah, I think what they're doing, Clint, is trying to keep the apron clean so they don't drag it all into the pits with all those blowers and everything on the bottom of the racetrack, and then you have the sweepers up on top. They're trying to get as much of that debris up as possible.
So let's take a look at today's Protecting the Lead, sponsored by Armor All Protectant. Ty Gibbs had a long lead, made a pit stop, got a penalty, and battled his way right back toward the front. Currently in 3rd place under this caution flag. Pit road is open.
Well, there's your answer. The whole field's pitting.
Regan?
For you.
20, Christopher Bell just a little bit free with his car right now. Wants a small change for that. Again, it's managing tires and 2 tires for him. You see that there? The 54 Ty Gibbs, really good. Tick Fight Center, but really good with his car. He likes it, and they were coaching him up heavily about what he needed to do to save those tires. Jamie.
Many different strategies here. Brad Keselowski a little too tight. They talked about taking scuffs. How about this, guys? The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. Left side stickers, right side scuffs.
What I think these guys are going to do, if they have the affordability now, I think it'll be close to inside of 10 laps to go. They're going to stay out this stage and save some tires here.
Christopher Bell leads the race off pit road. Corey LaJoie is the first of those who stayed out.
6 positions lost on pit road for Ty Gibbs and Brad Keselowski. Quite a few drivers up 3 or more positions inside the top 10, passing those 2 and a few more, obviously, along the way as well. So, waiting to see exactly what the lineup is going to look like on this upcoming restart, but we're going to have less than probably a dozen laps to go on the restart for Stage 2, and that'll take us to the halfway point of the Food City 500 at Bristol. Take a quick little break here and continue our live commentary coverage of this race on KRC. 76 likes on the stream so far. Our goal is 150. So we're halfway to the goal of likes on the stream. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys have not done so yet, so we can get there sooner rather than later. Fun one today at Bristol. Tire conservation at the utmost importance to decide who is going to compete for the win, but I will say of the natural speed in the race cars, the Toyota is looking quick once again for the second consecutive week, and again on a track that's 1 mile or less in length. So we go to Martinsville in a couple weeks after COTA. That could be another week where, you might have to look at the Toyotas at being competent enough for the win. I mean, we had Christopher Bell, Mark Truex Jr. run a 1-2 for a while there. John Hunter Nemechek's been in the top 10 for a lot of this race. Denny Hamlin, Ty Gibbs look very fast by way of speed. They definitely look like some of the fastest cars in the field. Bubba Wallace has led some laps, although it was very early. He has still been up there at some point. And it's been a roulette wheel. There's been a lot of different drivers who have led at least one lap in the race. Again, we've had over 30 lead changes, and we're not even halfway home. But the most laps led, a lot of these guys were Toyota drivers. Ty Gibbs, who won the first stage, he's led 33 laps 5 different times. Hamlin's led the most laps in the race, another Toyota, 57 laps led. Christopher Bell's led 24. That's the 4th most laps led. Josh Berry led 25 laps today, so he kind of throws himself in the mix there. Bubba Wallace led 15 laps. Again, some of the most laps led. Truex, 17. So, yeah, Toyota is definitely kind of dominating that lap sled category to this point, but we'll see how things will hang on. Who's going to get this important playoff point to the end of the stage? How hard are drivers going to push here, knowing that they're going to have to save these tires more than likely after this stage? I don't think we're going to see many pit stops at the end of stage 2. So here we go. So Corey LaJoie and Carson Hocevar, the Spire Motorsports Chevrolet, is going to be on the front row. Again, with at least less than 12 to go on this restart. Penalty on pit road for Ryan Blaney, it appears. So he is going to drop from 5th to the tail end of the longest line for the restart. That'll take him more than likely out of position to get any stage points. Who's going to push hard for the stage points, and who's going to just kind of conserve for basically the beginning run of stage 3? We'll wait and see. Green flag back in the air. 11 laps left. Stage 2. LaJoie gets the launch. He'll be the leader. Christopher Bell going to quickly get to the outside of LaJoie in the middle of turns 1 and 2. He takes over the race lead. From the outside of road 2 to the lead, Logano now to second place as he gets by the Spire cars as well. Both Hocevar and LaJoie go to the bottom. A lot of cars trying to train to get around him on the outside. John Hunter Nemechek going to get to third. Also around LaJoie, Kyle Larson soon up the way. 3 wide splitting around Carson Hocevar in the middle of the pack. Busher up against the wall off of the exit of turn 2. As he got pinched off 3 wide with those 2 SHR Fords underneath them of Chase Briscoe and Ryan Preece. 3 wide now just behind that group of cars. And again, Busher on the outside as he stays stuck behind Hocevar. Nowhere to go. He gets into the back of the 77 a couple times. And further back again go those 2 cars. 8 laps to go, stage 2. Battle for the playoff point is between Christopher Bell and Joey Logano. Logano to the left rear of Bell. Gets into him hard. Got him really loose. Bell holds on to the race lead for at least another corner. Logano looking low again. Bell to the outside. And Joey Logano for the first time today trying to take the race lead away. Nemechek closing in behind. A Ford putting a battle to the Toyotas. Door slam off turn 2 between Logano and Bell. They're battling like it's the closing laps of the race. But it's the closing laps of stage 2. Logano in a much-needed scenario here to get this stage win. He's had an abysmal start to the season, and he needs points. 30th in the standings, 35 below the cutoff line coming in, and about squeezed Bell into the wall to make the pass. Berry got loose on the other end of the racetrack and loses several positions, falls out of the top 10. Bell into Gibbs, contact there for second place off turn 4, and that allows Logano to get away. 5 laps left in stage 2. Gibbs to second on the outside of the 20. Brad Keselowski in the 6 is in the mix and now into the top 5, looking to battle Bell for third. He's going to get around him. Gibbs, who won stage 1, trying to run down Joey Logano. He's got time to get there, and he is closing the gap quickly. Brad Keselowski in third. Nemechek now to fourth as Bell falls from the lead to fifth in a few laps. Can Logano hang on? 3 to go. Stage 2. Half-mile short track, Bristol Motor Speedway. Gibbs goes up a groove through 1 and 2. Trying to get a little clean air on the nose. Maybe a better run off the exit of the corner with that as well. A couple cars 3 wide back of the pack on that last picture. Gibbs all over the back of the 22, and now looking to the outside through 1 and 2. Gonna get the run off the exit of the corner. Ty Gibbs looking for the lead again. 3 and 4 clear. Ty Gibbs out in front, looking to sweep the stages at Bristol today. Little loose off turn 4, hangs onto it. 1 lap to go in the stage. Keselowski to the outside of Logano for second. Lap car of Kyle Busch going to try to stand the lead lap to the end of the stage. I should say stay 1 lap down. He is 1 down already. Gibbs is not going to pass him. No need to. Ty Gibbs wins stage 2 at Bristol. Gibbs sweeping the stages today at the Bristol Motor Speedway. Brad Keselowski by a nose finishes second in stage number 1. Stage 2 rather. Joey Logano third. John Hunter Nemechek fourth. Christopher Bell fifth. Martin Truex Jr. 6th, Denny Hamlin 7th, Kyle Larson 8th, Bubba Wallace 9th, Ryan Preece gets the last stage point in 10th. Insane amount of Toyotas in the top 10 at the end of that stage. Obviously, Gibbs winning the stages. Toyotas, I mentioned again, manufacturer-wise, they seem to have the fastest cars for the second straight week. 7 of the top 10 drivers at the end of this stage were all Toyotas. 7 of the top 9. 6 of the top 9 and 6 of the top 10. 3 Fords, only Chevy in the top 10 at the end of the stage was Kyle Larson. Really, he's been probably the fastest Chevy today. I haven't seen any other Chevys up front actually contending for any sort of laps led throughout this race. Byron had the issues earlier. He's been 7 laps down for a very long time. Tyler Reddick led for a brief moment on old tires, got eaten alive in restart, got in that wreck. And he's been 3 laps down. He's really the only Toyota that hasn't been in the mix for any sort of laps led in this one. He's going to suffer another abysmal point stays he's had a couple of times already this season. Free pass during the second to last caution for Kyle Busch spinning went to Austin Cindric. During the stage break, it looks like Austin Dillon in 30th place will get his lap back. So 30 cars on the lead lap to begin the final stage at the Bristol Motor Speedway. This stage break is our 7th caution. We've had 6 cautions per incident so far, so 7 yellows. I mentioned I don't see double-digit cautions happening today, coming into the day, but little did I know, as to the likes of many, that we were going to see this amount of tire wear. Probably more tire wear in this race than I think we've seen with the next-gen car in any race so far this what is now the 3rd season of the next-gen in the NASCAR Cup Series. Take an ad break here. Continue our live commentary coverage of the Food City 500 at Bristol. Don't expect there to be too many comers onto pit road here. We know the Spire cars of LaJoie and Hocevar will pit as they stayed out to conserve an extra set. They've been really nowhere in the top half of the field for most of the day before that, so they definitely slipped back in a hurry, as you saw. 132 votes casted for who you think will win the race, and still 42% say somebody other than Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson, or Ryan Blaney will win. We have to end that poll as we're at the end of stage 2 right now. Fantasy lineups have locked as well. Delbert Wilson, welcome into the stream. 79 likes. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't done so yet. So get closer and closer to the end here. Halfway home in this race. It is a long one at Bristol. The pace is slow under green. Again, tire saving is huge. Nobody has ran their fastest lap of the race since lap 81, 82. And a large majority of the cars that ran their fastest laps of the day was in the first 5 laps. That goes to show how much tire conservation we have seen since then. They'll push hard at the very, very end. But have to save the amount of tires that they have because these teams have limited sets remaining for the second half of this event. Only car out of the race is Zane Smith. 35 of the 36 cars still in it. And again, Austin Dillon will get the free pass here and we'll have 30 cars on the lead lap once again. Ty Gibbs sweeps the stages. I don't think anybody saw that coming today. I certainly didn't. He had a bunch of steering problems in practice yesterday. I had him on my don't have list, and he won the first 2 stages. My don't have picks this season, 9-1 record, and Gibbs is showing out here today, having a career day, I'd say. And he's had some good performances already this year, but this is another step in the direction to potentially getting his first career win sometime soon. Thomas Roth, thanks for tuning in. Never thought I'd see the entire field sandbagging at Bristol. I don't know about sandbagging. It's just the nature of this race. Something we have not seen in a long time, let alone at Bristol Motor Speedway. And the cars are coming back on the pit road again, even after just an 11-lap green flag run. 11 laps, and these teams are coming back in. More than likely, they put scuffs on for a vast majority of the field, so now they'll be putting actual fresh tires on the car to begin this final stage. Ty Gibbs and his pickers lost some time on pit road on several pit stops today. Remember, he lost 6 spots on pit road and restarted 9th, and in 11 laps got to the lead and won the stage. Passed 24 cars during the green flag run to go from 27th to 3rd before the Kyle Busch spin, which set up that restart. Gibbs, I'd say, probably has the fastest car to this point. A little contact on pit road as Keselowski pulled out of his box. Made contact with Austin Cindric.
And Ty Gibbs had to wait to leave his pit box as Daniel Suarez was pulling in right in front of him. Still, Gibbs gets off pit road first. Logano's second, and somebody's lost a wheel on pit road.
That looked like pretty significant contact between Keselowski and Cindric as well there. Wild race here today at the Bristol Motor Speedway. I've already said many times over this stream, this is unlike anything I've ever seen before, let alone it's unlike anything I've ever seen at Bristol. Wildly entertaining in a much different way. Bristol's always entertaining, but man, not like this. Like this is just this hits different. It really does. 30 cars in the lead lap at Bristol. Yeah, I know exactly. I mean, we don't usually see that. We usually see long green flag runs, and usually the lap traffic is what creates the lead changes. That's not the case today. There's no lap traffic because everybody's running so slow because they're trying to save tires. And you would think that with that being the case, that there'd be no movement, no passing through the field, but that's not the case because you still got drivers pushing harder than others, maybe not trying to save as much, and that's why we've seen so many lead changes. But look at the list of lead changes we're at right now. We had over 30 before lap 200, and we've had a few more since then. Oh, we're definitely going to have probably more than 50 lead changes in this race before it's all said and done. So many comers and goers. Ryan Blaney had that pit road penalty before the last restart. Again, he was in 5th and fell towards the tail end of the lead lap. Now he's 25th. Cost him stage points there in stage 2 as well. Got to the lead there for the first time briefly. Came out second out of the pits, got another spot back, so he's in P2, but he was 3rd at the end of the last stage. Truex gains a few spots on pit road. He's up to 3rd. I saw Chastain gain 13 positions on pit road, though it might have been a 2-tire stop. For him to gain that many, I would imagine it probably was. So we'll see how that works out for him. The first time he's been in the top 10 today. Man, oh man, oh man.
One thing's for sure, you can always expect the unexpected at Bristol. We've seen that. 36 lead changes. The guy out there
36.
for both of the stages has been 21-year-old Ty Gibbs. Man, he's led over 43 laps at this point. Keeps ticking them over. Shannon and Jamie. But you say that there's a guy in the field right now that could give him a run for his money.
Well, I like Brad Keselowski. He's obviously won here 3 times before. He's been really good in those stages. But he just had that huge issue on pit road, Shannon. We'll have to see how that car is.
We're getting ready for this this little report right here, and then Brad Keselowski has those troubles on pit road. Just kind of goes womp, womp, womp. Right, Mike?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. You're not the only one who picked him because it's time for our Credit One Bank ones to watch. Who not named Ty Gibbs? Do you have an eye on it?
But no, it's not wah, Shannon. It is the 6th ball. Brad Keselowski, he's got King's wine on the side of that thing, and that is why he's going to, after 102 races, put this baby in victory lane at Bristol.
Clint was busy eating King's Hawaiian rolls while Brad Keselowski was getting hit in the wheels, so I'm going to say the 20 of Christopher Bell is the guy that can compete to win this race.
Trying to two-peat today.
That's right.
Joey Logano, well, he's had an interesting day. He's had 2 Bristol wins, but the last one came nearly a decade ago. Still, he seems to have been the class of the boards and is running second right now. So those are some of the ones to watch as we roll into stage number 3. Everybody's talking tires. What else are they talking about? Here's our radio remix.
I'm asking, do you think it's the resin that's causing the wear on the right side? Or do you think it's the concrete not taking rubber, just trying to make sure we don't pop a tire?
And a spin in turn 2, and it's Kyle Wood.
There's no way everybody has enough tires to get through the rest of this race. Does NASCAR have like a crisis management team? Because this seems like a crisis right now. Obviously, whole field managing tires here. Yeah, even the leaders to fire off were slow.
First race back on concrete in the spring after 3 years of dirt track racing here at Bristol. And NASCAR has now released the extra set of tires that teams brought wheels over to have them mounted on. So that gives them a total of 10 new sets for the race, plus 1 set of scuffed carryovers from qualifying. So big rush to get those back to the pits, measured up, and ready for action. Well, let's have a look at what's on the menu, sponsored by Cracker Barrel. Larry?
Boy, this is a tough one, Mike, because we got this tire situation. But right there, around lap 325, if the caution comes out, pit for fuel there. That way you don't have to worry about fuel anymore. If you feel something with your race car, with your tires, don't stay out there. Hit pit road. Only think about staying out in the final 25 to 30 laps if tire wear has improved.
A lot of ifs.
Well, history will tell you tire wear does improve, but history today, on this day, hasn't been the case.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Truex bringing us back to green for stage 3. Logano and Bell right behind. Nemechek's been tough all day. With Gilliland, Keselowski, and Chastain, Larson and Wallace the top 10.
Yeah, right now, if you're Ty Gibbs and you see that huge gap behind you, you just want to check up and back up to the car that's behind you, because you want to save as much tire as possible in order to get as far into this run as possible with as much tire left on the car.
Chastain finally Chastain has reached the top 10 from dead last today. He's here, folks.
And Chastain took right side tires only on that last stop, Larry tells us.
And that was a great time to be able to do those right side tires only with such a short run on the lefts and have the least amount of loss with the 4-tire grip. But you see Ross Chastain wanting to go, and Brad Keselowski's like, no, this is the pace I'm going, and there's nowhere for you to go. So you can beat my back bumper off, and I don't care.
Now at the front of that pack is Joey Logano in 4th place. He and his team talking strategy.
We're going to run out of tires. We're going to have to use our scuff here. So thinking about putting them on next run, start the stage. You know, if you use them early, then late, I guess. You're going to have them at some point, I assume, right? Plus, you're going to shorten this race, and NASCAR's saying only giving us 1 more set of tires out. So how are we going to make all that work?
Well, scuffed tires. We saw Ty Gibbs put scuffed tires on his 54 machine and drove straight to the front from way deep in the field.
Well, this is not the normal race that you guys are typically accustomed to watching at home, where there's a huge strategy element that's come into play with the tires and the wear and everything that's happening on the racetrack. And now you have to pace yourself. You have to set a pace with the car and lap time.
Well, at least 4 drivers took just 2 tires on that stop. Ty Gibbs, the race leader. Todd Gilliland, Ross Chastain, and Harrison Burton each took just 2 tires. That's at least the 2nd time that Gilliland has done that today.
Seems like it just keeps getting more cloudy outside, which means it's probably getting more cool too, and I don't think that's helping this scenario one bit.
Well, the thing that's going to help the scenario the most is everybody knows what they have now, and now they've had a look at their tires from that long run of when they saved and were able to run more deeper into the run to see what those tires look like. As we look at the lap times with Ty Gibbs, he's running about 16.65, and that is a little bit faster than I would probably say that they ran before, because they were in the 17 flats, and so they have picked up the pace a little bit. And I think Ty can push that pace because he has the best car, and he knows that his car has been the best on the tires.
And his fastest lap of the race came right off the restart for stage 3.
Wow.
That's bad news for everybody else.
That is bad news. And Ty Gibbs can put all these cars right here that you see on the screen, he can put this whole field in a complete state of misery if he can run that much faster than everybody else with his tire wear being good. And he's going to want to push the pace in order to make everybody else try to push the pace to wear their tires out. So he's in complete control of this race because he has the best car and the best tire wear. Larry?
Yeah, the only thing I want to say, Kevin, is they have made an additional stop. They are on their 8th set of tires right now. With NASCAR giving these teams one more set, that means they only have 3 sets left. Ross Chastain is in the same boat. Everybody else with the additional set will have 4 sets of tires laying in the pits, and we have over 200 laps to go. So I'm a little concerned about that.
If that's the case, the old Paul Harvey just caught you big time, Kevin. I mean, oh boy.
Well, I think what one scenario that might be that he took those stickers off and put those scuffs on. So it's either way, he's got the best car, and he can push the pace and make this miserable on the guys whose cars are only able to keep up with them setting the pace. And when the pace, it's just gonna stretch the bad cars longer along to being bad, and the good cars are still gonna be the good cars, but it's just gonna go further into the run.
That's the only way they keep that guy down, is to be able to have another set of tires over him.
With Joey Logano
Kevin, that will give them another set. That will give them another set. They pulled those tires right back off, so they'll be even kill with everybody else. Talking about Ty Gibbs.
10-4.
Back in the game, baby.
My compadre is defeated. He thought he had one up on me right here.
Larry, man, I thought you was.
All right, lead is tightening up. Martin Truex right to the back bumper now of his teammate and race leader Ty Gibbs. All right, so let's think team racing here for a moment. How much does Truex pressure Gibbs at this point, and why?
Well, and the why is what I like right there. He's going to pass him. He's going to go out there and lead this lap. I want it. But the key is you have the 20 behind them as well. You have 3 Gibbs cars, 1, 2, 3 right here. Let's manage this situation. Let's pace the field and just keep them at arm's length.
Well, these guys, the Gibbs cars had the best cars in the fall. It was Gibbs and RFK. And last week at Phoenix, these guys led a ton of laps, and Christopher Bell won the race. So the Gibbs cars have been really good on these short tracks. And let's also not forget that Ty Gibbs put 2 tires on that particular pit stop, and
3 wide.
Oh!
Joey Logano was backing up, and Ryan Blaney wasn't going to wait. Took him 3 wide to get around.
And Joey's definitely off the pace this run for sure.
Now Christopher Bell goes to second.
He's lost 18 positions this run. As a matter of fact, Joey Logano.
Well, we heard him talk about putting their scuffed tires on. And, you know, he may also know that he can only go so fast because he's had right front tire issues before everybody had right front tire issues, and at the beginning of the race went straight to the back as well. So he's got a couple things that could be possibly working against him.
So Blaney is 18th and works on Daniel Suarez for another spot here.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney got to the back of the pack because of that pit road penalty that he had. So he's had to pace himself and pick his moments to work himself back forward.
The outside is actually worn in a little bit. They've got it cleaned up a little bit in 1 and 2, but no man's laying down in 3 and 4. If they get off the door of them in 3 and 4 the least little bit, they're in trouble. 3 and 4, or excuse me, 1 and 2, they can almost be like in that 3rd lane already.
Todd Gilliland, another of those on just 2 tires, holding on to a top 10 spot. The track just above the resin area, just doesn't seem to be taking any rubber.
Well, that's what I was talking about. I think they have to first clean it up, right? See a lot of marbles up there, and 1 and 2, they seem to be doing that a little bit better in 3 and 4.
Eric Jones, Chris Buescher, and Ryan Blaney, 15th through 17th.
And as we run here, Clint, this is starting to look more like a typical Bristol race with everything starting to stretch out a little bit because no matter what the pace is, like I said a minute ago, this is still going to be, it's going to come down to handling. It's just a matter of what lap that handling starts to affect whose car. But like as you talked about, Joey Logano going to the back of the pack, it sure doesn't look like that's where he would choose to be.
No, that car didn't answer at all to those scuffed tires. He's by far the worst.
Well, Christopher Bell, as you watch from that front bumper Toyota cam, got right up to Martin Truex, but if these Toyotas are just swapping the lead back and forth, Bell right now is content to ride in second as Denny Hamlin and Kyle Larson discuss fifth place. Martin Truex out in front as we close in on 200 laps to go in Bristol.
We'll blow through the top 10 real quick here. Martin Truex Jr., as you heard, your race leader, he's 0.4 of a second out ahead of his teammate Christopher Bell, who is in second place. Ty Gibbs, another JGR Toyota, in the top 5. He sits third, 0.6 of a second off the lead after winning the first 2 stages. John Hunter Nemechek is in 4th. Nice day going for him. 1.3 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin in 5th, 1.4 seconds off the lead. So top 5, all Toyotas. Then the highest running Ford is Brad Keselowski in 6th. He's 1.8 seconds back of Truex. 2.2 seconds off the lead is Larson. He's the only Chevy in the top 11. Josh Berry is in 8th place, 2.4 seconds off the lead. Ty Gilliland 3 seconds back in 9th. And Justin Haley rounds out the top 10 for Rick Ware Racing, 3.5 seconds back. Both the Rick Ware Racing cars, shout out to them, running 10th and 11th right now. And they've been kind of quietly in the top 15 for most of this race. So I think at times I saw Kaz Gralla up in the back half of the top 10 throughout stage 2. Obviously, it's a tire management race, but they're doing a good job of it. They're keeping themselves up at the front of the field. So the Fords looked pretty quick yesterday. Fords through practice qualifying. On the race, it looks like the Toyotas are quicker. The Fords are second. The Chevy's just lacking way, way behind. And we haven't talked about hardly any Hendrick cars today outside of Larson, has been the only one to not only lead laps, but be in the top 10 again. The highest running Chevy is Larson in 7th. The next closest is Chastain in 12th. Only 2 Chevys in the top 15 in the running order right now. Chastain just lost 2 more spots. Now he's back at 14th. Nemechek has lost a few spots, so maybe his tires have started to fallen off. 17.4 that last lap for Nemechek. He was running in 4th not that long ago, and now he's in 7th all of a sudden. So the 42 car is dropping like a rock, and his lap time's about 0.4 to a half a second off of the leaders in front of him. So that's the kind of hill, I guess, that the Toyotas are dying out on, too. You got to wonder, maybe the Chevys are conserving their tires a little bit better than the Ford and Toyota drivers. Toyota's pushing hard in the beginning of this run. They'll take what they could get at the end of it, and right now the first one is starting to fall back through the field. Another spot loss for Nemechek that moves Larson, Keselowski, and Berry up a position, and I'm sure the rest of those Fords just back there are doing what they can, to say the least. Just less than 200 laps to go at the Bristol Motor Speedway today. Truex has never won at Bristol Motor Speedway and is currently your race leader.
Pearson was the first to win at Bristol on St. Patrick's Day, 1968 for the Silver Fox. And the legend Cale Yarborough did it for Junior Johnson in 1974, while Casey Kane scored here in 2013. The beer is green, the stream is green, and here are all of NASCAR's St. Patrick's Day winners, beginning with Massachusetts driver Ralph Moody at Wilson, North Carolina in 1957. A lot of Hall of Famers on that list. He may have been there, or at least his hat. Martin Truex leading Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, Denny Hamlin, who's battling Brad Keselowski for 4th. The Joe Gibbs Toyotas, 1, 2, 3, and almost 4th right here.
Yeah, Brad Keselowski's been good, and we're starting to see some handling issues throughout the field. There's Joey Logano's going backwards. The 9 car's going backwards. There's this handling issue. Harrison Burton just had to pit. He had the same issue. When these right rear tires shut off, or the right front, whatever your issue is, it's over.
There's Josh Berry in the wall. Turn 2. Took a
top break
spin in turn number 2.
Berry was in the top 10.
Brought out the 8th caution at lap 310.
Man, you're right, Kevin. Chase Elliott was in big trouble there going a lap down right as that caution came out for Josh Berry.
Berry was running 8th, and it looks like his Stewart-Haas teammate Noah Gregson will be the free pass car. Here's a look off in the distance.
See him sideways, came around. About that 360.
Ooh,
good driving. I didn't even think he hit the wall.
Well, when those right rear tires wear out, it's like you're driving on ice. Saw that happen to Kyle Busch earlier.
Well, I think that was the case with Chase Elliott in the 9 car. The guys were digging up radio communication. He said, "Boys, I've worn my stuff out again."
And this isn't the only track we see this at. Las Vegas is another racetrack that we see those right rear tires just completely wear out. If your car's not handling or you're abusing your car.
Well, we did get, Larry, just about 50 laps on that green flag run. And you told us earlier you needed at least 50 laps on each run to be able to manage the tires you have left. Where do we stand now?
Yeah, they're about to put their 8th set on, Mike, and you're right. We were about 45 to 47 laps there, which right now seems to be the number.
311 laps complete. Caution out at Bristol.
All right, Martin Truex Jr. under caution leading the race right now. It's their first caution of the final stage as we had a little bit around a 50-lap green flag run there. A couple more lead changes along the way with the Joe Gibbs Toyotas. Bell led for a little bit in the stage. Gibbs took the lead early, and now Truex obviously out in front. But this is our 8th caution against spin on the backstretch for Josh Berry. Got up against the wall pretty significantly. Tough break. He was running in 7th place at the time, had a great day. Was one of the faster Fords in the field, qualified 2nd, led some laps early. Really one of the only Fords to lead in this race, led 25 laps. Blaney led for 15 at one point. We saw Logano lead 5 laps towards the end of that last stage. That's been about it. Brad Keselowski's probably been the fastest Ford throughout the course of the race, although he hasn't led. He is the only one in the top 5 and 5th, really the only not Toyota in the top 5, as all 4 Joe Gibbs Toyotas, 1, 2, 3, and 4 in the running order right now, just, again, dominating for the 2nd straight week. They went on to lead 300 of the nearly 300 of the 312 laps last week en route to Christopher Bell's first win of the season, locking him into the playoffs. Bell's still the only Toyota to go to victory lane this year when Chevrolet had won the first 3 races. No Fords have won yet in 2024. We'll see if that will change here in this one. We'll take another ad break. You're listening live on KRC, the Food City 500 flag-to-flag coverage. Yeah, Blaney was getting some more positions back there slowly but surely. He is up to 9th. I didn't realize he got back into the top 10 before the caution came out. So maybe he is the fastest Ford. I mean, he was in 5th before his penalty. And he did lead laps earlier, too, by way of speed. I don't think he has anything for the Toyotas, but, you know, he might have something for Brad for about that 5th place position. Larson 6th. I think that's about as good of a car as Blaney has. Anything can happen, though. Again, it's all about tire conservation, tire management, but the Toyota's looking pretty good. Free pass going to go to Chase Elliott. He went a lap down right before that caution came out. That puts 30 cars back on the lead lap again. And we will definitely be seeing pit stops on the other side of this commercial break under this caution again. Each of these teams have anywhere between 3 to 4 sets of tires left. Most of them have 3, or have 4, I should say, but Gibbs and Chastain we know of have 3. Gibbs winning those first 2 stages. Something to be told, to say the least here. Again, a wild race at Bristol Motor Speedway here today. Still yet to see exactly who's going to end up in victory lane when it's all said and done. We'll highlight the pre-race predictions once we get through pit stops and get the revamped running order. Get to listen into those pit road reports. Once it opens, not open this time. Maybe you have to wait another lap before they open pit road. Average race speed just over 70 miles per hour, still 72.91 at this juncture of the race. Over 300 laps complete. 183 laps remain. And here come the leaders into the pits. The entire field, really.
Chevrolet today. And as they come to pit road, here's Regan.
Christopher Bell in second place for Borsu's crew chief Adam Stevens. The car is really, really good right there. Adam Stevens let him know that last run should be exactly what you have as we continue on throughout the rest of the race in terms of the length of it. In the 54, Ty Gibbs doesn't need anything, and 54 does not need anything. Jamie.
Denny Hamlin's on the short run, he's tight. On the long run, he's a little free. Sticker tires here for Hamlin with a slight adjustment. His teammate, the 19, Martin Truex Jr., pretty neutral there, wasn't pushing it, so he's like, I don't know what we can adjust, guys. Just 4 sticker tires for the 19.
Hamlin and Bell first off pit road. With Gibbs and Larson, then Truex.
Hamlin gains 3 positions, Larson up 2 to move to 4th place. 4 positions lost on pit road for, I believe, Ty Gibbs, if I'm not mistaken. He'll fall out of the top 5. His pit crew's been pretty slow today. He's lost several positions. Remember, he lost 6 positions on that pit stop before going on to win stage 2 there, stage 1 rather, in the early going of the race. On about a 24-lap dash, he was able to cut through the field that quickly. So we'll wait for this leaderboard to update. We'll get the running order for the ensuing restart, which will be with right around 180 laps to go, give or take. So Ryan Blaney gained a spot on pit road. He'll be in 8th. Ryan Blaney was my pick to win the race today. And again, currently in the 8th place position. Still waiting for our leaderboard to update. Even though it's Bristol Motor Speedway and it's only a half-mile racetrack, you get the pit road speed, the caution speed at 35 miles per hour. It's kind of tough to get a lap in, or a long time at least. All right, so Ryan Blaney in 8th, as mentioned. He was one of the must-have picks. Denny Hamlin, another one of them in the race league, excuse me. And then Kyle Larson, again, jumped up to 4th after the race off pit road. Those were the 3 must-haves, all in the top 10. The sleeper picks, Chase Briscoe hasn't been in the top 10 in a while. Have to find him on the leaderboard real quick. He's 18th, right in the middle of the pack. Josh Berry just got in the wall, which brought out that most recent caution. It looks like Berry has stayed on the lead lap and is actually in 13th. Believe it or not, Michael McDowell in 11th, just outside the top 10, would have been the other sleeper. So a few of them right on the bubble there. Ross Chastain, 15th place, was in the top 10 after call to put scuffs on, fell outside of the top 10 pretty quickly. Mid-pack, Alex Bowman right there with him, 16th place. Just 1 spot behind Chastain. They were both on the don't have list. And Ty Gibbs was also another don't have. He won the first 2 stages in 3rd right now. We'll see if he still finishes in the top 10 to see if that prediction will be correct by the end of the race or not.
And Denny Hamlin has just led for the 7th time today. That's the 40th lead change of the race, which ties the record for lead changes in a NASCAR short track race set April 1991, won by Rusty Wallace. We listened in on Denny Hamlin.
Cords in the 54, nothing in the 20, and nothing in the 19. Oh, what I look good for your eyes.
Let's check with Jamie.
Mike, you can add the 11 to Denny Hamlin to the list of guys with cords. That was about a 46-lap run right here. This is the right front of Denny Hamlin. His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told him that's probably because we were tight on the short run, so they did make a slight adjustment there to help out.
It's Jamie. Hamlin, Bell, Gibbs, and Truex. 4 Joe Gibbs Toyotas under a blanket. Then add Kyle Larson, Brad Keselowski, Nemechek, Blaney, Gilliland, and Haley are the top 10. 31 cars on the lead lap.
Well, the Gibbs cars are in control of this race. They're in control of the pace, and the whole field knows it, I think, Clint.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's just going to come down to timing of this. You know that they're pulling the reins back, and it's going to be time to let these things run. The question is,
Hamlin with a good jump holds the lead. Well, here comes Ty Gibbs
on both sides. Christopher Bell thought better of it on the backside of him, but man, 4 cars at Gibbs. 4-horse race so far.
Right now, the main goal is to get yourself to the end of this race. Put yourself in position to have the tires that you need, know where your race car's at, and how hard you can push it, what your pace needs to be, and what you have left at the end of those runs to be able to win.
That's things in your control.
That's right.
How about somebody else wrecking in the back of this thing and taking all that off your plate, forcing you to make a different decision? That's where it's going to come down to.
So, Larry, what's that going to take to get us to the finish?
Yeah, Mike, we went back racing at 178 laps to go. Everybody, including the set that they're going to get from NASCAR, they'll have 3 sets laid. The math says they can run here. If they can run about 43 to 45 laps a run. Now, again, that's not factoring in cautions. That's just straight up. 43 to 45 laps a run, you can make it to lap 500 on what you have.
Again, you know, you're talking about, Kevin, you're talking about these Gibbs cars managing the scenario that's in front of them. Somebody can take that out of there. Looking back here, Logano and Dillon off the floor. I mean, these guys are crossed up, beating and banging on one another. If caution comes out in the back of this, that's what's going to dictate whether or not people have to pit and forced out of their strategy.
Here's Ty Gibbs and company on their tire situation.
I would say Tyler right front, that last one that came off had a 2-inch strip missing kind of all the way around, so it didn't have many more laps. We probably overtaxed it a little bit, though, with, older left sides, unless this goes longer here. So we're probably talking 41 a set, basically.
Yeah, he's talking about those left side tires. His last run, he had old left side tires on compared to the cars that he was racing around. So he's still got the best car. He's still got the speed in the car when he needs it. He's still got the tire wear that he needs. But his crew chief, that's great information, telling him, hey, when you have a chance, you need to take care of that right front tire, because that's your weak point. That's going to be your breaking point that you need to save and try to get yourself to the end of the race by taking care of that right front.
Yeah, definitely not a for sure lock here, driver. Make sure you keep it in check. You're in the lead. Manage that lead.
Someone forgot to tell Todd Gilliland. Here he comes again. Steaming around the outside in 5th place. At least twice today they've taken on only 2 tires, not including this last stop. But here's Gilliland moving into 5th.
And there's Truex saying, go get it, buddy. Yeah. I'll see you in a little while.
Yeah, and that's the game. The second half of the field is like, okay, I got to get track position. So they're up on the outside or inside, wherever they can go to try to get up there and get that track position and then take care of their tires. The guys up front are in the advantage because they can get the lead. They have clean air. They don't have to push their car as hard because they don't have to work their way through traffic.
Gilliland's teammate Michael McDowell in a top 10 position there, and Ricky Stenhouse 2 laps down. Tyler Reddick 3 down after being involved in incidents earlier today.
When we get to the end of this run, when we get to that 40-lap mark, which we're gonna I have a feeling we're gonna run, right up against that 35-40 lap mark with the handling issues, just like we saw in the last stage. And you're gonna see some of these guys that have pushed forward all of a sudden just drop like a rock, and that's gonna be from those cords starting to peek through on the tires, whether it's the right front or the right rear. When it does, like I said before, I've said this a few times now, when that right front cord or that right rear cord pokes through, it is lights out, and you feel like that tire is about to fall off the car because it has no more rubber and is not doing anything else on the car.
Justin Haley, top 10 effort out of him. It's a great run from Rick Ware Racing in that 51 car so far.
163 laps to go. There's the lead gap from our aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven.
Well, we see that same pace. It's about exactly the same as what those leaders ran the last time with those 1660s, 70s, 1680 that lap. That's the pace that they feel like they need to run to get those 50 laps in or 60 laps in on their set of tires. And I don't think anybody else can do that.
And you can see it right there on that aerial shot. You can just see how far away they're gapping the field right now. Larson, the only one there, kind of holding pace with him, but I think he just sits back there. It's not like they're going anywhere. He's going to be able to run them down in a hurry if he wants to.
Yeah, if you're not in that first four group, if you're Kyle Larson and you can just keep them in your sights, you're keeping yourself in the game.
Which we've watched him do since that second caution. You heard Cliff Daniels warn him about it, and he's done a phenomenal job of managing that situation.
I've watched a lot of sprint car races where he sits back there and does that too, and next thing you know, all of a sudden here he is.
That's a dirt racer. Manage those tires. You cannot go out there and blow the tires off this thing 10 laps in, melt down, and back up through the field.
Gilliland backing up a bit there as Barry, Bowman, and Jones all streamed past.
Yeah, you see Josh Berry in front of Eric Jones right there. I mean, he's had an up and down day, qualified on the front row, and was able to lead some laps, and really felt like this style of race is where he needed to be. But saw him spin out, and really hasn't been able to. It doesn't seem like he's got the capability of the 54 to just drive back up there, and he knows that he has to take care of the car, and it just happens at a slower rate getting back to the front.
So now Briscoe and Chastain have worked their way past Gilliland. Here comes Preece on the inside and Busher from behind. Larry says he'd like to see us get to about lap 365 or lap 370 before drivers start pitting for a new set of tires.
Yeah, and I just don't want to be that caution at lap 37.
Right.
That's right.
That's what I'm thinking. I think that danger zone becomes, before 370 when we started to see people having trouble cording their tires.
Well, we heard Larry talk earlier about if you feel a problem, just hit pit road. And a lot of these guys are going to push it as far as they can push it because they just know that if they go one more lap, maybe two more laps, that it might be somebody else.
So with Ty Gibbs leading, Denny Hamlin and Christopher Bell, 151 to go. We'll go Fox sideways.
All right, Ty Gibbs out in front of the field, 0.2 of a second lead over Denny Hamlin in second. Christopher Bell 1.2 seconds back in third. Kyle Larson 2.3 seconds off the lead in fourth. Brad Keselowski 3.3 seconds off the lead in fifth. Mark Truex Jr. in sixth place. He's 3.6 seconds back. Justin Haley, great run in seventh. For Rick Ware Racing, 4.1 seconds off the lead. Michael McDowell back in the top 10. He's 4.6 seconds off the race leader. Ryan Blaney in ninth is 4.8 seconds back. And Bubba Wallace rounds out the top 10. Have 5.5 seconds off the race lead. As far as the rest of the race stats, Ty Gibbs is the first driver to hit 100 laps led in this race, and again is currently race leader. And he has led the most different times, 8 times led. Denny Hamlin's led 7 different times for 62 laps. He has the second most laps led. Truex has led 51 laps today, 5 different times he has led. And again, we've already set the record for the most lead changes, not only in Bristol Motor Speedway history, but in any short track in NASCAR history. So a very competitive race to say the least today on the stat sheet. And the Toyotas, though, Byway are dominating this one thus far. Still 144 laps to go. We still have, obviously, a couple more pit stops left with the tire wear going on. That could change the running order up a little bit more. Late race restart could be big, so I'm not going to pencil in that one of those Toyotas are going to win as of right now, but it is definitely looking that way, at least to this juncture of the event. Right over 2.5 hours into this one, a slower race pace for Bristol Motor Speedway, again with the tire conservation, but still moving by at a really pretty decent rate, all things considered. We've had 8 cautions so far, 7 for incident, only 1 in the final stage, which was at lap 309 for Josh Berry, getting up into the wall off turn 2 and a spin down the back straightaway. Still 31 cars on the lead lap in this one, and only one driver out of the race, Aiden Smith, in last. Is the only driver that has DNF'd at least to this point. Listening live to the Food City 500 at the Bristol Motor Speedway on KRC. Be sure to hit that like button if you guys haven't done so on the stream yet. Subscribe for more NASCAR content. We have live NASCAR commentary every NASCAR race weekend for Truck Xfinity Cup Series races, as well as Cup Series practice and qualifying. Next Saturday is going to be very busy. Our live commentary coverage for Circuit of the Americas will begin with Cup Series practice and qualifying at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Again, next Saturday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, our Cup practice and qualifying stream. Following that, we will have the NASCAR Truck Series race at Circuit of the Americas at 1:30 Eastern Time. And on Saturday as well, a little triple header for you. The Xfinity race will be on Saturday evening at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Our Cup Series coverage will begin next Sunday as well. So 4 streams next weekend, all 3 series racing at the same time for the first time since Las Vegas a couple of weeks ago. Daniel Hemrick having some major issues with the handling of his race car as of right now. Really the first to have the major issues during this long green flag run, which has stretched right around 50 laps. It's kind of been that barrier where we start to see cars really, really fall off, have some tire cording problems, and eventually some potential flat tires. So maybe Hemrick not able to get the most out of his car. Another car in the wall as well. Looked like Noah Gragson in the 10 has gotten up against the wall. He's going to go a lap down. As a result of his tire issues, it's just a matter of who's going to end up being the caution at this rate. But we've seen a couple cars now with very major issues going on. Martin Truex Jr. just passed Brad Keselowski for 6th place, and Ryan Blaney's going to get by him for 6th as well. Denny Hamlin, Toyota, putting pressure on Ty Gibbs for the race lead. Just about to get into lap traffic here for these leaders. Hamlin is going to get by Gibbs. Gibbs slides in line behind him, and Hamlin is back out in front at Bristol, trying to win back-to-back Bristol races. He won the night race last season, and so far so good for Denny right now.
We've slowed the pace down. Everybody's trying to take care of their cars, but it's all the handling still goes away on the bad cars.
Larry, we're in the window, 366.
Yeah, we just crossed the danger zone. Now, the window is there about lap 370, about 5 laps from now.
Okay.
We're going to get a caution here in the next 5 laps. I'm pretty convinced.
I agree. They're dropping like flies. Here's Harrison Burton way off the pace. There's 3 or 4 of them out here just nursing around. Reddick getting into 3. See him off the pace. Gilliland right behind him. He's having trouble.
Burton way up the racetrack, but stays out because nobody wants to be the caution or cause the caution.
Burton way off the pace in 3 and 4.
Yeah, and it's a game of chicken right now. You don't want to pit because you're hoping that somebody else has the issue as you see him go by Todd Gilliland and Stenhouse goes around.
Turn 4, Stenhouse and Cindric. That will bring the caution out.
Right in front of the leaders.
Sure was. Well, we're
368.
Still trending right to be able to get these teams down to the end. That's that Gillen I told you was way off the pace. Stacked them all up, getting in here. Cindric shoots in the inside 3 wide and gets into Stenhouse and wipes him out.
Yeah, it looked like he just clipped the apron right there. Just overcooked it, but they were getting lapped and knew that they had to do something that was not capable of what their car could do.
Well, it was his chance right here. Got probably back on the lead lap. I don't know if he caused the caution, though. Going to get it anyway. Definitely caused a caution.
I think we may see that Todd Gilliland ends up in the free pass position here. Stenhouse, you hear the tires chattering as he goes around.
That was actually him working the throttle. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, man. Great move by Ty Gibbs and Christopher Bell right there to avoid cars sitting in the middle of the racetrack like that.
But it shows you how hard it is to get blowed up at this racetrack and the speeds you're carrying around here.
And that's Bristol. How many times have you been running at the front of this race and you start to get into lap traffic, and then all of a sudden the lap traffic gets antsy and starts to get in a panic and do things that are
they're desperate. You're going to put them a lap down.
Desperate, yeah. And all of a sudden the wreck's right in front of the leaders, and that wreck right there in front of the leaders just happened to not gather them up in the wreck.
That happened, though, because Gilliland was in trouble. He was way off the pace. He was one of probably 4 cars that were just nursing it around there. You know, they're on the cords trying to get it to a caution.
All those cars
happened.
All those cars were in trouble.
Absolutely.
The 47, all of them were getting lapped, or 38 was in big trouble.
And look at the track surface. If you're a lap car, you can't go all the way up and just rim ride around the wall and try to stay out of the way. It's all marbles up there.
Yeah.
Been a wild one. It certainly has been a lot to take in here today at Bristol.
But that's what makes these teams great, and these drivers and crew chiefs and everybody on these teams great. They can adapt and adjust, whether it's strategy, driving style, handling of their race cars. You have to be versatile in these situations to be able to make your car do things that you didn't have a plan for.
Watch Christopher Bell snake his way through here.
Look how far ahead they are and how hard it is to get stopped. Downshift, 2.
Wow.
Did a good job getting slowed down. That's hard to do.
Well, you saw him reach up there, grab a downshift.
Twice.
Try to keep the wheels straight, hard on the brake, straight. Then at the last second, crank it to the left.
Let's have a look at some of these drivers' records on the concrete at Bristol. Top 9 in the last 3 races for Byron Hamlin. And Truex and Logano, only 1 top 10 between them in the last half dozen or more races.
That's the one that surprises me right here. These 2 big-time names, champions, 20th or worse.
Well, Kyle Busch has not had really any great finishes in this next-gen car here at Bristol.
Here. Lead lap cars head for pit road once again. Regan?
Well, Mike, these guys still continuing to try and make these cars perfect. The 20 of Christopher Bell wants to be just a little bit looser, and we're talking minimal adjustment for everybody right now, asking for lap times on every lap of the race, which is a little abnormal. The 54 of Ty Gibbs, they got him just a little bit tight. He needs to be freed up just a little bit. They went too far with it at the last stop. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin, the 11 team, they like what they saw in that last run. Said he was pretty neutral. They're going to make a little bit more of an air pressure adjustment in the right front. The 19, Martin Truex Jr., still pretty okay, has a little bit of a brake shake, wants to be able to push just a little harder.
Denny Hamlin going to bring them off pit road with Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, and Kyle Larson. 125 laps to go. Todd Gilliland caused this stack up that ended up in putting us under caution for the 9th time today.
Right in front of the leaders. Luckily, none of them were involved in that incident. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Austin Cindric, again, the cause of the caution, our 9th yellow of the day at Bristol. And I don't think it's going to be the last, as we still have just over 100 laps to go. Again, right around that 50-lap marker under a green flag run is where we start to see drivers just trying to nurse it, limp it around, and hope for the best. And by the way we're looking at right now, we're going to have 1, if not 2 more full 50-lap green flag runs if they're able to make it that far through the run left in this one. And I think these teams really only have about 2 sets of tires left the rest of the way. So it is definitely going to be very, very close on tires to the finish, depending on how many more green flag runs we get. These teams really hoping they go the full 50 to 55, 60 laps these next couple runs so they can make it there. Ty Gibbs has 1 less set of tires than everybody else, so I think he only has 1 more set after this left the rest of the way, and he's in third, so maybe not in the best position to try to win. Chastain in 16th, also under the same tire strategy that Ty Gibbs was on. Logano, I think, might have an extra set because he put the scuffs on earlier. So at some point when other drivers put scuffs on, we'll see if Logano can maybe start making his way through the field. He's still back in 25th. Was tail end of the lead lap after leading at one point early on the scuffs and then fell obviously back. He was leading laps late in stage 2, finished third, in fact, at the end of stage 2, and haven't seen him up in the top 10 since. Still just that lone Chevy right now in the top 15, and that's Kyle Larson. It's insane that he's that much better than everybody else. But this is his racetrack, maybe his style of racing, just slipping and sliding around, and it's working out well for him. Again, not only far and away the best Chevy today, but maybe a Chevy that can compete for the win under the right circumstances in the late going. Brad Keselowski, Ryan Blaney, some of the top Fords in the field have been right there, just outside of where the Toyotas have been for most of this race as well. Top 5 for the next restart. Denny Hamlin leads, Christopher Bell second, Ty Gibbs third, Kyle Larson fourth, and Martin Truex Jr. in fifth.
Ty Gibbs, Kyle Larson, the one non-Toyota in the top 5. It's Chevrolet. Brad Keselowski, 6th, is the leading Ford in this race. Now, Goodyear met with the media a few minutes ago.
We tested here last year with the intent to come up with a tire package that generated more tire wear. That was the request from NASCAR and the teams. So now we're trying to understand what's different, why is the racetrack behaving differently this weekend than what it did a year ago. It's the same package, it's the same tire combination. Obviously the difference is resin was placed on the lower groove instead of the PJ1. Yet I still think the racetrack should be taking rubber as it did last fall.
So here's the interesting piece is that we didn't put the PJ1 down, we put resin down instead. The reason that we did that is this is a wet weather racetrack now. So everybody felt like the PJ1 was going to be too slick to race on with the wet weather tires. Second thing that I heard him say that I agree with Greg on is why isn't the racetrack taking rubber outside of that resin? The resin is on the bottom, but even when you're running in the second lane,
look how clean it is.
There's no rubber in that second lane from the tires. So regardless of what it is what it is for the teams, and there's a win on hand here today, and the strategy of how you race today is just different now.
Yeah. We saw this a few years ago where the track did not take any rubber because it was an extremely cold day and just not warm enough to activate where the rubber would work its way into the racetrack.
See how those tires are graining like that? That's what's just cheese grating them things off.
That's right. Now, Joey Logano just came in for tires. Here's his team.
So this extra set of tires that we're getting from Goodyear, those are like old tires, like last year. Old date code, so I burned them up. That was what I used right there. So from here on out, we'll be back on the good stuff. Okay, good to know.
Well, I'm glad we know that, because now we know that it's not going to be better.
Ready for the restart. It'll be 121 laps to go. Hamlin and Bell out front.
Still a little bit confusing on that. You know, you just heard them. Well, it wasn't any better. I heard you, Kevin, say that, but why were they worse? The same tire.
Well, I think the set that they gave them had older date codes. They were built further back in time, so the rubber's not as good on the tire. The fresher tires are usually faster and better. So at least there's not something that the one set that NASCAR has given the teams is not going to be a major advantage or disadvantage for somebody as they put them on. It's the same as what we have. We just have another set of tires, right?
Ty Gibbs up into second, and the Joe Gibbs Toyotas run 1 through 4 once again, being chased by Keselowski, Blaney, and Haley in the 51. On the outside, Justin Haley trying to make it work. On the restart, Kyle Larson started at the back. Equipment interference on his pit stop.
Oh,
so he's
man.
out of contention. How about Haley?
And he's
A
been up
break
there
for
all day.
Larson.
This is one of those races where how you drive your car and the way that your car is handled and everything that happens is just different than every other week with the style of race that this is. And he's been right in the middle of it all day.
And he's been good at those scenarios. Adversity. When adversity strikes, these teams are for a loop. Justin Haley, think of the first time we went to the Clash over there. He shows up and was fast right off the bat. That kid can get it done in some pretty adverse situations.
Jamie?
Yeah, you guys are exactly right. Justin Haley started 32nd up to 6th. He told his team, don't worry about these adjustments. The car is good. Just give me a good pit stop. Remember, Rick Ware Racing, their best finish here? 17th. What a day for them. Casper Gralla back there doing a great job, too.
Yeah, Haley in 7th, Gralla in 17th. Having a good day.
Well, these types of days are interesting because a lot of times a team like Rick Ware Racing might not be as aggressive on cambers. They might not be as aggressive on their ride heights, and sometimes that plays into your hands because it's easier on the tires, where all the other teams are like nitpicking every single thing to get everything that they can out of the tire. And based upon what we saw in the fall, these cars are set up to come here and maximize the grip and wear on all 4 tires on the car to the max of what they know.
Well, the pace has picked up on this restart. The last green flag run was about a second off the fastest laps of the day. Right now, we're only about 3/4 of a second off of those fastest laps. So Denny Hamlin trying to get this over in a hurry.
Well, it's those same cars at the front. Gibbs cars are the best cars. They can push the pace, and they're forcing these other guys to either keep up or get further behind.
So, Larry, are we going to get into that danger zone again on this set of tires?
Well, Mike, here's where it's fickle. We now only have to make 40 laps a run to get to lap 500. But the only way we find out how much further we can go is when somebody loses a tire. So that's the box brand right now.
Well, the box that we're in is there. Somebody's going to lose a tire, and you just don't know. You don't know who it is, and all the good cars have migrated to the front, and it's just it's that game of chicken that we've been talking about all day.
Look out.
Whoa.
Oh.
Boy, Ryan Blaney got muscled around there. He got moved is what he got. Yep. He got Chastain.
Yep, Chastain moved him right up out of the way. He did a whale of a job holding that car underneath of him. Tank swap all the way down the front straightaway. He won't be happy about that, Ryan Blaney.
Chris Buescher's view of this.
Got a bit of contact.
There's a lot of contact happening right there with several cars.
Here comes another one.
Blaney trying to get down in the bottom lane there, and Austin Dillon says, no, I'm here.
And this is battling for 20th place.
Well, I think that was a little of the case. I'm not going to dump that all on Chastain. I think Blaney was trying to hold him down and not allow him into that hole as well, that he kind of created open that door. Chastain went ahead and stepped his way on through it. How about this for the lead?
Ty Gibbs back to the front to lead for the 9th time today. Hamlin has led 10 times.
Let's take his teammate Christopher Bell right with him. Look at this 4-horse race. Gibbs is pulverizing the field right now.
Joe Gibbs Racing may be on their way to their first ever 1, 2, 3, 4 finish.
If I didn't know any better, I thought we were at Daytona and they're just helping each other save fuel.
Well, Denny took off as fast as we've seen him take off right there, and Ty sat behind him there and decided that it was time to go a little bit faster than what he was going as far as the pace.
I want to get in the lead. I like Ty getting
to
that plan. I want to get in the lead, and then I want to be able to slow them down and manage that race accordingly from the lead, not from fourth.
Now, Kyle Larson is mired back in 22nd, and we'll show you why. It was on this last pit stop.
Yeah, watch this tire get away. There it is, a bad roll right there. Impedes the guys in front of him.
That's a foul penalty every time.
So he restarted at the back. In 28, he's gained back 7 positions since.
And that's how this goes. You know, he's sitting there riding fifth or sixth, and in a perfect position to take care of his car and his tires and everything that was happening. And now he's had to penalty, and now he has to go back through the field and use his car up more than he has probably all day.
The other thing about that is you work on your balance around clean air and running up front. And then all of a sudden you get mired back there in traffic and you're getting pinched down, trying to make a pass on the bottom. You're tight. You can't get underneath them. You can't get on the throttle. You need the real estate up off. Everything changes back there mired in traffic.
7th place, Nemechek moving forward once again.
But he's another one of those Toyota guys, and he's been up and towards the front of the race all day.
Yeah, this is a big day for John Hunter.
John Hunter, Brad Keselowski, those guys have hung out around the front 6 or 7 positions all day long. The first 4, have typically been the Gibbs cars, but we see Justin Haley sitting there in 6th and John Hunter right behind him in 7th.
McDowell, Wallace, and Berry complete the top 10. 6 Toyotas in the top 10. With 4 Fords. Regan, how about our leader?
Well, Mike Ty Gibbs continuing to manage the field out front right now. Think back to yesterday also. Chris Gale told me yesterday when they had trouble in practice, he wanted to put another set of tires on the race car to make sure everything was good. He opted not to. He took a chance there. Look at how much that's paying off right now. Had they taken that chance, one less set for today if they'd have done that.
Gibbs has led the most laps today, 122 now. Hamlin 94, Truex 52. Great start to the season for last year's Rookie of the Year. 3rd at Phoenix, highest average finish of all drivers, and 3 straight top 10s.
Yeah, we saw this coming last year. Really the second half of the year, really all year last year, he finished races, but would make mistakes here and there and cost himself good finishes. But he's just a grinder, and he's in fast cars, got great teammates, got a great organization around him, and he's just he works really hard and puts himself in position to have a chance to win, and I think he's going to continue to do that.
He's going to put Ricky Stenhouse another lap down with 87 laps to go in Bristol.
86 laps remaining now for Ty Gibbs, who's trying to get his first career win in the NASCAR Cup Series. He won the first 2 stages. He's led the most laps and continues to lead the way in the closing laps of this Food City 500 at Bristol. In 2nd place is Christopher Bell. 3rd place for Denny Hamlin. Martin Truex Jr. 4th. Brad Keselowski 5th. Justin Haley 6th. John Hunter Nemechek in 7th. Michael McDowell 8th, Eric Jones 9th, Josh Berry 10th, Alex Bowman in 11th, Ross Chastain 12th, Chris Buescher 13th, Chase Briscoe 14th, 15th for Ryan Preece, Chase Elliott 16th, Kyle Larson 17th, Bubba Wallace 18th, Austin Dillon 19th, AJ Allmendinger is 20th, Kyle Busch 21st, Kaz Grala 22nd, Ryan Blaney fell to 23rd from 6th on that restart, Corey LaJoie 24th, Carson Hocevar 25th, Todd Gilliland 26th, Joey Logano 27th, Daniel Suarez last car in the lead lap at 28th, Daniel Hemrick is the first car lap down 29th, Austin Cindric 30th, Noah Gragson 31st, Tyler Reddick 34th, Harrison Burton 33rd, Reddick 32nd, Gregson's 31st, 33rd is Harrison Burton, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 34th, William Byron 35th, Zane Smith still again the only car out of the race in 36th. Despite the cautions we've seen for tire issues, no major damage to a lot of other cars in the field. The ones that do have it are the ones that are a handful of laps down, but still in the race. Be sure to hit the like button on the stream if you guys haven't done so yet. We have already eclipsed 100 likes. We're at 101 right now. Be sure to subscribe if you haven't already as well, as we close in on 5,000 subscribers on the channel. Appreciate your willingness to tune in every NASCAR race weekend to our Truck Xfinity and Cup Series live streams. Here in the late going, we'll see how this is going to pan out, but the Gibbs car's in great position to get a win. Which one, though, is going to be able to go to victory lane? Down under 80 laps to go. Bell all over Ty Gibbs. Lap car of Austin Cindric got in the way there. And both Gibbs and Bell going to work their way around Cindric as he goes at least another lap down. I believe he's 2 laps down now, if not 3. Was involved in that last caution with Stenhouse, who also lost another lap during this green flag run.
8 laps to go. The pace has dropped off another 0.2 of a second, and we're starting to see a lot of cars up and out of the groove and off pace.
Yes, we are. See the 4-car Josh Berry.
Oh, Bell.
Been running him solid the whole time. I look over and see Gillen starting to slip up.
Bell slipping.
We see Bell at the back of that frame right there go up the racetrack and start to fall back.
12-car Logano.
Gilliland. And here come the leaders.
I think that's that danger zone we talk about.
Oh, Gibbs got stuck behind Gilliland.
For the lead. Gilliland gets bumped up high. Everybody goes together, and Truex almost stole the lead.
Just about wiped out all 3 of the Gibbs bunch right there. Gilliland, again, that's the tires. He's down to the cords and in trouble. That's exactly how the
Oh, Gibbs got against the wall.
Same car.
Same appears to be true for Josh Berry, for Hemrick.
And Logano, you see the leader go right around Logano here, and Blaney's in trouble right
And
in front of him.
Blaney's about to go lap down also.
Cindric, slow at the top of the racetrack and start-finish. A lot of drivers in difficulty right here.
All the Penske cars are a lap down.
Yeah, and this is just that part of the run that we've been talking about all day, where the car just shuts off with whatever end that you're struggling with, and you can't go any faster.
Well,
So
it shuts off because there's no rubber on them tires anymore. You're down to the cord.
And the bad cars are still the bad cars.
Josh Berry has made it to pit road, the first to pit under green.
That 20-car Christopher Bell, he's one of those Gibbs cars that's starting to slip slide around. He's in trouble.
Ryan Blaney up out of the groove. He's in trouble. Brad Keselowski right on the back bumper of the 20 car right here.
There's Berry. That was the first one that I saw. He said, forget it, we need to pit.
Regan?
Like first time all day, I've heard this on the 54 radio. Ty Gibbs just told the team right rear starting to be a problem right now. Keep an eye on him.
Gibbs in the wall. Guys are really starting to slip and slide around. They're all over the place, folks.
Yep, we see the 54 car get passed by Brad Keselowski right there.
Everybody trying to nurse it along to the next caution and not be that caution.
Don't be that caution. More importantly, they're all over the place in trouble.
This is the longest green flag run today.
And this is where the race is going to be won or lost. And
there's the 5-car Kyle Larson going a lap down. He's in trouble.
Yeah, you just don't want to be the guy that has to come to pit road. 1 lap's okay, but if you come to pit road, it's going to be multiple laps if the caution comes out.
Only 2 Gibbs cars left in this thing. It's 2 veterans. They're still manage those tires and still obviously have the rubber left to do it. Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin leading his field.
Chase Briscoe, his car's shut off. Contact with the 8 and as the 19 goes by.
And still, Josh Berry is the only one that has stopped under green. He has fresh tires. He's flying by cars, but he has lost 2 laps with the green flag stop.
Yeah, right now they're telling Josh Berry, do everything you can do to get to the 11 car to get yourself back on 1 lap down before the caution
trouble
comes
turn
out.
4. Blaney almost turned it around and then almost got run over by an onrushing Tyler Reddick.
He's been nursing that thing around there for 10 laps. I think he's got a tire down. He's way off the pace.
Yeah, and that's the
pit road.
That's the downfall of trying to ride it out.
Larson is in.
Look how far Gilliland's off the pace.
And Blaney will pit this time.
The right front tire is completely flat on Ryan Blaney's car.
Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex still rolling through the field, putting on a show. Somehow, some way, they've kept the balance on these race cars. They've managed that tire, got to the end of these runs. That's 2 old cagey veterans.
Freeze way off the pace as they lap him.
Yeah, and I think as you ride around here, you're just losing so much time.
Oh, Barry almost into the wall in turn 2. He just rushed turn 1 so hard, he diamonded the track and almost ran out of real estate.
Yeah, and on that pit stop, we saw both right side tires of Ryan Blaney's car all the way down to the cords.
Heck of a race for the lead between these two teammates, Truex and Hamlin, slicing through the field. How long will those tires last?
Well, it just goes to show you how much better their cars are handling than everybody else's and how much easier they are on the tires.
Kyle Larson on fresh tires, rushing through the field.
There's only 8 cars on the lead lap.
And they're going to let Christopher Bell.
Bell's got a flat. I saw the sparks come out of the back of the car.
Yes, right rear flat on Bell. Let's see what happens getting in the one. It might come around on him. He's got it slowed down.
And he'll make pit road.
Right rear's down. You see that left front up off the ground? That means the right rear's down. That's how stiff and rigid these cars are. There it is. You see it flat.
Now Larson is flying around the racetrack. Like Barry, he's also 2 laps down. And 2 laps down, there's no way that's going to get you the free pass. So Blaney, same thing.
Blaney's going by cars so fast, he's coming right up behind the leader right now. He's going by him so fast, he doesn't know which direction to go with his new tires.
He has to get around these leaders. It's a must. Do not let this caution come out before I get them past. Sorry, Truex, I need to go.
Well,
I think they're both in trouble here.
He doesn't want to cause a caution, and right now, the way that this thing's going, it seems like everybody's going to have to pit.
But Blaney is 4 laps down, so he gets one of those back.
Blaney's like 5 seconds a lap quicker.
Everybody who pushed hard 10 laps ago is fading. I need you in that rhythm real.
Whoa!
Might have to roll it. Just be patient, man. Cannot have a caution here now. Don't do anything crazy here. Be smart.
That's the biggest thing. Do not have a caution. These guys are pitting left and right. If somehow, some way you can keep that thing out there and keep managing these things. Keep the wheels rolling.
Yeah, the guys that are having to pit have basically just worn the things down to be out of air.
Ty Gibbs way off the pace off of 2. He's going to come down pit.
He slid way up toward the wall in turn 2. He's got a flat left rear.
Got a fire under the hood.
Yeah, it's the brakes on fire. Ty Gibbs got a right rear flat.
Busher is in. Priest is in.
And just to clarify, under caution, you only have to use your pit road straightaway. You don't have to go around the corners, so you just use your designated straightaway pit stall.
Daniel Hemrick is in. Corey LaJoy has made his stop. And there's only 6 cars on the lead lap. Hamlin back through Nemechek. Everybody else is at least a lap down due to making these green flag stops. Nemechek is in.
Yeah, now just 5.
Logano.
Chase Elliott back in the top 5 teammate, Bowman. Managing these tires, Chase Elliott hits pit road. They're going to be told now, just go. Got a car way off the pace off of 2. He's all but stopped. I think that's Hocevar.
My goodness.
No caution. These guys are begging for no caution. The leader, Denny Hamlin, on pit road.
Hamlin up at the turn 4 end of the front stretch pit. Going to get 4 tires under green. Austin Dillon is in. Logano is done with his stop.
Oh.
Yeah, and you see everything inside of those wheels, probably rubber on fire, or the brakes are so hot that
it's all that rubber buildup.
It's all
on the brakes. That's exactly what
on fire.
Truex is in. Allmendinger. And Hocevar hit the wall in turn 3.
Completely out of control. I think he's got a flat tire. Hocevar off the 4.
Keselowski pits.
All right, this is where it's a must. No caution.
Whoa.
See, that's that rubber. I think that's all that rubber built up on these hot brakes when they came in, caught on fire. Massive amounts of rubber. You see these things clear down to the cords. It came from somewhere.
Alex Bowman, runner-up in the Daytona 500 by thousandths of a second, finds himself in the lead at Bristol with 50 to go.
Yeah, and right now
It's the only car on the lead lap.
Bubba Wallace
What the?
entering pit road now. Gregson is in. Eric Jones is in.
Here he comes. Bowman coming onto pit road. I was going to say he's
unbelievable.
about out of opportunities of people causing a caution here. About everybody's pitted.
Kaz Gralla, Kyle Busch complete their stops.
Ooh.
And the pit woes continue for Kyle Busch.
Yep. Didn't have that lug nut on. Got him stopped.
Well, that is something that I didn't think we would see today. It's a complete green flag cycle, and basically what they did is they ran their cars until the tires went flat.
That's exactly what they did. Very lucky that we didn't have a caution. There was people all over the place, way off the pace, flat tires, left and right.
But now, Larry, 47 laps to go. Is this going to put us right back in that danger zone again?
Well, I think about the ones that pitted very early because of tire issues, Mike, like Josh Berry, like Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson. I don't see them being able to remotely make it all the way to lap 500 should we not have another caution.
I think you're spot on. Now, flip side of that, Hamlin and Truex, they are in the catbird seat right now. We're going to manage this thing a little bit. As soon as we get any pressure on us, we're going to have the affordability because we pitted later than everybody to go when it's time.
But they still have to go 51 and 52 laps.
They just proved that they could do it, though.
Yeah.
Went over 60.
So after green flag stops, we have 12 cars on the lead lap. Make that 11 now. Chase Elliott is the last car on the lead lap in 11th place. Chase Briscoe and everybody else a lap down.
Pit side. I think Larry's spot on. Barry's the one that's got me nervous. As early as he had to pit, you got to remember he was pretty much the first one way off the pace, put those tires on, meaning he couldn't go the distance last time.
And he ran hard when he came out of the pits.
Well, he had to because he wanted to try to pass the leaders as many times as they could to try to keep themselves from being multiple laps down. Yeah, I would say that Josh Berry's going to have to pit again because his car is going to shut off when those tires finally run out of rubber on the right side.
Three of the oldest drivers are the most experienced. Three of the top four right there, Hamlin, Truex, and Keselowski. I have to think that plays a little bit of a role in this. That takes you back to the old days. That's how we all started racing in this. When you had massive horsepower and could blow the tires off these things, thinking about a track, even like here, it would go away. You had to manage those tires. Martinsville, all these short tracks, Richmond, that's what you had to be good at, tire management.
So after the stop among the four Toyotas that were leading the race, Hamlin and Truex remain 1-2. Christopher Bell back in 7th, and Ty Gibbs, who led 137 laps today, back in 14th. Briscoe in the free pass position ahead of Preece and Gibbs.
I love the spot that Denny Hamlin and Truex are in, though. They just have to ride around here. You're light years ahead of everybody. Manage this gap. Manage your car. Do not push it whatsoever into the corner, on the throttle up off. Just roll the car around there. Make laps.
Yeah, and based on their pace, Clint, I mean, it's still as fast as they ran the last run, lap time-wise.
It's kind of stayed consistent, though. I remember early on you were saying 60s, 1660s, 70s, 80s is pretty much where they were running. Look over your shoulder. Here we are to 69, 85, and 75, top three guys.
So four cars pretty much checking out on the field. Hamlin and Truex with a 6-second gap back to the Fords of Keselowski and Berry, who have a 4-second gap back to the Chevrolet of Kyle Larson, the Ford of Chris Buescher, and the Toyotas of Nemechek and Bell, the Ford of Haley, and the Chevy of Bowman. And that's all that's on the lead lap as we look at 34 to go.
Hamlin's starting to get into some massive lap traffic here. That's going to hold them guys up. They're definitely getting desperate in front of him. Look at this melee in front. And that's racing almost 3 wide in front of him. That is not what you want to see as a leader. Look at Truex catching.
Yeah, and that's typical Bristol. Once you catch that lap traffic, and like we saw earlier, just that panic sets in and you start making bolder moves.
That was a 1.5 seconds last lap. Now it's down to almost a 1/10 of a second. Right on his bumper. Not what Denny Hamlin wanted to see.
Chase Elliott 1 down, and behind him, Corey LaJoie 2 laps down. But these other cars are going to fight to stay on the lead lap if they can. Martin Truex, only 2 top 5s here in 33 starts, and none in the last decade. Best finish here was 2nd back in 2011.
This is one of the wildest races I've ever sat in. been a part of. This is.
Wait a minute, you just said that a couple weeks ago in Atlanta.
Yeah, well, that was just wild for racing. This one's wild for racing, strategy, new things to navigate here. So I'm learning a lot sitting up here.
You digging your new role?
I'm digging it, man.
52 lead changes so far. That is a record for NASCAR on short tracks. Previous record was 40. Rusty Wallace here at Bristol, and that was 30 years ago.
This puts me back in the old Bristol. Here you got two guys battling out for the win at Bristol and massive amounts of lap traffic in front of them. Who can navigate around here, save these tires, manage these tires? That's who's going to win this race, and it's probably going to be between these two teammates.
And that's the key word, Clinton. Who's managing their tires as they're going through this traffic?
A lot of lap traffic in front of them. Half a track of nothing but lap traffic, solid.
Last fall, that's where Denny Hamlin came out with the "I just beat your favorite driver" speech, which he has now retired. His dad advised him that was not a good idea.
Thank you, Dad.
Yep. And he won here at Bristol last fall. And this is the first time in 4 years the spring race has been held on the concrete surface.
This goes to show you're never too old to listen to the old man. Oh, I don't like that. It's too arrogant. Fix it.
Can I take that and play it back for you next week? Just every once in a while.
There's always
if he wins, he might get on tape again.
There's always something to learn.
Truex is right there. One slip up, and it's going to happen in front of him. It won't be a slip up on Denny. It'll be a slip up of these guys desperate, trying to stay on the, from going another lap down. Those guys get together right in front of Denny, lands in his lap, and Truex will be there to take it. And I think that's the key, too. If you're Truex, stay back a little bit. Let that stuff happen. If it happens right in Denny's lap, be there to be able to make an adjustment, make the pounce.
Well, that's exactly how he lost the lead gap last time, and now it's dwindled back down as these guys race side by side, trying to keep Denny from passing him to put him another lap down.
Yeah, now Dillon is 2 laps down. Hemrick is 3 laps down. And Truex looks like he's getting a little impatient here.
Well, and the bad news for Denny Hamlin is, as you look in front of him, it's just more cars everywhere. It's not going to clear up. There's no gaps. It's just 14, 15 cars.
It's the world's fastest conveyor belt.
Yeah.
There's a good look at it.
Well, there it is. Yeah, look, him back here. You can see him right there. But look at all the traffic in front of him.
$20 laps to go. The Toyotas have pretty well dominated the day. 4 Joe Gibbs drivers between them have led nearly 400 laps.
Well, the best part about this, Mike, is this is going to come at the end of one of these tire runs, and these cars are going to be all over the place.
Now, how about Josh Berry in 4th place, second of the Fords? He was the first driver to pit in that green flag sequence, and he's come out of this quite well. We listened in to the forum.
This is the craziest race I've ever been a part of. Yeah, me too. Doing great.
Truex underneath Hamlin for the race lead. Late going at Bristol, and he's got it clear off of turn 2. 17 laps to go, and the 19 car takes the point. Can Hamlin get him back? Nothing but door-to-door lap traffic in front of both of these cars. Hamlin again to the outside. Dillon moves up in front of him. Nowhere to go. 3 wide lap traffic now in front of the leaders. Gillen is off the pace. Truex in the right lane on the bottom. I should say the correct lane on the bottom. Hamlin still on the outside and still door-to-door for the race lead. 3 wide again, a couple rows in front of Hamlin and Truex. Funneling into turns 1 and 2. Who's going to be in the correct lane at the right time? 15 laps to go now. Keselowski in 3rd is 6 seconds off the lead. Up the middle, 3 wide goes Hamlin. Wallace is up against the outside wall, trying to keep it going. Hamlin's going to get back to the lead, and he's got a lap car between himself and the 19 all of a sudden. Close call for Denny Hamlin. He lost the lead there, but got it back a couple laps later. Truex has never won at Bristol Motor Speedway, trying to beat his teammate to get the victory lane. Still a lot more lap traffic where that came from. He's going to have a chance to catch back up. Still 13 laps to go. Only 8 cars are on the lead lap all of a sudden. once Christopher Bell goes a lap down, and he will in the middle of turns 1 and 2, Truex is going to get to the inside of the 20 car. And then once he gets past him, there will be no more lap cars between the top two. Hamlin goes to the outside on a lapper of Austin Dillon. Noah Gragson very slow out of the way. Truex to the back bumper of the 11. Looks to the inside as he gets through turns 1 and 2. Hamlin still trying to get by Austin Dillon. He's been right behind the 3 car for quite some time. And I wonder if Dillon has slightly fresher tires than the 19. Or than the 3, I should say. The 3 has fresher tires than the 19 and the 11. Although they have just now passed him. Hamlin widens the gap out to about 3 to 4 car lengths again over Martin Truex Jr. and just 10 laps remain. 54 lead changes. 16 different leaders. Again, the most lead changes on a short track in NASCAR Cup Series history. Last car in the lead lap was John Hunter Nemechek. He'll go a lap down now. 9 laps to go in the race. Chris Buescher, Josh Berry, tail end of the lead lap, right there in front of the leaders also. Hamlin to the outside of the 17. Some of the lap traffic has cleared up quite a bit compared to what it was for the 11 of Hamlin. It's going to make it a little harder for Truex to try to keep up and potentially get back by Denny. Hamlin to the outside of Josh Berry. Truex clears the 17. Now he's going to get by the 4. Berry way off the pace. Again, he was one of the first cars to hit pit road under green. Slides way up the track. Almost took Buescher with him. Berry still in the top 10 in 7th. Now gets past. Back to 8th. Truex has closed the gap within 2 car lengths again. 6 to go at Bristol. Joe Gibbs Racing has dominated the day for the second straight week. One of their drivers are going to win, but will it be Hamlin or will it be Truex? It's assuming, obviously, it stays green to the finish here, as we have a lot of slow cars just trying to limp it home to the finish with their tires practically down on the rim. Blaney going to lose another lap at the hands of Hamlin and Truex. Truex on the outside of the 12 will have him cleared off turn 4. About a 2.5 to 3 car length gap between Hamlin and Truex at the line. 4 laps to go, about a minute away from the checkered flag. Hamlin on the bottom groove. Through turns 1 and 2. 3 and 4, I should say. Now 3 to go. Justin Haley going another lap down. He was just in the top 10 not that long ago. Truex gets held up a little bit more by Haley than Hamlin did, I do believe. 2 laps to go now this time by. I don't know that Hamlin's going to catch another lap car. The gap has widened that last lap. Truex again got stuck behind the most recent lap car that the 11 and the 19 both had to catch. Noah Gragson, that's Ryan Preece, the other SHR Ford, getting lapped by Hamlin through turns 1 and 2. Hamlin gets by him on the outside. 1 lap to go, sponsored by Credit One Bank. Over a 100-lap green flag run to the checker on what is probably the craziest race in Bristol Motor Speedway history here today. And Denny Hamlin works his way up turn 4. He'll capture the checkered flag and get his first win of 2024 in a points-paying event. Only 5 cars finish on the lead lap. And Hamlin will get the race win by 1 second, his interval over his teammate Martin Truex Jr., who finishes P2. Brad Keselowski 3rd, Alex Bowman 4th, Kyle Larson the top 5. John Hunter Nemechek first car lap down in 6th. Chris Buescher 7th, Chase Elliott 8th. Ty Gibbs 9th, Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10. Michael McDowell in 11th. 12th place finish for Josh Berry. Chase Briscoe 13th. Ryan Preece 14th. Ross Chastain 15th. 16th place finish for Ryan Blaney. Justin Haley 17th. Daniel Suarez 18th. Kaz Grala 19th. Eric Jones in 20th. Corey LaJoie 21st. Joey Logano 22nd. AJ Allmendinger 23rd. Austin Dillon 24th. Kyle Busch 25th. Todd Gilliland 26th. Carson Hocevar 27th. Daniel Hemrick 28th. Bubba Walls 29th. Tyler Reddick 30th. 31st place finish for Austin Cindric. Harrison Burton 32nd. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 33rd. Noah Gragson 34th. William Byron 35th. Zane Smith, the only car of the DNF today, with the last place finish in 36th. Hamlin ended up leading the most laps. 163 laps led. Ty Gibbs led 137, winning the first 2 stages, and still ended up with a top 10 and 9th. 4 straight top 10s for Gibbs now. Martin Truex Jr., who finished second, led for 54 laps. And we had just that many lead changes as well in this race. 3 hours, 20 minutes, 40 seconds total time on the race. Not bad considering the slower race pace at times throughout this one. 79 miles per hour and even average race speed, and 9 cautions total today. Only 2 in the final stage and 8 total for incidents. Over a 100-lap green flag run to the checker. You'll get to hear from Denny Hamlin, some of the other top finishers from today's Food City 500 at Bristol. What an event. Sure to hit the like button. Subscribe for more NASCAR content as we'll continue our live commentary coverage of this Food City 500 for the post-race for about the next 10 to 15 minutes. Hamlin still burning it down. Back-to-back wins at Bristol for Denny Hamlin. Started in 3rd. Keeps the trend alive of top 5 qualifiers to go on to win the race. It's now 6 of the last 7 Bristol races that has been the case. And all 3 of Hamlin's wins in those last 7 races, he did qualify in the top 5 as well.
This is every driver's favorite racetrack. This is the one everybody wants to win at more than anything. Such a neat experience, such a cool racetrack. That tire's down. It's flat. It's had enough.
Like Kyle Busch before him, Denny Hamlin is a very polarizing driver. You either cheer for him to win or you cheer for anybody but. And you can hear the crowd's reaction. It is decidedly mixed.
It's only been that way since the podcast. Kevin, be careful with that podcast journey you're on.
Dover 2004 was the last race where we had 5 or less cars finish on the lead lap.
Let's see if he says. Love it. Got the job done. Number 1, baby.
Regan Smith.
Well, one of the wildest Bristol races we have ever seen, Danny. You find a way to get the job done, get your 2nd in a row here at Bristol. How did you manage those tires all day long and still have enough left at the end to hold off your teammate?
Yeah, it's just that's what I grew up doing here in the short tracks of the whole Mid-Atlantic. So South Boston, Martinsville, all those tracks, this is what I grew up doing. So once it became a tire management race, I really liked our chances, but obviously the veteran in Martin, he knew how to do it as well. And so we just had a great car, great team. The pit crew just did a phenomenal job all day. Can't say enough about them. First time with Oil Change Express on the car. Appreciate all the Mavis folks as well. So Sport Clips, FedEx, Jordan Brand, Coca-Cola, the whole group. Just, man, it feels so good to win in Bristol.
Denny Hamlin wins a wild one at Bristol.
And Martin Truex Jr. comes up 1 spot short. What was it like for you managing your tires, managing your equipment for 500 laps?
Well, apparently that's what I needed to have happen here at Bristol to be able to have a shot at winning. So yeah, I don't know. Just really proud of my team, everybody on our Auto Owners Camry and everybody Bass Pro TRD, all of our partners. James and the guys did a great job this weekend, Jazzy, and having a plan coming here. And yeah, I guess this tire management thing fit into my wheelhouse here at Bristol, but man, the difference was just coming out of the pit so far behind Denny. You know, I had to use mine up more than him on the last run, and then the last 5 laps of the race, my right rear was cored. So we gave it a hell of an effort. Congrats to them, but man, what a job by everybody at TRD, JGR, and you know, our Toyotas are really working well right now, and had a lot of fun today. Wish we could have come up 1 spot short. Second always hurts a little, but it's a really good run for us here, and it's been a great season so far for us.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, thanks.
Joe Gibbs Racing with a dominating performance in Bristol, running 1 through 4 for a good part of the race. Denny Hamlin holding off teammate Martin Truex by 1 second for the win. Brad Keselowski scored 3rd. The Chevys of Bowman and Larson 4th and 5th. Hamlin handles the Bristol concrete.
Crazy race at Bristol Motor Speedway today. We'll go through how the predictions went, how the Fantasy League ended up shaping up this week, and any more interviews we get along the way, obviously, you'll get to listen into as well. As far as the must-have picks, Hamlin was one of them. He goes on to win the race. He's probably, or I should say, he was pegged as my second favorite to win. I had Blaney winning the race today. He was one of the first ones to have a tire issue. I'm surprised he actually ended up 16th because he fell one of the first cars lapped down during that long green flag run, was outside the top 25 for a minute, but was able to conserve better in the second tire stent of that last green flag run of over 100 laps there to the finish. So Blaney did not get the top 10. Kyle Larson did. He was on the must-have list, finished in 5th, was the last car on the lead lap, and was really the best Chevy all day until Bowman, out of kind of nowhere, was just able to manage his tires very well and was able to get himself a top 5 finish as well. We'll go right to that. Don't haves. Alex Bowman was one of them, and wasn't looking to run top 10 the whole day, but had great tire management at the end. I don't think he had any stage points in stage 1 or stage 2 either, but gets the top 5. So wrong on that don't have pick. Was also wrong on Ty Gibbs, who went on to win both stages and got a 9th place finish. Led the second most laps, only behind Denny Hamlin, and the only other driver to lead more than 100 laps in this race other than Hamlin. Ross Chastain finished 15th in this one. Wasn't really in the top 10 for hardly any point in this race outside of when he ended up taking 2 tires during one pit stop. That was the only time he ended up in the top 10. So 1 for 3, I should say, on the don't have picks, 2 for 3 on the must-haves. In the sleeper picks, Michael McDowell just missed the top 10. 11th place run, same for Josh Berry. 12th place run, faded late, and Chase Briscoe 13th. They were all of the don't haves. They finished 11th, 12th, 13th. As close as you could get to getting one of them, and none of them ended up getting a top 10. So 0 for 3. And the sleepers overall then on the prediction side of things, looks like we're going to go 3 and 6 this week. So 3 for 9. Not a good week for predictions, but I didn't expect anything like this to happen. And that definitely factored into how the predictions ended up going. I didn't expect any tire fall. If I said in the pre-race there wasn't going to be hardly any, there never is. Even with practice the way it was yesterday, the Truck Series didn't have a lot of fall off. So I didn't think the Cup cars are going to have a lot of fall off. But goes to show how different these Cup Series cars are with the next gen versus the other series. And that led to, obviously, the race that we ended up having today, because there was a ton of tire wear. That was the talk from the lap 25 to lap 500. We did finish this race under the scheduled distance of 500 laps here today as well. So 5 races into the NASCAR Cup Series season, we have not had an overtime finish yet. And yeah, again, 1 second margin of victory. Congrats to Denny Hamlin getting his first win of the season. 5 different winners in the first 5 races now on the season. I'll keep that up for you guys. We'll go through the fantasy results for the Fantasy League. You can join the NASCAR Fantasy League on the NASCAR mobile app or NASCAR.com website. There will be a quick link section at the top of the screen. You can't see it on our screen right now, but there will be a quick link section, and you can choose which get the broadcast back up and going here. But anyway, you can choose the KRC League as your league. I'll put it in the chat real quick. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. That's the league name if you want to join. The winner at the end of the regular season and or playoffs, 2 tickets to any NASCAR races are choosing the following season, excluding the Daytona 500. If we get any other post-race interviews in the middle of breaking down how the Fantasy League went this week, then we will obviously go over that. It's not showing my team. I think I got to log out and log back in again. Give me a second on that. Team, I'd say not bad this week, all things considered. Let's go fantasy. All right, had Denny Hamlin, who ended up winning the race on my team. Only 4 stage points today, but obviously getting the win was huge. Kyle Larson actually scored the same amount of points as him today with a 5th place finish and 12 stage points. Had him on my team. Ryan Blaney had some stage points, but didn't end up ultimately with a great finish, 16th again. And more on that in a little bit, because here's your third place finisher, Brad Keselowski.
These local short tracks, Regan, and that's how they have to race it, to take care of your stuff. And it's refreshing. It's different. I like that, that it takes something different every week. That's what makes Cup so hard, is you go in every week, and, some weeks you drive them till you burn them down, and this week you got to take care of them. So it was fun. We had a really good car. We got a little damage on pit road. Otherwise, I feel like we were able to compete with 11 and 19. It took just a tick of speed out of our car. So really looking forward to coming back here in the fall, and proud of our race today.
Nice job. Thanks, Brad.
How about Alex Bowman's day? Started 29th, ended up 4th. So much to talk about, but the question is, what's your perspective on the day and the race that we ended up seeing?
Yeah, obviously, we want this place to rubber up and have 2 lanes and rip the fence for the fans and be able to run hard all day, but that just wasn't the circumstances we were given. So I think the resin versus PJ1 probably had something to do with that, because I don't think the tire changed, but with the situation we had, I feel like our Ally 48 team did a great job at kind of maximizing everything and making the right calls and right adjustments throughout the day, knowing how to manage tires. And that was something I was really good at when I first went stock car racing. And in the E-Series and ARCA and stuff, you don't have a lot of sets of tires. So that was something I excelled at, and I feel like I was able to apply that today. Whereas in the Cup Series, we just run hard every single lap, all race these days. So kind of fun to go back to that. Maybe a little too far back to that, but glad we ended up on the right end of it.
I'm so glad these guys are climbing from the car saying how much.
All right, so again, I had Blaney on the team, as you see, 60. I only left 2 points in the garage because he outscored Briscoe by 2 points. With finishing 11th, Briscoe ended up 13th. Josh Berry was on my team this week, ended up finishing in 12th. Head-to-head picks had Chase Elliott over Chris Buescher. It was close. Didn't get it, though. Elliott 1 spot behind him, 8th place for him, Buescher 7th. Did get the bonus points for taking McDowell over Preece. McDowell 11th, 14th place finish for Preece. I had Bell over Keselowski. Both ended up with the top 10, but Brad finished P3, so didn't get that. And had Berry over Hocevar. Berry ended up with a 12th place run, Hocevar 27th. So split for 20 points total there. Your race winner in the Fantasy League, the KRC League for Bristol Motor Speedway this week, with 242 points, Monster Jam X10. We'll take a look at who he had on his team. He had Denny Hamlin, Kyle Larson as well, had Keselowski, had Ty Gibbs, who won both stages, max points day, or had the best points getters in the top 4, with Keselowski actually getting the most points today. And then the Hamlin, Larson in there. Obviously, Gibbs had the 2nd most points today of any driver. Bell had the 8th most points of any driver and ended up with the top 10. So he had a great team. Elliott was in his garage and would have been top 10 as well. Didn't leave any points to be had, though. And as far as his bonus points go, he ended up also going 2 for 4 with the same picks I had. But 242 points. Congrats for him getting that. I just logged out of the fantasy. Now I got to log back in again. I didn't get through the rest of the standings for this week. So Monster Jam X10 again gets the win at Bristol. 2nd place goes to Dark Crypto with 219 points. So in total, it ended up being a 23-point win for Monster Jam X10. Dale 30 with 211 points finishes 3rd this week. The Plow V3 with 206 points finishing 4th. The War Given Buckeye Racing Team with 204 points rounds out the top 5. I ended up 7th with 184 points. The leading points getter ended up tied for 14th. This week and at 176, so might have some shakeup in the standings. Second overall in the points coming in, 21st, 154. Still early in the season, you're going to see a lot of shakeup. Kyle Larson standing with Regan Smith after a 5th place run.
A wild one. Yeah, it was weird. It was definitely interesting. I thought eventually maybe some rubber would get laid down, but I would say after the 2nd pit stop, I think we all realized it was not going to be the case and was just going to have to manage, and I felt like I was doing a really good job managing. We just never got a long run. And then finally when we got the long run, we had the penalty and I had to go to the back and abused my right front to cords and kind of rode around. And then, just pitted and accidentally finished 5th. So I don't really know what happened for us to cycle so many positions ahead, but I'll take it. I hope I never have to run another race like that again, but it was kind of fun just to do it, hopefully one time.
Thanks, Kyle.
Listen, so it's one or the other, right? It's so much fun, or it's not. This little one, Molly, she's having a good time out there celebrating the win with her dad.
All right, that's going to end up wrapping up everything we've had to go through. Went through the predictions, full race results, other race stats, some driver interviews, and the NASCAR Fantasy League update. So that's all I've got for you guys as far as that goes. Let's highlight next weekend's live commentary streams. The NASCAR Truck, Xfinity, and Cup Series will be all racing next week at Circuit of the Americas. Our live commentary coverage will begin Saturday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So 10 a.m. Eastern Time will be the first live stream next week, and that will be the NASCAR Cup Series practice and qualifying session at Circuit of the Americas. As far as the races go for next week, our live commentary coverage for the Truck Series race at COTA will begin at 1:30 Eastern Time Saturday afternoon. Cup Series action at COTA is going to end up Xfinity Series action Saturday at 5 p.m. So Saturday we got a triple header, 10 a.m. Cup Series practice qualifying truck race at 1:30 Eastern, and the Xfinity race at 5 Eastern on Saturday. The Cup Series, our pre-race coverage for the Echo Park Automotive Grand Prix will begin at 3 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. So Sunday at 3 Eastern, Saturday at 10, 1:30, and 5 Eastern Time. Thanks everybody for watching. Appreciate the support as always. We got up over 100 likes in the stream here today, sitting at 110 right now. Be sure to hit the like button if you guys haven't done so yet. What a crazy race at Bristol. The most competitive race maybe at Bristol all time. We had the most lead changes. It was a wild one, to say the least. A lot of tire wear, curveball thrown everybody's way from a strategy standpoint. Hope you enjoyed the race coverage through all of the live commentary streams this weekend. See you again next week. We got an extra one coming for you. Of course, the Xfinity Series will be back in action. Trucks, after a week off for the Xfinity Series Truck Cup, as mentioned, running next week as well. Have a good rest of your Sunday evening, and I'll see you next Saturday, everybody.